1, 2. Good morning, distinguished guests. I welcome you today for the second day of the 13th Oppenheimer Research Conference. If you can take your seats. Okay, some few housekeeping issues. May you please like, tag, and share our posts on social media. We are on Facebook, we are on Instagram, we are on LinkedIn, so please share on all social media posts. And may you also get some copies of the program. We've got some hard copies of the program by the reception, so you can go and grab a copy. There are limited copies there. May you also take time to visit our exhibition. There's an exhibition which is opposite the poster gallery. Please go and visit the exhibitors. They've got some nice things for you. So in your bag, there's a complimentary Bed Life magazine, which was provided to you, courtesy of Bed Life. This is the best magazine in the country, so we encourage you to read it. So this morning, we're going to start with a plenary session, followed by speed presentations, and then we end with a poster session at the end. So let me introduce our plenary speaker today, Dr. Winnie Kiuru. So Dr. Winnie Kiuru is a highly accomplished research scientist and wildlife biologist with over 25 years of experience in wildlife management, environmental policy, and global environmental advocacy. She's a thought leader in the wildlife and environmental space, known for her strategic leadership and dedication to conservation in East Africa. So let's welcome her on stage as she takes us through her presentation on transforming spaces of research. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very pleased to be here today, Your Excellency, Prime Minister, former Prime Minister of Ethiopia, distinguished guests, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen. I want to start by extending my heartfelt thanks to the organizers of this incredible conference. You've truly outdone yourselves with the program, and let me just say the food has been particularly outstanding. When I was trying to make a decision whether I was going to make time for the conference, I spoke to a number of people who had been to this conference before, and they said, you must go for the food. And they were right. It's always a pleasure to gather with peers and in such an enriching environment. We had a very powerful start to this conference. The opening speech by His Excellency set a crucial tone. He reminded us quite rightly that the clock is ticking. The twin challenges of climate change and biodiversity loss are no longer distant concerns. They are urgent crises that demand immediate attention from the global community. His emphasis on radical collaboration and science without borders as our guiding principles resonated deeply. He also made it clear that investing in research and biodiversity conservation in Africa is not an act of charity. It's an investment in the future of our planet. In his powerful words, lip service will not cut it. We are not going to achieve the many targets 30 by 30 by merely talking about them. We must act. I listened to some really amazing presentations yesterday, but one thing that resonated with me was a very insightful speaker who reminded us that no technology tested has proven as efficient as nature's own photosynthesis. I could not forget that. This underscores a key point. Nature-based solutions are not only viable, but essential as we address the challenges of climate and biodiversity loss. Now, I know that my people in Kenya are watching, Impala Research Center. So I would be remiss not to tell you something about Impala before I start. And now I'm going to try and move the slides and not money. Oh, good, okay, right, okay. So Impala Research Center is located in the central part of Kenya, just around the equator. And it brings together a large complement of researchers. We have over 60 universities, institutions of learning, research institutions coming to Impala, a large number from the global north, a good number from Kenya and Africa, coming to look at areas of research, mostly savanna ecology-based research, but we are now working on expanding and broadening the research offerings at Impala. So that's a typical Impala day, people in the field looking at different aspects of what goes on in this space. We have some long-term projects. The African wild dog is one that we can almost guarantee you to see in Impala. You know it's critically endangered. We have a project that has actually been able to eradicate rabies, which is one of the most important threats to the African wild dog in both Laikipia and Samburu County. And we are very pleased to say that now we are looking at the impact of climate change on the wild dogs. There's a big project that should be onboarded very soon. And it's very sad that some of these animals are really, really impacted by climate. Now, guinea fowl, we have a long-term project on guinea fowl. We have another project on gravy zebra. All these projects are important because, like the gravy zebra project is over 20 years. When you collect data, long-term data, on a species like that, that's, again, critically endangered, then you can really, really look at the different ways and the different impacts that can save the species. We have a fantastic population of elephants that uses Impala and moves across the communally owned lands and the private ranches that border Impala. We have 48,000 acres of ranch, that's Impala Research Center, and all we do is research. And our neighbors make up the Laikipia ranches. It's an amazing place to visit. And I invite you to come and participate in research or just see our beautiful wildlife. We don't have a hippo project, so if anybody wants to study hippos, you're welcome. We welcome you to come and look at our hippos. And if you want to see the things our hippos get up to, I encourage you to go to our website, impala.org, and then click on Impala Live and see some of the live action by the hippos. 2 days ago, my team sent me a little video of a baby hippo chasing a whole herd of elephants from the hippo pool. And then I said, ooh, this one looks like the young people of Kenya. They are called the Gen Z. They are very serious. They chase some serious people off the streets. So we have a Gen Z hippo. You can come and study it at Impala. So we have long-term projects that look at vegetation. The CLEE project has been going on for about 24 years with very, very experienced researchers looking at many aspects of. So if you are a phenologist, I spoke to one yesterday at lunch, you really want to come to Impala. We have student programs, and we also have research projects, short-term studentships and also research projects. And our campus is green. We depend solely on solar power to run the project. So I hope with that, you will want to come to Impala and do your research work there. We have all the usual challenges of permits and things, but if you come for a studentship, you don't need those. So please, Karibu, Impala. And I know my team is watching. I had to do this for them. Thank you. Okay, so now I go straight on to our conversation. Transforming spaces of research. This topic is really central to everything that we spoke about yesterday, because research is the lifeblood of innovation, the key to solving global challenges and the foundation of scientific advancement. But research requires support, financial and structural support. As His Excellency noted, this support must come with intentional collaboration and mutual respect, not as one-sided aid. In many parts of the global south, Asia, and particularly in Africa, research is underfunded, both by national governments, philanthropies, business people. They invest very little in research. In contrast, in the global north, there's the financial muscle, and this has resulted historically in some dominance on research funding. And this is a reality we must acknowledge. And it is one that we must work hard to balance. The architecture of research in Africa has been built on the foundations of global south problems, yet with the scaffolding of global north funding. This model appeals to what some have called the unidirectional vulnerability gaze, where Africa as a place needs to be pitied, it needs to be researched and empowered by more developed nations. While these efforts are often well-intentioned, they sometimes lack the nuance and the local knowledge necessary for long-term impact. It becomes difficult for some of these studies to really inform policy. It becomes very difficult for these studies to really impact change that will drive that innovation that we need to leap forward. One of the clearest examples happens where I live and work now, in African rangelands. The precariousness of the wildlife and the local people who depend on these rangelands. Despite more than half a century of work, millions of dollars of investment, the ecosystems remain fragile. The local communities continue to face survival-level existence. This dress I'm wearing was made for me by a Maasai lady. The Maasai people, the Samburu people, they are traditional pastoralists. They are cattle keepers. They are probably the people who coexist with wildlife across Kenya. It is the pastoral lands that are the last frontier of free-ranging wildlife. Recently, a group of researchers came to Impala, and they said to me, look, we want to do a project on pastoralist futures. I said, wait. This was a group from a university, a group of universities in the UK. I said, before you do anything, Can you go and do a pilot and check how many studies on the same have been done in the last few years? And then come back and tell me whether you still want to do this. So they went out, they did the pilot, they came back, and they told me 70 studies have been carried out in an area around Samburu and Laikipia County. And I said to them, do you want to be number 71? I don't think so. You have to think about what is the problem. Why aren't these studies resulting in real change in the lives and livelihoods of the pastoralists? Why do I have degraded landscapes all around me? Why am I battling cattle rustling? Why isn't the lot of the pastoralist people changing with all the studies? They have done their bit. They have coexisted with wildlife. They have looked after the wildlife that we so treasure. There are huge tourism concerns that have made zillions of money. Zillions on just selling that product. Why doesn't the life of the Maasai and the Samburu and the Pokot and the Turkana change? Do you want to be number 71? And they said to me, no. So what are you going to do? I'm still waiting for the answer. But they tell me the answer is in co-creation. I don't know what that word means. I'm waiting. Now, let's get it clear. This is not a failure of intent. It's a failure of approach. We must ask ourselves, why does this trajectory persist? I am sure this is not just a Kenyan issue. If I go to Tanzania, I will see the same thing. The answer is often found in how research is designed, how it's funded, how it is implemented. Too often, external actors dominate these spaces without deeply engaging local knowledge and perspectives. Is there another way forward? Can we change this? To be honest, I don't know, but I'm going to throw out a few things, not answers, just thoughts. I think the starting point is fundamental transformation in how research is conceived and executed. How do we design research? How do we work collaboratively with all the stakeholders, especially the ones that are directly impacted by the issues we seek to address? Would this approach perhaps ensure that research is not just relevant, but also grounded? Grounded with the lived realities of the local people who would benefit the most from real change, real implementation of those research results? Is it time for us to change the way we fund research, the way we teach, the way we practice it, the way we use it? Can we continue to have a situation where the funders dictate the terms of research in Africa? Does true collaboration mean respecting local expertise, truly empowering local researchers so that they can lead in addressing the continent's most pressing challenges? Is there room for that? Is there a conversation we need with the institutions that prepare these researchers? Is it an issue we need to work from the education perspective? Where do we locate the conversation? This is something that I hope that this audience here will go away thinking about. Because the facts are, currently, Africa is home to almost 20% of the world's population. But it contributes only 3.5% of the research output. In this field, African researchers account for less than 0.3% of the global scientific community. This is a staggering imbalance. We must correct it. I can assure you, I have been to conferences upon conferences and listened to conversations upon conversations about African wildlife and African wild spaces. And I have been unable to live with the idea that most of the experts do not look like me. What is this? Where does expertise come from? Is it something you learn? Or is it something somebody bestows upon you because you look a certain way, or you speak a certain way, or you write a certain way? How do you become an expert? And how are spaces opened for experts to participate? There are numerous barriers, including funding is just one of them. Publishing in academic journals can be expensive, and you need to definitely find people who are known in that space so that your paper can make it to the journal. Because there are certain experts whose papers get published, it's not everybody. So you need to hook up with them. So to become a lead author is tough. That's what they tell me. The research infrastructure can be quite unsupportive. And from where I sit, Mpala pleads guilty. Because it's prohibitive sometimes to go to these remote locations. As a young African scientist, I give you my rate card. I tell you, you need to pay me $60 a day to be able to work at Mpala. You need your own vehicle. You need a supervisor. And you look at me like, you know, who are these supervisors? And I tell you, oh, write an email to Professor so-and-so, who will not respond. Because Professor so-and-so knows what experts look like. They don't look like you. Without addressing these challenges, African scientists will continue to be underrepresented. And our collective research will lack depth of local insight that is so vital to real progress. I've just traveled with a young man who was trying to save me because I was running late for my session. And in between saving me, we had a quick conversation about what is happening in research space in universities, well-endowed universities in the global north are now cutting funding to field experiences. So if you're in a university somewhere in England and you're studying biological sciences, and there has been a field course that has sent students to South Africa or to East Africa, you know very well that this is no longer as easy. We're experiencing that from where we are. Less and less universities are bringing students out to the spaces where they can experience African wildlife African people the spaces that they would learn the interrelationships that are so crucial for them to understand what biodiversity loss looks like. There is a strategic and intentional cut of funding in very well-endowed universities. A lot of the young people who then become researchers, who are going to move forward to build these collaborations I'm talking about, will never step into Africa to come and be inspired, to come and enjoy. They say Africa is not a place, it's a feeling. It's an energy. You can't read about it. You have to come and experience the color and the magic of the sunset and the sunrise. And if they are not moving, how are we going to collaborate? So there's a whole structural problem going on in the global north as well. In our own countries, the amount of funding that our governments are putting towards research, while they're very good at giving charters to universities, in Kenya now I think we have over 70 universities. But when you go to the university and interrogate the Department of Biological Sciences, you do not find those solutions happening there. There's a problem. Now, very quickly, as I get to my conclusion, we need to advocate for more financing from African governments. We need to strengthen the legal frameworks that govern universities and research institutions. We must ensure that research output is a key measure of success, not just in the global north, but the global south. We must increase transparency in the funding process and ensure accountability by recipients and focus on real capacity building. We must foster collaboration and invite private sector to work with universities so that we ensure that research and development are integral pillars. We must harness emerging technologies that make learning and collaboration more accessible and more affordable. That's what I'm looking at from Mpala. How can I make it possible using technology for a young student who doesn't have a lot of money but can be able to work at Mpala? How can I encourage publishers to create more affordable and accessible platforms for African researchers to publish their work and to access published work so that they don't have to pay for the publications? How do we develop long-term financing models? How do we support capacity building programs? How do we address extractive research practices, ensuring that research is not merely one-sided endeavor, but it genuinely benefits local people? That when that researcher leaves, there is a local person that can totally and fully understand what the question was, what the answer was, and what needs to be implemented to change lives. In closing, the path forward looks clear to me. We must transform spaces of research. This transformation requires we collaborate better, we become more transparent, we become committed to elevating African voices. By working together across borders, across sectors, we can build a research ecosystem that's more inclusive, that is better equipped to tackle the world's challenging problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that exciting plenary session. Anyone with a question? Just one question? Yes.
Yes, I was so privileged to be at the Kigali at the African Leadership University for 2 weeks. And what impressed me most was specifics. The students gave specific solutions for Africa. And so I was so inspired, I even didn't want to come back to South Africa. So the thing is, isn't it time that we when we think about business models also for research, that we move from the broad ideological conversations to specific solutions for Africa and the voice of Africa in specifics.
I hope I understand your question, and I am a total believer in the African Leadership University. We're actually building a collaboration with them right now where some of their students will come and do some projects with us. And if I understand you, it's really looking at the financing model, the business model around conservation, around research, and thinking about how do we make research pay for itself by making it relevant? That's a really interesting conversation, because every time I put it on the table, everybody tells me research has never paid itself for itself, will never and can never. So that's kind of where the conversation gets a bit murky, but research funding has not, I don't know if there's an existing model. I'm happy to have a conversation with you after this, because I'm really looking everywhere for how to make research more sustainable, how to make it more accessible for African students, and how to make it attractive for industry to invest in. And probably with a conversation like that, we can find something. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for that presentation. Next up, we have speed presenters. So speed presenters, please, if you can go on stage. Thank you. So speed presenters, you have got 5 minutes to make your presentation. When your time is up, you hear a bell, and then you know that your time is up. Okay. Right. First up is Robbie Wattingson, who is going to talk about the crouching leopard and the hidden camera. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Roby Watkinson, and welcome to this presentation on comparing methods for estimating leopard density in an enclosed reserve. Is there a clicker? Thank you. So an estimate of density is one of the most useful demographic metrics to guide conservation policy, because it positions the number of individuals in both space and time. And for leopards, there's a couple of different methods for estimating density, a couple of different survey methods, including the first one, which is a non-baited camera trap array, the second one, which is a spore survey or footprint survey, and then the third one, which is a baited camera trap array. So the aim of this study was to simultaneously test each of these methods in the same time at the same place on an enclosed reserve, and crucially have a robust reference density to compare it against. There have been other studies similar to this comparing methods, but often without that reference density, which was in this case a fully enumerated and intensely monitored leopard population on an enclosed Namibian reserve. And we were interested in not just the accuracy of density methods, but also the efficiency as well. So very quickly on my own methodology, we had a baited camera trap array, the crosses on this map. We had a non-baited camera trap array, which are the triangles. And then we also had a spore survey, which I carried out. So they all ran simultaneously for a month on the site. And these are the broad results. For the camera trap results, they are the results of the best performing models incorporating environmental and anthropogenic factors. And the spore result is using spore density as a proxy for leopard detection. So these are the very basic results. There are many more, and do ask me if you'd like later. But we can see in this system, in terms of accuracy, the baited camera trap array actually augured closest to true density. The spore survey significantly overestimated density, and the non-baited camera array underestimated density, although not by so much. But if we want to look at efficiency, we have to actually take a more nuanced look, and it sort of boils down to this question of to bait or not to bait. And if we look at the non-baited camera array, it achieved 44 total detections, so 44 photographs of leopards, so far, far fewer than the baited camera trap array. But actually, it's that second metric that's actually much more important, the percentage of detections that were independent. So in other words, what proportion of those photographs could we actually use for the analyses? And we can see that in the non-baited camera array, it is much, much more than the baited camera array. And if we then go down to the other assessors of efficiency, we can see actually it's pretty even on both of them. So how do we interpret this? Well, the key result is that actually if you're looking for a survey method to survey leopard populations at a meaningful scale, and you're looking for a method that generates the kind of data that is usable for sophisticated density analyses, then actually the non-baited array is the better way to go. There were many other results, and I can happily talk later if you'd like, such as the baited array actually producing a much better demographic picture of the population. So if you were a land manager and you were thinking about maybe offtake quotas or looking at the health of a population, that might be more interesting for you. We also weighed up the merits and shortfalls of the spore survey, and also looked into the fact that management at this site was the single greatest influencer on density and space use. But that is the key results. It was a collaborative project, and I'd like to thank all the people on the screen without whom the work would not be possible. And I'd also like to thank Duncan and the ORC for the opportunity to present today. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Please just write your questions. We have a Q&A session at the end. Okay, next up, we have got Olivia Jones on the black rhino trophic rewilding.
Hi, everyone. Before I start, I'd just like to say thank you so much to the organizers for the opportunity to present today. I'll just wait for my slides. Do I have to click? Sorry. No? Right, okay. So my work has been based at Swalu, Kalahari Reserve, and broadly, I've been trying to assess whether black rhinos are influencing the trajectory of woody change in the reserve since their reintroduction 30 years ago. But today, I just want to focus on the lab component of my work, in which I've been assessing whether black rhinos are affecting the recruitment of any of the woody species that they consume. So there are 4 pathways through which black rhinos could influence recruitment. The first of which is dispersal. We already know that black rhinos disperse seeds over long distances via endozoochory, so I have not been studying this myself. The second is germination. Black rhinos could influence germination by consuming pods, and gut passage effects could enhance the germinability of seeds. The third is initial growth. Legacy effects after gut passage could influence the early seedling development. And the fourth is resilience. Situation in dung after excretion could result in longer-term benefits to growth, which could confer resilience to disturbances. So I started by going right to the source, and after going through many middens for over a few months, I found that really it was just camel thorn seeds that could be found intact within dung. So this section of my work has become a case study of this species. Camel thorns form part of a very common genus in savannas that tend to have symbiotic relationships with herbivores that enhance their germinability. So I was expecting to find the same thing with black rhinos. Heading straight into germination, I did a lab experiment in an incubator, and Aside from dung seeds and pod seeds, I also had pod seeds which I soaked in hydrochloric acid to emulate just the acid scarification aspect of gut passage as closely as possible. And half of those seedlings I additionally soaked with gibberellic acid in order to, I was expecting that to give the maximum genetic potential of the seedlings to germinate. When I looked at dung seeds versus control seeds under a stereo microscope, I found that dung seeds had pretty notable fissures in their external coat, which probably means that they do have increased permeability. Surprisingly, the dung seeds outperformed even the gibberellic acid seeds in terms of the number of germinations, as well as the period of time over which those germinations occurred, which is quite a significant result because this increases the probability that some seeds will germinate in lasting favorable conditions. Then, to assess whether legacy effects of gut passage influenced seedling growth, I took those seedlings from the incubators and I moved them into both swallow sand and black rhino dung in a control room. This is a graph of the first month of seedling growth. If black rhinos were influencing initial growth, then we would expect that dung seedlings would grow faster and taller than control seedlings. There was a marginally positive effect, however, it was not a significant result. And then lastly, to assess whether situation in dung was greatly increasing the growth potential of these plants, and then conferring better resilience, I clipped them and continued to grow them for 6 months. During this time, I found that even though they are adapted to growth in dung, they actually do fare slightly better in sand, which is surprising, but it's not the main takeaway from this experiment. The main takeaway is that seedling age was incredibly significant in terms of the recovery of these plants. So intuitively, it is better to be older before you experience a disturbance event so that you can recover well. If you take all of these experiments and you consider them together, one can see that the mutualism between black rhinos and camel thorns does not exist in, or does not lie in the legacy effects after gut passage, nor does it lie in situation in dung, which we might assume being nutrient-rich would be beneficial. It really lies in the dispersal of the seeds and the effects of gut passage on germination. So if you take a scenario of years of very high pod density, well, basically it increases, rhinos would consume pods, and this would increase the number of seeds in the system, as well as the age structure of those seeds, which should result in higher episodic recruitment events. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Up next, we've got Tabiseng Matihe talking about the effects of elevated atmospheric carbon dioxide levels on dung beetle species.
Okay. Imagine a world where nearly half of the insects that keep ecosystem functioning are all gone. That is not a distant scenario, it's already happening. Across the globe, at least 40% of insect species have declined, and 1/3 are now declared as endangered. There are many factors that are driving this effect. However, the biggest culprit is the invisible enemy, carbon emissions. During the pre-industrial era, atmospheric CO2 levels were measured at around 280 ppm. Following the Industrial Revolution and technological advancements, current atmospheric CO2 levels were measured at around 423 ppm. As we advance towards the fourth IR, CO2 levels are predicted to reach 600 ppm in the year 2050 and 800 ppm in the year 2070. The rate of extinction of insects is 8 times faster than that of birds, mammals, and reptiles. We risk losing pollinators, nutrient cyclers, and waste decomposers, ultimately threatening food webs, biodiversity, and food security. Insect orders that are predominantly at risk are the Hymenoptera, Lepidoptera, and Coleoptera. We're mostly interested in dung beetles. So with increasing elevated CO2, we've observed a reduction in dung beetle body sizes, high mortality rates, and lengthened developmental periods. We currently do not know the mechanisms that are driving this effect, and that's what I intend to answer for my PhD study. At this point, we suspect that the microbes in the brood ball could be responsible for this effect, and that's because the brood ball consists of a myriad of bacterial communities that coexist with the developing larva. We think that a disruption to that dynamic by elevated CO2 could have an effect on the microbes and subsequently affect the larva. So here's some background on what a brood ball is. So a female uses a mass of dung to form an oval-shaped ball known as the brood ball. And the brood ball is the habitat and the only food source for the dung beetle offspring. The female then lines the brood ball with her own feces and lays an egg, and when it hatches, it starts feeding off the walls of the brood ball and will develop from it until it emerges as an adult. So we're basically asking a simple question. Does elevated atmospheric CO2 have an impact on the microbial communities of the brood ball microbiome? Our aim explores our research questions, and to achieve our first objective, we used biolog ecoplates to examine how the microbial communities in the brood ball respond to elevated CO2. Secondly, we looked at environmental factors to see if they influence the microbial communities. For our study species, we used the dung beetle, tunneling beetle, Unisylus triangulatus, which we collected from the field. We read to produce F2 generation brood balls, and we then used an infrared gas analyzer to measure the CO2 flux, and we measured pH. We found that there was a higher CO2 flux under elevated CO2 compared to ambient CO2. And under elevated CO2, pH levels rose slightly, making the brood ball microbiome more alkaline. For our second objective, we used ecoplate method, which measures the microbial metabolism of various carbon substrates, as indicated by the color change via tetrazolium dye reduction. We extracted the inner wall of the brood ball, processed it using the ecoplate protocol, and then inoculated them onto the plates. So for our substrate average wall color veil development, which is a proxy for microbial activity, it basically just shows that there was greater utilization of carbon substrates under elevated CO2 compared to ambient CO2. And our Shannon diversity also shows that there was more diversity under elevated CO2, and likewise, the species richness was significantly enhanced under elevated CO2. So our findings basically indicate the occurrence of microbial proliferation and diversity under elevated CO2 and reflect a shift in the community function. And our results suggest competition for resources between the developing larvae and the microbes. Environmental measurements also indicate increased microbial activity. And with increasing elevated CO2, it intensifies the competition between the microbes and the larvae, and which limits their access to nutrients such as carbohydrates and amino acids, and it probably explains the reduced body size and high mortality rates observed in our previous study. Dung beetles provide vital services such as nutrient cycling, soil bioturbation, improved soil aeration, and soil hydrology. Without efforts to reduce carbon emissions, we risk losing these critical functions in our agricultural landscapes. Our findings show that elevated CO2 impacts microbial communities in soil, brood balls, potentially affecting soil health and nutrient cycling, and could negatively influence other soil-dwelling insect orders. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we've got Swani Somakoso on the perceptions of the importance, value, and role of nearby southern mist belt forests.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Boniso Makoso, and I will be giving a talk on perception of the importance of forest in the nearby communities. To start off with, our forests are threatened globally by the anthropogenic activities. And here in South Africa, our forests cover a relatively small space, which is about 0.2%. Regardless of that, our forests provide a variety of ecosystem services ranging from ecological services to human livelihood sustainability. This then brings us to our aim to assess the benefits and cost of the forest disturbance in the nearby communities. The way that we conducted our study is that we selected 7 communities which were found near the forest that were subjected to different disturbance gradient, and then we sampled using a questionnaire, and then later on we analyzed our data in R using the GLLMs. Our key results were on the views about the forest from different gradient, different disturbance gradients, in such that there was a variation across communities, with over 60% of the community members from living nearby the logged forest were actually regarding the forest as important to their livelihood, contributing to their well-being, and also they were keen to support the protection of the forest. With regards to the community members near the intact forest, only about 25% of those communities say that the forest is important to them. Now, again, there was the interaction variability such that the community members from the logged forest were interacting more with us rather than the community members near the intact forest. We will then unpack that on our discussion section as why is that the case. Another key result that we found was their thoughts about the forest. When we asked them what they think of the forest, we found that most of them, they think of collecting fuel wood, which also includes some forest resources such as plants, medicine, and also as water. Now, surprisingly, we find that some of the community members do not think about anything when they think about forests. You can see on a graph there about 20% who said nothing. This is also the case on our table there down, whereby we're looking at the importance of the forest in our community, where they said that the forest is not important to them, with some of the communities saying that it's important for their plants, trees, firewood, water, and so on. Now, to discuss this, the perception is influenced by the benefits. One might ask that why there is so much variation across community. This is driven by the benefits, such that the communities that live near the logged forest, they actually benefit from the forest more because they have unlimited access to the forest when compared to the communities nearby intact forest. And also those benefits include the medicine, the culture, and then their plants. And then again, we remember that our results, we found that some of them said that the forest is not important at all. Then that was driven by the reliance on the forest. How so? Some of the community members were well established and did not need any forest product for them to sustain their livelihood. Therefore, those community members would regard the forest as not important at all. Again, what does this tell us? It tells us that the importance of the forest in our remote communities is only driven by the importance and benefits they obtain from the forest, rather than their importance in biodiversity, as they host the most biodiversity. Moving forward, what we can conclude from this, firstly, I would like to point out that our community members are keen to support forest protection, but then their worry is that they might lose access to the forest and the benefits that they obtain from the forest. Then this means that there will be a progressive dependency on the forest in the near future, and we might try to implement the limitations on forest use, but they will never efficiently solve our problem, because there are some non-materialistic benefits, such as their culture and then their spiritual beliefs. And therefore, what we need to do, I can safely say, as I've worked with community members, that we might try to create strategies that will integrate both the conservation management and also the cultural beliefs of these nearby communities. As it has been said, that we cannot impose on nature, but we can try to work with it. With that being said, I would like to acknowledge the following organizations variation. And then these are the references that I would like to recommend for further readings. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being on time. Next up, we've got Amy Shane on the row of zebra stripes.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My project looked into the role of zebra stripes as we wanted to test the possible drivers of the geographical variation in zebra stripe patterns. As we all know, zebras have one of the most dazzling and iconic patterns out in the natural world. Now, this pattern varies both within species and between species, as you can see here in the mountain and plain zebras here. But this variation also occurs across their geographical distribution. Now, there are a lot of theories as to why zebras have stripes. Some seem to think that it helps them avoid predation. So the dazzle hypothesis, for example, tells us that the stripes help confuse the visual perception of their predators and helps increase their chances of escaping. Other theories suggest that the vertical stripes help them camouflage in woody areas and helps them blend into their background. Others suggest that these stripes help them thermoregulate. One of the theories suggests that the contrasting black and white stripes heat up to different temperatures, and that temperature difference creates air eddies around them and helps them cool off faster. Another theory suggests that these stripes help them reduce the number of biting fly attacks that they get. They're not sure what the mechanism behind this is, but they do find that striped animals do get bitten less. Now, though there are so many different theories, no one can quite agree on why zebras have stripes. So this brings me to my project. And what we wanted to do was collect zebra images from across their distribution using iNaturalist so that we don't have to go there ourselves. And in the end, I collected over 220 images of both plain zebras, Icus quagga, and mountain zebras, Icus zebra, across their distribution. And once I collected those images, I separated them off into 3 key anatomical areas, so the torso in blue, belly in green, and rump in purple. And once I collected these images, I wanted to measure that variation that I was talking about. So I counted the number of stripes. I also outlined each of those stripes to note the perimeter and area of all of them. Then I also looked at the contrast of the stripes, so how white are the white stripes and how black are the black stripes. I also wanted to note whether or not these zebras had the presence of these shadow stripes, which are the gray-brown stripes that you see in between the black stripes. After I collected all of this data, I wanted to test some of the hypotheses that have been put forward. So we ran some models. And what I did was ran some models against some environmental variables to see if it was a potential driver of that variation. So I looked at solar radiation and rainfall. I also ran it against woody cover to see if it was potentially a camouflage mechanism. I also ran it against biting fly and line distributions just to see if those theories also drove that variation. And what we found was quite interesting. We found that the contrast of the stripes was mainly affected by solar radiation on the torso and the rump. And we found that areas with higher solar radiation found zebras with less contrasted stripes. So those white stripes are more off-white and the black stripes are more gray. And we think that this helps them appear more gray overall and reduce their thermal load. We also found that the contrast on of the stripes on the belly increased with woody cover. So we think that this potentially has something to do with their camouflage mechanisms and helps them blend better into their background. We also found that the presence of shadow stripes was mainly driven by rainfall, so areas with higher rainfall find zebras with no shadow stripes. We're still trying to tease out the driver of this particular variable, but we also found that areas with higher solar radiation and woody cover have zebras with higher chances of having shadow stripes. And this relates back to the theories that I mentioned earlier. So we think that zebras in areas with higher solar radiation will appear more gray overall to help reduce their thermal load. And then areas with higher woody cover will have zebras with more shadow stripes to help them blend better into their background. And as we can see, the answer to this age-old question is quite complicated. There are a lot of different hypotheses that seems to be driving that variation that we're seeing, but it tells us that these stripes are quite adaptive, and that these zebras are actually using their stripes to help them better cope in the environments that they occupy. And though these stripes are both iconic and fashionable, they seem to have more than one role for these beautiful creatures. So thank you.
So next up, we've got Tato Matoko and Georgia Mula, who are going to talk about core library development for small mammals.
Hi, my name's Georgia, this is Tatu, and we together are working on developing a call library for the small mammals on Telperian Nature Reserve. Today we're presenting Macalamus namaquensis and Crossodura mariquensis calls, but these are only 2 of 19 species we have caught and recorded on the reserve. So small mammals are an essential component of a functioning ecosystem, yet they're being impacted by climate change, land clearing, and overstocking of ungulates. And this is causing decline in both populations and diversity of small mammals. This means monitoring is really important, but with such small body sizes, cryptic nature, and often nocturnal habits, it can be quite difficult to monitor them. So we set out to develop these call libraries, hoping to use them in future non-invasive monitoring techniques. So how we built the call library, we would catch animals, we'd pop them in our recording chamber. Now this is either paired through a divider or individually, and we'd keep them for 24 hours, recording both ultrasonic and audible range. We'd process the data after releasing them, and it would look something like this. So Macalamus is quite a chatty animal, and we've got over 25 ultrasonic call types for them so far. These are simple calls, and you'll see that there is some metrics below, and this is both minimum, maximum frequency, as well as call duration. This is what makes up the call library. These are also being given called names. This is what makes up the call library, sorry. I'm also going to play some of these calls for you today. They're slowed down 8 times because they are ultrasonic, otherwise we wouldn't be able to hear them. So hopefully sound is right up. So those ones were simple calls, and they were from individuals recorded by themselves. These ones are paired juveniles. They tend to be a lot more chatty. I'm going to play these ones as well for you. I'll pass you off to Tatu.
Well, thank you, Georgia. And in terms of the Crossodura mariquensis, which is one of the shrews, we find that these animals do not seem to be emitting a lot of ultrasonic vocalization. Our results shows only 7 different vocalization types from this species. And the simple calls were mostly emitted by animals that were recorded alone. Meanwhile, the sequence calls were emitted by animals that were recorded in pairs. So the paired animals emitted both the simple calls and the sequence, while the animals that were recorded alone only emitted or mostly emitted the simple calls. So if you can have a look, the simple calls ranges in terms of the mean minimum frequencies at 35.14 kilohertz and the mean maximum frequency of 80 kilohertz. So I showed 3 syllables of the most commonly emitted calls in the simple calls of the Crossodura mariquensis. And if you have a look at the first one from the left, you realize that it's just 1 syllable with a multiple or fluctuating frequencies. The second one is just a downward call where the frequency just decreases. And the third one is a V-shaped call in which the frequency first decreases, then immediately increases, giving us a V-shape. So in terms of the sequence calls, which I mentioned that they are mostly emitted by paired animals, I show that these are the 3 most emitted vocalization types. And you will realize that the mean minimum frequency there ranges from 20.46 kilohertz, just above our hearing range, and the mean maximum frequency of 76.46 kilohertz. So the first one, if you have a look, at first the frequency increases, then increases, giving us an N-shape kind of a call. And in the middle, you have 2 components of a call composing or consisting of a main call type and an additional punctuated syllable. The last one there, you realize that the frequency first drops or decreases, then increases, giving us a V shape, which is an opposite of the N shape or the inverted N shape. Now, as Georgia mentioned, these are the 2 of the 19 species that we have recorded or captured and recorded individuals from. This call library, when completed, it will include unique descriptions. Now, we will use these unique descriptions to identify these animals. You'll know those who are familiar with small mammals. The traditional method involved taking morphological characteristics and, in some cases, DNA analysis for you to identify the species. So we aim to use the call types to identify these species. Therefore, this offers the potential to use passive acoustic monitoring techniques to monitor these small mammals. Those who are interested, we are around, and we also have a poster. Special acknowledgement to all the stakeholders.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up, we've got Mpo Harvey, who's going to talk about the influence of hydrology on vegetation dynamics.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mpo Harvey, and I'll be looking at the sensitivity of fynbos species to groundwater abstraction. Like I said, my research is based on the fynbos region, which is an area of conservation importance because of the highly biodiverse and endemic fynbos vegetation. But what has also become of great interest is the groundwater-fed wetlands that are found in the region. These are inundated or permanently inundated as a result of the extensive Table Mountain Group aquifer. As a result of that, one of the greatest threats faced by the ecosystems in these wetlands is groundwater abstraction. So because of that, we've decided to look at the hydrological requirements of this vegetation to increase measures into the conservation of this highly important vegetation. So what we did was to try to find slightly simple parameters that would help us to explain species distribution in response to hydrological characteristics of the wetland. So these parameters encompass changes in water table depth over time, and in our case, they also looked at where and when those the changes in water table depth exceed the thresholds for oxygen stress, which relates to tolerance for flooding conditions, as well as water stress threshold, which relates to drought tolerance conditions. So what you end up with are two environmental axes, and the space in between represents the area where the species are able to colonize, and you'll most likely find distribution of species in the landscape. So the y-axis represents, when you go up the y-axis, you represent increasing tolerance to flooding conditions. And then as you go further down the x-axis, that's increasing tolerance to drought conditions. But moving up from obligate upland species to obligate wetland species, you find species that are increasingly sensitive to lowering of the water table. So what we found is that fynbos species are sensitive to soil moisture conditions, and that their distribution is highly influenced by the hydrological conditions of the wetland where we did our study. We also found that species distribution is a result of tolerance of wet or dry conditions. These are based on morphological or physiological trade-offs that these species have evolved over time, and that hydrological conditions are also a big driver of species coexistence and diversity that is seen in these landscapes. So what you see on the graph are all the different species that we were able to find. What's also interesting is that this is a study that happened over one fire period, and as we all know, fire is an important determiner of fynbos biodiversity. So we see that hydrological requirements or characteristics work hand in hand with fire to promote the biodiversity that we see in the fynbos region. So in conclusion, what we were able to do was to characterize species sensitivity to water table depth, which is becoming increasingly important as these already vulnerable wet ecosystems are being threatened by groundwater abstraction. What we also hope to do is to create a baseline data that where we can monitor species response to these threats over time, and therefore we're able to enact appropriate conservation measures before we reach tipping points where these species go beyond thresholds where they'll be able to recover. And speaking on the issue of trade-offs and tipping points, I would like to reiterate what Dr. Howard said yesterday. As a botanist, my focus on trade-offs and tipping points is in relation to species' ability to survive in different environmental conditions. But what I've realized with the study is that we're looking at the importance of conserving fynbos biodiversity, but also the impact of the city of Cape Town to adequately provide water to its ever-expanding citizenship, also in response to the harsh drought conditions that they experienced not so long ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for the wonderful presentations. We've got 5 minutes for a Q&A session. So I'll be taking some questions.
I sense a shrew question coming down there.
What that meant.
Hi. Oh, okay, it is on. Hi. I have a question for Robbie Watkinson on the different traps that you used for the leopards. My main question is, because you did all of them at the same time, was there any evidence for a combination of methods working better than just an individual method?
Sorry, is that leopards working collaboratively, you were saying?
No, the trapping methods and the, in terms of looking at the density and everything, is there evidence that combining, for example, baited and non-baited, does it work better together? Is there a better distribution of using one over the other, since you did them all at the same time?
Right. I think the two methods, especially for baited and non-baited, there's quite a lot of effort extra when it comes to the baited. You have to acquire the bait, you have to then hoist it up into a tree. It's a really different process to a non-baited array when you need to make sure that hyenas can't make off with it. You've got to really secure it and stuff. So I think when it comes to the practical implications in the field, the extra effort involved with just the baited array means that actually if you could pull it off with just one particular type, you wouldn't sort of make the extra work for yourself. That said, I think that the non-baited array and the spore survey would actually work together quite well, especially when you're looking at trap-shy or trap-happy animals, that if you're surveying in an area where the leopards are particularly cautious around new objects, you might then be able to detect individuals that have gone unnoticed on the cameras by doing the spore. So I think those two would complement each other quite well. I think they probably wouldn't complement the baited array that well.
Thank you so much. I'll come find you for more questions later.
Hi there, my question's for Olivia. Olivia, did you do any field surveys to have a look at whether there were more seedlings growing out of black rhino dung than other parts of Swalu?
My collections of seedlings were from all over the reserve. So I went out a lot with the field rangers. They monitor the rhinos on a daily basis. And basically the protocol was we went to waterholes, found tracks of rhinos, and basically tracked back to middens all over the reserve. So it was pretty widespread.
I'd like to, I really enjoyed all the talks. I thought they were fantastic. But Paul Harvey,
Yes.
there is a suggestion that Fynbos biome, its distinctiveness, the floral kingdom, is because of these endemic families and ancient genera, and most of them are sitting on those perennial wetlands, those deep groundwater-fed aquifers. Do you have data to support that yet? Because it would be marvelous if we could target all those rare endemic species linked to wetlands, like the Bruniaceae, Berigulaceae. Please, can you do that while you're doing your brilliant research as well?
Can you please repeat your question?
Sorry?
Were you asking a question? Or were you saying that I should look into...
I was wondering whether you had just targeted that particular area because it was convenient, or whether you're going to walk all over those mountains and identify which species are in that wet end of the gradient. Please do.
Okay, so the data that I was working with was collected by the city over a period of 10 years because they were also trying to establish a baseline report for what groundwater abstraction would do. But what we were trying to do was just to provide a theoretical background to work that had already been done. So it was just like that was the main aspect of the research. But yes, there have been, I think I only found one paper that looked at the response of endemic fynbos vegetation species to potential groundwater abstraction, but that was in a different section of the aquifer to where we did our study. But I think it will also be very important because where the study was conducted, they have one of the biggest well fields on the aquifer, so it would be very important to see the response of some endemic species to that. So talk to Adam.
My honours thesis was on Witsinia maura, which is an obligate species from the headlands where these streams occur. And they appear to have been fed with water over millennia. In other words, they're constant supplies. And there were a few species, Clifortia graminia, Witsinia maura, Mimetes hirtus, Ruridula gorgonius, that were obligate species for these stream heads. And I didn't see those in your study. And if you are going to target species, they need to be in there. And they're beautiful species and really sensitive. So I think that's going to be an amazing start for you.
Who's talking?
In the back.
Oh, yes. So where the Mimetes study was done, like I said, is a different region of where the aquifer is. And we were focusing mostly on what I believe is the Nadeau part of the aquifer in Steenbras Nature Reserve. So again, it would be, like you said, really important to look at those species as well. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. You are off the hook. Shall we put our hands together for our speed presenters? Wow, thank you everyone, even for this wonderful session. So before we take a break, would like to wish a happy birthday to Harriet Davis Mostert. Where are you? Yes, happy birthday. Okay, so we have a break and then go to the poster session. Just grab a cup of coffee and then we'll go to the poster gallery. When you go to the poster gallery, please also visit the exhibition and see what people are exhibiting. Thank you so much for attending this session.
tsvakurudzo nekubvunzawo vanhu vemunyika dzinoti United States
Neitodolu enjurrore ajo eeta imbaa kumok naanare nejurri tiatua kuna baa naaponitai dukuya anaa loikilikuanishoreki. Kake ore esiai sapuk nayieuni neyiolouni naa kebaa enyorraroto ooltung'anak lolosho le Sahara oomanya boo ntaoni olelo oomanya atua nkanas. Ore iltung'anak oomanya boo nkanas tenkop olosho le Sahara neeta induat naapaasha alang lelo oomanya atua ng'uesin tolosho le Sahara. Ore pee iyiolou induat ooltung'anak oomanya atua intaoni tenebo oltung'anak oomanya boo nkanas naa nakata itumoki aitobira ncheriani naaramatieki ing'uesin nemitoki ayau engoloto teramatata oong'uesin tenebo emirata oorubat ooseseni loong'uesin.
Ukuzingela kwenyamazana okusemthethweni injongo yikugcina isikhumba noma impondo kulakho ukudala ukungazwani kahle lokuphikisana umhlaba wonke jikelele. Udaba lolu nxa luhlaziywa ngabomsakazo balubeka sengathi indaba elula nje, kanti sekulophenyo olutsha oluveza sobala ukuthi imbono yabantu mayelana ngokuzingela kwenyamazana akusonto emgceke. Lolu lwazi olutsha oluveza kulelo phenyo lulakho ukuntshintsha indlela ekuzingelwa ngayo inyamazana ngokusemthethweni. Emhlabeni wonke jikelele ziningi inyamazana zeganga ezingazingelwa ngokusemthethweni, kodwa ukukhonona okukhulu kuba khona nxa izethekeli ezivelela eEurope lakwelemelika zibuya zizozingela lapha eAfrika. Ukuzingelwa kwenyamazana ngabantu bemzini kulakho kuletha inzuzo ebantwini abahlala eduzane lezindawo zokuzingelwa. Njengokuthi inyama engavela ekuzingelweni ingaba isitshebo sabantu, kuthi imali evelela ekuzingeleni incedise ukulondoloza inyamazana zeganga, ukulungisa imigwaqo, izikolo lezibhedlela. Imbono yabantu ilamandla. Asithi amazwe ase-Europe leMelika abayibo abazingela kakhulu umhlaba wonke beme ukuzingela. Kuyini kambe okungenzakala? Imbono kanye lezinqumo ezinje zilakho ukuphazamisa impilo zabantu lenyamazana yeAfrika. Ukuze bezwisise imbono kaZulu, iqembu elithokhelwa ngabe Wildlife Conservation Research Unit kugatsha kumbe ku-University yase-Oxford lacubungula imbono yabantu abahlala emadolobheni abeleminyaka ngu-18 kusiya phezulu abahlala kwele-United States, e-Europe lase-South Africa, emazweni alamandla amaningi kakhulu kwezepolitiki. Impendulo kumbuzo othi ukuzingela inyamazana okusemthethweni kwamukelekile na? Abantu abaningi bathi kuyachiyana ngezizathu. Zikhona izizathu ezenza ukwamukeleka kokuzingela kwenyamazana kube nzima ukuzisiseka kulalokhu kukhulunywa kuma-social media. Lezi izizathu ezenza kube nzima ukuzisiseka zigoqela ukuthi yiphi inyamazana ezingelwayo, lokuthi ngubani ozathola inyama, lokuthi imali evela ekuzingelweni izasetshenziswa njani. Ukutshengisa lezi izizathu, khangela ukuthi yikuphi ukuzingela okungamukelekile kakhulu lokwamukeleke kakhulu. Ukuzingela okungamukelekanga kakhulu yilokhu: ukuzingela indlovu, inyama iphiwe inyamazana, kuthi imali evelela ekuzingeleni incedise inhlanganiso ezizingelayo. Ukuzingela okwamukeleke kakhulu yikuzingela idube, inyama iphiwe abantu ingaphiwa inyamazana, kuthi imali evelela ekuzingeleni incedise kulondoloza ezemvelo. Kodwa lapha ngikhulume kuphela ngokwamukeleke kakhulu lokungamukelekanga kakhulu. Nxa sicubulungula siya phambili, zikhona njalo ezinye izizathu ezimbalwa eziqhakathekileyo. Lanxa kuzingelwa kwendlovu sethe akwamukelekanga kulokuzingela idubi, nxa singantshintsha sithi inyama yendlovu yebantwini ingasayi enyamazaneni, le mali evelela ekuzingeleni intshintshe ingasayi kunhlanganiso ezizingelayo kodwa iye kulondolozeni ezemvelo. Abantu bayantshintsha imicabango bethi nxa sekungalelo hlobo kuyamukeleka. Ukwamukeleka njalo kuyachiyana ngokuthi lo obuzwa umbuzo ovelela kuliphi ilizwe. Njengokuthi abantu be-UK abaphendula limbuzo baphendule besithi ukuzingela inyamazana akwamukelekanga kakhulu. Nxa siqathanisa labantu abe-South Africa labeMelika ababuzwa umbuzo efanayo. Phezu kwalokho, abazithi bangabazingeli baphendule besithi ukuzingela okusemthethweni kwamukelekile kakhulu, kodwa laba abathi bona bangabavikeli benyamazana bathi ukuzingelwa kwenyamazana lanxa kusemthethweni akwamukelekanga kakhulu. Uphenyo lolu luveza ezinye zezizathu ezidala umehluko kumbono yabantu mayelana ngokuzingelwa kwenyamazana okusemthethweni. Yebo kambe zingabe zikhona ezinye izizathu okwakhathesi ukuveza umehluko lo kuqhakathekile. Lanxa kunjalo kusasekhona isidingo sokubana kuqhubekwe kuphenywa lemibono yabantu abahlala emaphandleni eAfrika. Abantu abasemaphandleni aseAfrika bakhangelelwa phansi ekubunjweni kwemithetho ephathelane lezinyamazana abaphila lazo. Ukuzwisisa imbono yabantu abahlala emaphandleni aqamelane lendawo zezinyamazana siyilinganisa leyo mbono le abantu abahlala kude lezinyamazana kuzanceda ukubeka imithetho elondoloza ukuzingelwa kwezinyamazana zeganga ngokusemthethweni.
Mutambo wekuvhimwa kwemhuka dzemusango zviri pamutemo, vavhimi vachizotora nhengo kana mapatsi emhuka yacho, inyaya ine miono inopokana munyika dzose. Kunyange zvazvo vemapepanhau nekushambadzwa kwemashoko vachiratidza kuti pane mukaha pamaonero enyaya iyi, tsvakurudzo itsva iri kuratidza kuti miono panyaya iyi pachokwadi haina kunyatsojeka. Vatsvakurudzi vari kuti umboo uhu hunokwanisa kushandura mitemo yekuvhimwa kwemhuka dzemusango. Pasi rose panovhimwa mhuka dzakasiyana-siyana. Mutambo uyu unoita seunounza kupokana kana vashanyi vanobva kunyika dzekuEurope neNorth America vauya kuzovhima munyika dzemuAfrica. Zvisinei, kuvhimwa kwemhuka uku kunokwanisa kubatsira vanhu vanogara pedyo nemasango anovhimwa. Semuenzaniso, nyama inobva kumhuka dzavhimwa inopa chikafu, uye mari inobva mukuvhimwa inokwanisa kubatsira kuchengetedza masango, migwagwa, zvikoro nezvipatara. Asi maonero ane simba. Semuenzaniso, imbofungai kuti chii chingaitika kana vakuru vezvemitemo vekuNorth America nekuEurope, vanova ivo vatengi vakuru vezvinobuda kubva mukuvhimwa pasi rose, vakaramba kuzvipinza munyika dzavo. Maonero akadai, chero ari ekure, anokwanisa kukanganisa upenyu hwevanhu nemhuka dzemusango muSub-Saharan Africa. Senzira yekuedza kunzwisisa mafungiro nezviri mumwoyo yeveruzhinji, chikwata chevatsvakuridzi vanobva kunyika dzakasiyana-siyana vachitungamirirwa neOxford University Wildlife Conservation Research Unit vakaita tsvakurudzo nekubvunzawo vanhu vemunyika dzinoti United States, United Kingdom neSouth Africa. Vakanga vakanyanonangana nemaguta sezvo murimo munowanikwa mahofisi makuru enyika nevatongi vacho. Zvakawanikwa patsvakurudzo pamubvunzo wekuti mutambo wekuvhimwa kwemhuka pachibhadharwa mari unotambirwa kana kugutsa veruzhinji here? Mhinduro yakabuda ipapo yaiti zvinongoenderana nezviripo. Pane zvinhu zvinoita kuti kutambirika kwenyaya iyi kusave nyore pane mabuditsirwo azvingaitwa nevanonyora nekushambadza nhau. Zvimwe zvezvinhu izvi zvinoti mhuka ichaurayiwa, Ndiani achapiwa nyama kana mhuka yaurayiwa, uyezve mari inowanikwa kubva pakuvhimwa kwemhuka ichashandiswa sei? Kuti tinyatsonzwisisa zvinhu izvi, nyatsoongororai zviratidzo zvinoonekwa sezvisingatambirike nezvinotambirika kuvanhu vakabvunzwa mutsvamukurudzo iyi. Zvaisatambirika zvaisanganisira kuvhimwa kwenzou, nyama yacho ichisiyirwa mhuka dzemusango, uye mari ichienda kunobatsira mabhizimusi anoita nezvekuvhima. Zvainyanyotambirika zvaisanganisira kuvhimwa kwembizi, nyama yacho ichipiwa vagari vemunzvimbo, uye mari ichienda kunobatsira kuchengetedza masango. Asi aya ndiwo maonero akanyanyisa acho. Takanyatsotarisisa tinoona kuti kupindana kwenyaya idzi hakuna kujeka. Semuenzaniso, kunyange zvazvo kuvhimwa kwenzou kwakaonekwa sekusingatambirike pane kuvhimwa kwembizi, kuvhimwa kwenzou kwaita kuchitambirika mumaziso evakabvunzwa mutsvakurudzo iyi, kana nyama yacho yaizopiwa vanhu uye mari ichienda kunochengetedza masango. Kutambirika kwenyaya iyi kwaienderana nekuti vaibvunzwa ava vaibva kupi. Zvakaonekwa kuti vekuUnited Kingdom vaisanyanyo kutambira mutambo wekuvhimwa uyu pane vekuUnited States nevekuSouth Africa. Mukuwedzera, pavanhu vakabvunzwa vaizviti ivo vavhimi ndivo vainyanya kuona kutambirika kwemutambo wekuvhima mhuka zviri pamutemo. Pane vanhu vakabvunzwa vaizviti vanokurudzira kuchengetedzwa kwemhuka vaiona mutambo wekuvhima mhuka zviri pamutemo seusingatambirike. Tsvakurudzo iyi inobuditsa zvimwe zvezvinhu zvinoumba maonero everuzhinji panyaya yemutambo wekuvhimwa kwemhuka zviri pamutemo. Asi panogona paine zvimwe zvakawanda zvinokosha. Pari zvino kubuditsa miono yakasiyana-siyana yemutambo wekuvhima mhuka dzemusango zviri pamutemo kubva kuvanhu venyika dzakasiyana inhano yekutanga yakakosha. Asi pachine basa rakawanda kuti tinzwisise miono yevagari vemumaruva esub-Saharan Africa. Vanhu vanogara kumaruva esub-Saharan Africa vanosisiwa musarudzo dzinobata mhuka dzemusango munzvimbo dzavanogara. Kunzwisisa maonero evanhu vanogara pedyo nemhuka dzemusango neavo vanogara kure nadzo kunobatsira kuti mutambo wekuvhimwa kwemhuka dzemusango zviri pamutemo kungafambiswa sei.
Uwindaji wa nyara ni shughuli ya kulipia kwa ajili ya kuwinda na kuchukua sehemu ya mnyamapori. Imekuwa swala linaloibua utata duniani kote. Wakati vyombo vya habari vinaonyesha taswira yenye mgawanyiko mkubwa, utafiti unapendekeza kwamba maoni dhidi ya uwindaji wa nyara hayana uhalisia wa moja kwa moja. Kwa ugunduzi huu, watafiti wanabainisha kuwa hali hii inaweza kuathiri jinsi uwindaji wa nyara unathibitiwa. Ulimwenguni kote, aina mbalimbali za wanyamapori huwindwa kwa ajili ya nyara. Kitendo hiki kinaonekana kuwa na utata pale watalii kutoka nchi za Ulaya na Amerika Kaskazini wanapowinda Afrika kusini mwa jangwa la Sahara. Uwindaji kama huu, hata hivyo, unaweza kutoa faida nyingi kwa jamii ambazo haziongelewi, hasa kwa watu wanaoishi ndani au jirani na maeneo ya uwindaji. Kwa mfano, nyama iliyotokana na uwindaji inaweza kutumika kama chakula, na mapato yatokanayo na uwindaji yanaweza kusaidia uhifadhi wa wanyamapori, kutengeneza barabara, kujenga shule na huduma za afya. Lakini mtazamo una nguvu. Hebu fikiria, kwa mfano, nini kitatokea ikiwa wabunge wa Amerika Kaskazini na Ulaya, ambako ndiko kwenye masoko makubwa zaidi ya uwindaji wa kitalii duniani, wakiamua kuzuia uingizaji wa nyara kutoka nje? Ushawishi kama huu ingawa unatokea mbali, unaweza kuathiri maisha ya watu na wanyamapori katika Afrika kusini mwa jangwa la Sahara. Ili kuelewa mitazamo ya umma wa nje, timu ya kimataifa iliyoongozwa na watafiti kutoka kitengo cha utafiti wa uhifadhi wa wanyamapori cha Chuo Kikuu cha Oxford walifanya utafiti Marekani, Ulaya na Afrika Kusini kwa kuwadodosa watu wazima waishio mijini, maeneo ambayo nguvu za kisiasa na kufanya maamuzi zimejikita zaidi. Kwa ujumla, katika swali la je, uwindaji wa nyara unakubalika? Jibu lilikuwa inategemea. Kuna sababu zinazofanya swala la kukubalika kwa uwindaji wa nyara kuwa tata zaidi kuliko vyombo vya habari na mitandao ya kijamii inavyoweza kufanya lionekane. Sababu hizi ni pamoja na aina ya mnyamapori anayewindwa, nani anachukua nyamapori baada ya uwindaji, na jinsi mapato ya uwindaji yanavyotumika. Ili kufafanua sababu hizi, fikiria hali ya uwindaji unaodhaniwa kuwa unakubalika kidogo zaidi na unaokubalika zaidi na watu waliohojiwa. Hali iliyokubalika kidogo zaidi ilihusu uwindaji wa tembo. Nyama ikaachwa porini na mapato yakanufaisha kampuni za uwindaji. Hali iliyokubalika zaidi ilihusu uwindaji wa pundamilia. Nyama ikagawiwa kwa wananchi na mapato kusaidia uhifadhi. Lakini hizo ni hali zilizopita kiasi. Uchunguzi zaidi unaonyesha maoni yenye mchanganyiko tata wa mitazamo. Kwa mfano, ingawa uwindaji wa tembo kwa ujumla ulionekana kuwa haukubaliki kuliko uwindaji wa pundamilia, hata hivyo, uwindaji wa tembo ulikubalika zaidi machoni pa washiriki ikiwa nyama iliyopatikana wangepewa wananchi na mapato yakatumika kwenye uhifadhi. Kukubalika kwa uwindaji wa nyara pia kulitegemea asili ya washiriki. Kwa mfano, kwa ujumla, washiriki kutoka Uingereza walionyesha kukubalika kwa kiwango kidogo zaidi kuliko wale watokao Marekani na Afrika Kusini. Aidha, washiriki waliojitambulisha kama wawindaji kwa ujumla walionyesha zaidi kuwa uwindaji wa nyara ni jambo linalokubalika. Wakati washiriki waliojitambulisha kama watetezi wa haki za wanyama kwa ujumla walionyesha zaidi kwamba uwindaji wa nyara kama jambo lisilokubalika. Utafiti huu unafichua baadhi ya mambo yanayojenga mitazamo ya umma kuhusu uwindaji wa nyara, lakini sababu nyinginezo pia zinaweza kuwa za muhimu. Kwa sasa, kufichua utofauti huu wa maoni juu ya uwindaji wa nyara kutoka ulimwenguni kote ni hatua muhimu ya kwanza. Lakini kazi zaidi inahitajika ili kuelewa mitazamo ya watu wanaoishi maeneo ya vijijini katika Afrika ya Kusini mwa jangwa la Sahara. Watu wanaoishi maeneo ya vijijini katika Afrika Kusini mwa jangwa la Sahara mara nyingi wamepuuzwa katika maamuzi yanayohusu wanyamapori waliopo kwenye maeneo yao. Kuelewa tofauti ya maoni kati ya watu wanaoishi karibu na wanyamapori na wale wanaoishi mbali na wanyamapori kunaweza kusaidia kufanya maamuzi magumu ya jinsi ya kusimamia uwindaji wa nyara.
Trophy hunting. The practice of paying to hunt and keeping part of the wild animal after is a controversial issue around the world. But while media portrays a strongly polarised landscape, a new study suggests that opinions on trophy hunting are, in reality, less straightforward. This finding, researchers say, could affect how trophy hunting is regulated. Throughout the world, a wide range of species are hunted for trophies. This practice seems to be especially controversial when tourists from countries in Europe and North America hunt in sub-Saharan Africa. Hunts like these, however, can offer many overlooked benefits to people who live in or near hunting areas. For example, meat from hunts can provide food, while revenue from hunts can help pay for wildlife conservation, roads, schools, and healthcare. But perception is powerful. Consider, for example, what would happen if legislators in North America and Europe, the largest markets for trophy hunting worldwide, decided to restrict the import of trophies. Influences like these, however distant, can affect the lives of people and wildlife in sub-Saharan Africa. To understand external public perceptions, an international team, led by researchers from Oxford University's Wildlife Conservation Research Unit, surveyed adults from the United States, the United Kingdom and South Africa, zeroing in on urban areas where political power and decision-making are most concentrated. Overall, responses indicated that regarding the question of, is trophy hunting acceptable? The answer is, it depends. There are factors that make the issue of acceptability more complicated than media coverage and social media might make it seem. These factors include the wild animal being hunted, who would receive the meat after a hunt, and how revenues from hunting would be used. To illustrate these factors at play, take a look at the hunting scenarios considered the least acceptable and the most acceptable by participants. The least acceptable scenario involved the hunting of an elephant, with meat left for wildlife and revenue supporting hunting enterprises. The most acceptable scenario involved the hunting of a zebra, with meat going to local people and revenue supporting conservation. But those are just the extremes. A closer look reveals a complex interplay between factors. For instance, although hunting elephants was generally perceived as less acceptable than hunting zebras, elephant hunting became more acceptable in the eyes of participants if the resulting meat were to go to people and the revenue to conservation. Acceptability also depended on participants' demographics. Participants from the UK, for example, indicated lower acceptability of trophy hunting overall than those from the USA and South Africa. In addition, participants who self-identified as hunters were generally more likely to perceive trophy hunting as more acceptable, while participants who self-identified as animal protectionists were generally more likely to perceive trophy hunting as less acceptable. This study uncovers some of the factors that shape public perceptions of trophy hunting, but many more factors are also likely to matter. For now, revealing this diversity of opinions on trophy hunting from around the world is an important first step. But more work is needed to understand the perspectives of people who live in rural areas of sub-Saharan Africa. People who live in rural areas of sub-Saharan Africa have often been overlooked in decisions affecting wildlife where they live. Understanding how the opinions of people who live alongside wildlife compare with the perceptions of people who live farther away could help guide difficult decisions on how to manage trophy hunting.
Ore enarata oong'uesi pee emiri irubat oseseni ning'uari likae sesen pookin tiang'ata mitaa iltung'anak endaa ashu ing'ukini ng'uesin. Naa ena embaye nagirai aishakenoo teseuseu nalulung'a. Kake ore enaa enaitodolu nkajijik oolomon nchere keeta nchot pookin naipirita kuna baa enkitashoto nadede tialo kuna baa kake mee ine nabo o nabo. Nejo iwalata enjurrore nchere kiidim emirata ekuna rubat oong'uesin nejurri enaa enajo nkitanapat olosho. Ore te seuseu, kumok nkajijik oong'uesin naaritae pee emiri irubat oseseni enaa enkias naponita dukuya ilomon oing'ua inkwapi olosho lolaya tenebo olosho le Amerika tenkop olosho le Sahara tolosho lorkila orok. Ore ena baye namiri irubat oseseni loong'uesin neidim ayau dupoto tooltung'anak lenkop e Sahara tolosho lorkila orok. Nijo ing'uari inkiri mitaa endaa. Ore iropiyiani naatumieki neasishoreki aashetie irbaribarani, isipitalini, isukuulini tenebo eramatieki ormanyara. Kake ore iyieunot neeta engolon naleng. Oosa naai kanyoo naasa tenemiti nkitanapat olosho lolaya tenebo olosho lolamerikani laa ninche etumieki osokoni sapuk lemirare ekuna rubat tenemit eponi dukuya ereutae ena kias. Kiidim ena aitadoi enkishui ooltung'anak lolosho le Sahara tenebo ong'uesin. Ore pee iyiolou iyieunot ooltung'anak leboo, kiaki olturrur lenjurrore oing'ua University e Oxford tenebo olaramatak loong'uesin sapukin lenkop e United, Olaya tenebo onkanas sapukin olosho lorkila orok naa ninche eitobirieki inkitanapat naaramatieki olosho naa ninche etumieki isiasani kituak. Ore telulung'ata, kitodolu walat enjurrore nchere ekepon dukuya enaa iloikilikuanishoreki eneba enyorraroto eanyata. Ore iwalat naa ketii imbaa naitagol enyorraroto naleng. Nijo, ore kuna baa naitagol enyorraroto naa kang'ae ing'uikini inkiri? Kalo ang'amu iropiyiani naatumieki kuna rubat naamira? Ore pee intadedeyie ena baye, tang'asa ng'ura enarata eng'ues kake eneba enyorraroto eanyata toolelo oikilikuanishoreki. Ore enyorraroto eabori katukul naa enarata orkanjaoi aa oltome. Ning'uari inkiri aing'uiki ng'uesi oosero. Ore iropiyiani neasishoreki biashara. Ore enyorraroto eshumata oleng naa enarata oloitiko. Ore iropiyiani neasishoreki aaramatie ormanyara. Ore inkiri ning'uikini iloopeny ilo osho. Kake ore nena naa ninche naatii shumata aisul. Ore enjurrore nitodolu ajo ketii kuna baa inkineneng'at. Nijo enarata oltome orkanjaoi. Kepon dukuya enyorrari tenaa ore inkiri naa king'uikini iloopeny olosho. Ore iropiyiani naatumieki neramatieki ormanyara. Ore oloitiko sapuk enyorraroto enarata enye pooki kata kake tenaa ore iropiyiani neramatieki ormanyara. Ore inkiri ning'uikini iloopeny olosho. Ore enyorraroto nereu enaa esiana oloikilikuanishoreki. Nijo naai ilolosho lenkop e UK nitodolu ajo kiti enyorraroto enye katukul kake epon dukuya enyorraroto tooltung'anak lenkop e US tenebo ololosho lorkila orok. Ore toompanarot, ore lelo oodol ate enaa ilaarak loong'uesin, sapuk enyorraroto kake kiti enyorraroto telelo aara ilaramatak loong'uesin. Nitodolu enjurrore ajo eeta imbaa kumok naanare nejurri tiatua kuna baa naaponitae dukuya enaa iloikilikuanishoreki. Kake ore esiai sapuk nayieuni neyiolouni naa kebaa enyorraroto ooltung'anak lolosho le Sahara oomanya boo intaoni otelelo oomanya atua nkanas. Ore iltung'anak oomanya boo nkanas tenkop olosho le Sahara neeta induat naapaasha alang lelo oomanya atua ng'uesin tolosho le Sahara. Ore pee iyiolou induat ooltung'anak oomanya atua intaoni tenebo oltung'anak oomanya boo nkanas naa nakata itumoki aitobira incheriani naaramatieki ing'uesin nemitoki ayau engoloto teramatata oong'uesin tenebo emirata oorubat ooseseni loong'uesin.
Ukuzingela kwenyamazana okusemthethweni injongo eyikugcina isikhumba noma impondo kulakho ukudala ukungazwani kahle lokuphikisana umhlaba wonke jikelele. Udaba lolu nxa luhlaziywe ngabomsakazo balubeka sengathi indaba elula nje, kanti sekulophenyo olutsha oluveza sobala ukuthi imbono yabantu mayelana ngokuzingela kwenyamazana akusonto emgceke. Lolu lwazi olutsha oluveza kulelo phenyo lulakho ukuntshintsha indlela ekuzingelwa ngayo inyamazana ngokusemthethweni. Emhlabeni wonke jikelele ziningi inyamazana zeganga ezingazingelwa ngokusemthethweni, kodwa ukukhonona okukhulu kuba khona nxa izethekeli ezivelela eEurope lakwelemelika zibuya zizozingela lapha eAfrika. Ukuzingelwa kwenyamazana ngabantu bemzini kulakho kuletha inzuzo ebantwini abahlala eduzane lezindawo zokuzingelwa. Njengokuthi inyama engavela ekuzingelweni ingaba isitshebo sabantu, kuthi imali evelela ekuzingeleni incedise ukulondoloza inyamazana zeganga, ukulungisa imigwaqo, izikolo lezibhedlela. Imbono yabantu ilamandla. Asithi amazwe ase-Europe lemelika abayibo abazingela kakhulu umhlaba wonke beme ukuzingela. Kuyini kambe okungenzakala? Imbono kanye lezinqumo ezinje zilakho ukuphazamisa impilo zabantu lenyamazana yeAfrika. Ukuze bezwisise imbono kaZulu, iqembu elikhokhelwa ngabe Wildlife Conservation Research Unit kugatsha kumbe ku-University yase-Oxford lacubungula imbono yabantu abahlala emadolobheni abeleminyaka ngu-18 kusiya phezulu abahlala kwele-United States, e-Europe lase-South Africa, emazweni alamandla amaningi kakhulu kwezepolitiki. Impendulo kumbuzo othi ukuzingela inyamazana okusemthethweni kwamukelekile na? Abantu abaningi bathi kuyachiyana ngezizathu. Zikhona izizathu ezenza ukwamukeleka kokuzingela kwenyamazana kube nzima ukuzisiseka kulalokho kukhulunywa kuma-social media. Lezi izizathu ezenza kube nzima ukuzisiseka zigoqela ukuthi yiphi inyamazana ezingelwayo, lokuthi ngubani ozathola inyama, lokuthi imali evela ekuzingelweni izasetshenziswa njani. Ukutshengisa lezi izizathu, khangela ukuthi yikuphi ukuzingela okungamukelekile kakhulu lokwamukeleke kakhulu. Ukuzingela okungamukelekanga kakhulu yilokhu: ukuzingela indlovu, inyama iphiwe inyamazana, kuthi imali evelela ekuzingeleni incedise inhlanganiso ezizingelayo. Ukuzingela okwamukeleke kakhulu yikuzingela idube, inyama iphiwe abantu ingaphiwa inyamazana, kuthi imali evelela ekuzingeleni incedise kulondoloza ezemvelo. Kodwa lapha ngikhulume kuphela ngokwamukeleke kakhulu lokungamukelekanga kakhulu. Nxa sicubulungula siya phambili, zikhona njalo ezinye izizathu ezimbalwa eziqhakathekileyo. Lanxa kuzingelwa kwendlovu sethe akwamukelekanga kulokuzingela idube, nxa singantshintsha sithi inyama yendlovu yebantwini ingasayi enyamazaneni, le mali evelela ekuzingeleni intshintshe ingasayi kunhlanganiso ezizingelayo, kodwa iye kulondolozeni ezemvelo. Abantu bayantshintsha imicabango bethi nxa sekungalelo hlobo kuyamukeleka. Ukwamukeleka njalo kuyachiyana ngokuthi lo obuzwa umbuzo ovelela kuliphi ilizwe. Njengokuthi abantu be-UK abaphendula limbuzo baphendule besithi ukuzingela inyamazana akwamukelekanga kakhulu. Nxa siqathanisa labantu abe-South Africa labemelika ababuzwa umbuzo efanayo. Phezu kwalokho, abazithi bangabazingeli baphendule besithi ukuzingela okusemthethweni kwamukelekile kakhulu, kodwa laba abathi bona bangabavikeli benyamazana bathi ukuzingelwa kwenyamazana lanxa kusemthethweni akwamukelekanga kakhulu. Uphenyo lolu luveza ezinye zezizathu ezidala umehluko kumbono yabantu mayelana ngokuzingela kwenyamazana okusemthethweni. Yebo, kambe zingabe zikhona ezinye izizathu okwakhathesi ukuveza umehluko lo kuqhakathekile. Lanxa kunjalo kusasekhona isidingo sokubana kuqhubekwe kuphenywa lemibono yabantu abahlala emaphandleni eAfrika. Abantu abasemaphandleni aseAfrika bakhangelelwa phansi ekubunjweni kwemithetho ephathelane lezinyamazana abaphila lazo. Ukuzwisisa imbono yabantu abahlala emaphandleni aqamelane lendawo zezinyamazana siyilinganisa leyo mbono leyabantu abahlala kude lezinyamazana kuzanceda ukubeka imithetho elondoloza ukuzingela kwezinyamazana zeganga ngokusemthethweni.
Mutambo wekuvhimwa kwemhuka dzemusango zviri pamutemo, vavhimi vachizotora nhengo kana mapatsi emhuka yacho, inyaya ine miono inopokana munyika dzose. Kunyange zvazvo vemapepanhau nekushambadzwa kwemashoko vachiratidza kuti pane mukaha pamaonero enyaya iyi, tsvakurudzo itsva iri kuratidza kuti miono panyaya iyi pachokwadi haina kunyatsojeka. Vatsvakurudzi vari kuti umboo uhu hunokwanisa kushandura mitemo yekuvhimwa kwemhuka dzemusango. Pasi rose panovhimwa mhuka dzakasiyana-siyana. Mutambo uyu unoita seunounza kupokana kana vashanyi vanobva kunyika dzekuEurope neNorth America vauya kuzovhima munyika dzemuAfrica. Zvisinei, kuvhimwa kwemhuka uku kunokwanisa kubatsira vanhu vanogara pedyo nemasango anovhimwa. Semuenzaniso, nyama inobva kumhuka dzavhimwa inopa chikafu, uye mari inobva mukuvhimwa inokwanisa kubatsira kuchengetedza masango, migwagwa, zvikoro nezvipatara. Asi maonero ane simba. Semuenzaniso, imbofungai kuti chii chingaitika kana vakuru vezvemitemo vekuNorth America nekuEurope, vanova ivo vatengi vakuru vezvinobuda kubva mukuvhimwa pasi rose, vakaramba kuzvipinza munyika dzavo. Maonero akadai, chero ari ekure, anokwanisa kukanganisa upenyu hwevanhu nemhuka dzemusango muSub-Saharan Africa. Senzira yekuedza kunzwisisa mafungiro nezviri mumwoyo yeveruzhinji, chikwata chevatsvakuridzi vanobva kunyika dzakasiyana-siyana vachitungamirirwa neOxford University Wildlife Conservation Research Unit vakaita tsvakurudzo nekubvunzawo vanhu vemunyika dzinoti United States, United Kingdom neSouth Africa. Vakanga vakanyanonangana nemaguta sezvo murimo munowanikwa mahofisi makuru enyika nevatongi vacho. Zvakawanikwa patsvakurudzo pamubvunzo wekuti mutambo wekuvhimwa kwemhuka pachibhadharwa mari unotambirwa kana kugutsa veruzhinji here? Mhinduro yakabuda ipapo yaiti zvinongoenderana nezviripo. Pane zvinhu zvinoita kuti kutambirika kwenyaya iyi kusave nyore pane mabuditsirwo azvingaitwa nevanonyora nekushambadza nhau. Zvimwe zvezvinhu izvi zvinoti mhuka ichaurayiwa, ndiani achapiwa nyama kana mhuka yaurayiwa, uyezve mari inowanikwa kubva pakuvhimwa kwemhuka ichashandiswa sei. Kuti tinyatsonzwisisa zvinhu izvi, nyatsoongororai zviratidzo zvinoonekwa sezvisingatambirike nezvinotambirika kuvanhu vakabvunzwa mutsvakurudzo iyi. Zvaisatambirika zvaisanganisira kuvhimwa kwenzou, nyama yacho ichisiyirwa mhuka dzemusango, uye mari ichienda kunobatsira mabhizimusi anoita nezvekuvhima. Zvainyanyotambirika zvaisanganisira kuvhimwa kwembizi, nyama yacho ichipiwa vagari vemunzvimbo, uye mari ichienda kunobatsira kuchengetedza masango. Asi aya ndiwo maonero akanyanyisa acho. Takanyatsotarisisa tinoona kuti kupindana kwenyaya idzi hakuna kujeka. Semuenzaniso, kunyange zvazvo kuvhimwa kwenzou kwakaonekwa sekusingatambirike pane kuvhimwa kwembizi, kuvhimwa kwenzou kwaita kuchitambirika mumaziso evakabvunzwa mutsvakurudzo iyi, kana nyama yacho yaizopiwa vanhu uye mari ichienda kunochengetedza masango. Kutambirika kwenyaya iyi kwaienderana nekuti vaibvunzwa ava vaibva kupi. Zvakaonekwa kuti veku-United Kingdom vaisanyanyo kutambira mutambo wekuvhimwa uyu pane veku-United States neveku-South Africa. Mukuwedzera, pavanhu vakabvunzwa vaizviti ivo vavhimi ndivo vainyanya kuona kutambirika kwemutambo wekuvhima mhuka zviri pamutemo. Pane vanhu vakabvunzwa vaizviti vanokurudzira kuchengetedzwa kwemhuka vaiona mutambo wekuvhima mhuka zviri pamutemo seusingatambirike. Tsvakurudzo iyi inobuditsa zvimwe zvezvinhu zvinoumba maonero everuzhinji panyaya yemutambo wekuvhimwa kwemhuka zviri pamutemo. Asi panogona paine zvimwe zvakawanda zvinokosha. Pari zvino kubuditsa miono yakasiyana-siyana yemutambo wekuvhima mhuka dzemusango zviri pamutemo kubva kuvanhu venyika dzakasiyana inhano yekutanga yakakosha. Asi pachine basa rakawanda kuti tinzwisise miono yevagari vemumaruva esub-Saharan Africa. Vanhu vanogara kumaruva esub-Saharan Africa vanosisiwa musarudzo dzinobata mhuka dzemusango munzvimbo dzavanogara. Kunzwisisa maonero evanhu vanogara pedyo nemhuka dzemusango neavo vanogara kure nadzo kunobatsira kuti mutambo wekuvhimwa kwemhuka dzemusango zviri pamutemo kungafambiswa sei.
Uwindaji wa nyara ni shughuli ya kulipia kwa ajili ya kuwinda na kuchukua sehemu ya mnyamapori. Imekuwa swala linaloibua utata duniani kote. Wakati vyombo vya habari vinaonyesha taswira yenye mgawanyiko mkubwa, utafiti unapendekeza kwamba maoni dhidi ya uwindaji wa nyara hayana uhalisia wa moja kwa moja. Kwa ugunduzi huu, watafiti wanabainisha kuwa hali hii inaweza kuathiri jinsi uwindaji wa nyara unathibitiwa. Ulimwenguni kote, aina mbalimbali za wanyamapori huwindwa kwa ajili ya nyara. Kitendo hiki kinaonekana kuwa na utata pale watalii kutoka nchi za Ulaya na Amerika Kaskazini wanapowinda Afrika kusini mwa jangwa la Sahara. Uwindaji kama huu, hata hivyo, unaweza kutoa faida nyingi kwa jamii ambazo haziongelewi, hasa kwa watu wanaoishi ndani au jirani na maeneo ya uwindaji. Kwa mfano, nyama iliyotokana na uwindaji inaweza kutumika kama chakula, na mapato yatokanayo na uwindaji yanaweza kusaidia uhifadhi wa wanyamapori, kutengeneza barabara, kujenga shule na huduma za afya. Lakini mtazamo una nguvu. Hebu fikiria, kwa mfano, nini kitatokea ikiwa wabunge wa Amerika Kaskazini na Ulaya, ambako ndiko kwenye masoko makubwa zaidi ya uwindaji wa kitalii duniani, wakiamua kuzuia uingizaji wa nyara kutoka nje? Ushawishi kama huu, ingawa unatokea mbali, unaweza kuathiri maisha ya watu na wanyamapori katika Afrika kusini mwa jangwa la Sahara. Ili kuelewa mitazamo ya umma wa nje, timu ya kimataifa iliyoongozwa na watafiti kutoka kitengo cha utafiti wa uhifadhi wa wanyamapori cha Chuo Kikuu cha Oxford walifanya utafiti Marekani, Ulaya na Afrika Kusini kwa kuwadodosa watu wazima waishio mijini, maeneo ambayo nguvu za kisiasa na kufanya maamuzi zimejikita zaidi. Kwa ujumla, katika swali la je, uwindaji wa nyara unakubalika? Jibu lilikuwa inategemea. Kuna sababu zinazofanya swala la kukubalika kwa uwindaji wa nyara kuwa tata zaidi kuliko vyombo vya habari na mitandao ya kijamii inavyoweza kufanya lionekane. Sababu hizi ni pamoja na aina ya mnyamapori anayewindwa, nani anachukua nyamapori, baada ya uwindaji na jinsi mapato ya uwindaji yanavyotumika. Ili kufafanua sababu hizi, fikiria hali ya uwindaji unaodhaniwa kuwa unakubalika kidogo zaidi na unaokubalika zaidi na watu waliohojiwa. Hali iliyokubalika kidogo zaidi ilihusu uwindaji wa tembo, nyama ikaachwa porini na mapato yakanufaisha kampuni za uwindaji. Hali iliyokubalika zaidi ilihusu uwindaji wa pundamilia, nyama ikagawiwa kwa wananchi na mapato kusaidia uhifadhi. Lakini hizo ni hali zilizopita kiasi. Uchunguzi zaidi unaonyesha maoni yenye mchanganyiko tata wa mitazamo. Kwa mfano, ingawa uwindaji wa tembo kwa ujumla ulionekana kuwa haukubaliki kuliko uwindaji wa pundamilia, hata hivyo, uwindaji wa tembo ulikubalika zaidi machoni pa washiriki ikiwa nyama iliyopatikana wangepewa wananchi na mapato yakatumika kwenye uhifadhi. Kukubalika kwa uwindaji wa nyara pia kulitegemea asili ya washiriki. Kwa mfano, kwa ujumla, washiriki kutoka Uingereza walionyesha kukubalika kwa kiwango kidogo zaidi kuliko wale watokao Marekani na Afrika Kusini. Aidha, washiriki waliojitambulisha kama wawindaji kwa ujumla walionyesha zaidi kuwa uwindaji wa nyara ni jambo linalokubalika. Wakati washiriki waliojitambulisha kama watetezi wa haki za wanyama kwa ujumla walionyesha zaidi kwamba uwindaji wa nyara kama jambo lisilokubalika. Utafiti huu unafichua baadhi ya mambo yanayojenga mitazamo ya umma kuhusu uwindaji wa nyara, lakini sababu nyinginezo pia zinaweza kuwa za muhimu. Kwa sasa, kufichua utofauti huu wa maoni juu ya uwindaji wa nyara kutoka ulimwenguni kote ni hatua muhimu ya kwanza. Lakini kazi zaidi inahitajika ili kuelewa mitazamo ya watu wanaoishi maeneo ya vijijini katika Afrika ya Kusini mwa jangwa la Sahara. Watu wanaoishi maeneo ya vijijini katika Afrika Kusini mwa jangwa la Sahara mara nyingi wamepuuzwa katika maamuzi yanayohusu wanyamapori waliopo kwenye maeneo yao. Kuelewa tofauti ya maoni kati ya watu wanaoishi karibu na wanyamapori na wale wanaoishi mbali na wanyamapori kunaweza kusaidia kufanya maamuzi magumu ya jinsi ya kusimamia uwindaji wa nyara.
Hello everyone. I think we are ready to start session 2. So welcome back. I hope you all enjoyed the poster session. My name is Bailey Corder from the Oppenheimer Memorial Trust, and I will be hosting this session. So first up, we've got Gideon Idowu, and he will be presenting on the human exposure to microplastics and plastic-related chemical contaminants. Thank you, Gideon.
Hello. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm excited to be here again to talk about the JW project that we are doing on microplastics in Africa, and today I will touch on the human health perspective of our studies. So plastic pollution is still very much a challenge across Africa. So we see sites like this in many countries in Africa today. And that's despite African countries being parties to that agreement at Nairobi in 2022, where all countries agreed to work towards ending plastic pollution globally. So we see this in Africa. Results from our modeling work is revealing that abandoned plastic waste like this, they amount to about 16.8 million tons across Africa. And if current levels of waste management, current scenarios of waste management, and current levels of waste recycling, plastic recycling remains, they will reach 2.16 billion by year 2050. And we don't want this to happen. That's why we are doing this project. And plastic is like a pandemic. This is a picture taken from a site somewhere in Africa, which I'm not really proud to mention the name of the location. I don't think anyone will be proud to mention the name of where this is happening. We can imagine the fate of the organisms that inhabit this type of ecosystem. This is a classic example of habitat deterioration. How do organisms live in this type of habitats? So one of the reasons why we think the policymakers, the authorities in Africa are not really doing much to end plastic pollution is because they lack the understanding, they lack the appreciation of the effects of plastic beyond the normal unaesthetic looks that plastic presents in the environment. You perhaps have come across pictures like this that depict the impacts of plastics on aquatic organisms. They're entangled organisms, they get trapped, they cause internal or external lacerations, and so on. And several species are affected by things like this. So apart from that, entanglement and habitat deterioration, microplastic breaks down gradually in the environment to release plastic breakdown rather to release microplastics, which we define as plastic particles below the size of 5 mm. This picture you are seeing was the microplastic that we recovered from a site, marine sediment in Tanzania as part of our project, and we have similar particles recovered from different sites across Africa, including Table Bay and Dieppe River here in South Africa. So these are the larger range of microplastics. The size is above 0.3 millimeters. But the majority of microplastics are really the micro ring that are very, very tiny that you can't see with your naked eye. It's only when you put them under stereo microscope we are able to detect them as different morphological shapes like fibers, films, pellets, microbeads, and so on and so forth. And the microplastics, potentially because of their small size, have got much profound effects on organisms because species ingest them, and when they ingest them, they think they've eaten food. So it prevents them from actually eating their food. It causes loss of appetite, enzyme biotransformation, and a lot of effects in organisms. Apart from microplastics, one effect of plastics in the environment is potential to release what we call plastic additive chemicals. So in addition to microplastics, plastics normally incorporate an array of chemicals which are additives. They are not the normal polymers. So if I take polyvinyl chloride as an example, your PVC polyvinyl chloride. So that's a polymer of vinyl chloride, and you get a polyvinyl chloride, and you have PVC pipes. But apart from this main monomer, which is the vinyl chloride, there are different other chemicals that are incorporated into it to serve as different functional additives like heat stability, UV stability, what do we call it? Flame retardants, oxidants, antioxidants to increase the shelf life of the plastics and all of that. And all of these are present in the plastics. One of the things that we wanted to show as part of this project is that the plastics have the potential to release these plastic additive chemicals in the environment. Because the additive chemicals, they are just like add-on materials. They are not really integrated into the backbone of the polymer. So when they are in the environment, there's a likelihood that they might be released from the plastics. And that was not previously demonstrated. So we were interested in seeing, is it possible for different plastic polymers to release these additive chemicals? What is the scale of release? What plastic polymer is responsible for releasing what type of additive chemicals? So we set up this type of experiments. Plastic polymers are generally categorized into about 7 main categories, as you can see: polyethylene terephthalate, HDPE, PVC, and the rest of them. So we got each of these polymers, and we set up this experiment outdoor. We wanted to see, under ambient, normal environmental condition, can we observe the release of plastic additive chemicals? So at intervals of 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, then we take samples from those water samples that had plastic polymers in them, and we compare that with that of the control that had no plastic materials, and we do extraction, we do GCMS analysis, ICP-MS analysis to look for trace metals in them. And this is what we found. So I'm using the example of the release of diethylhexyphthalate, otherwise called bis-2 ethylhexyphthalate, from polypropylene polymer. So from the initial point that we set up the experiment, you can see almost the same amount is released from the control experiment, which is just the normal in the ambient, the water in the normal environment, compared to the polypropylene polymer in the beaker experiment. And then after a period of 3 months, we see a clear increase in the beakers that had polypropylene plastics. And that increased much more at 6 months. And of course, we have some variability, but of course, there's a clear difference between that beaker that had polypropylene plastics compared to the ones that did not have, even at 9 months. So we use this type of experiment to monitor which plastic polymer is responsible for the release of what type of additive chemicals. And we were able to establish that, for instance, the diethylhexyphthalate is released by all plastic types except polyethylene terephthalate, PET. Similarly, we established that bisphenol A is another plastic additive chemicals of concern. It is released by all plastic types, and the highest level we got from LDP. And we got this, we were able to establish which plastic polymer is releasing which additive chemical into the environment. And not just those organic chemicals. So because compounds of metals are used as biocides, as pigments, as catalysts in the polymerization of polymers. So we also observed the release of those metals, many of which are toxic. And we demonstrated that these metals could be released from plastic polymers under ambient condition for the first time. So one other thing that we wanted to do was to investigate the levels of microplastics and plastic additive chemicals in drinking water sources in Africa. We looked at all drinking water sources, table water, tap water. We analyzed their content for microplastics, for plastic-related additive chemicals. But I'll just touch more on these three because they appear to be peculiar to Africa. So if you've been to Western Africa, for instance, Nigeria, Niger, Cameroon, Togo, you must have seen sachet water. It's almost everyone drinks it. I drink it too. So we wanted to see what's the level of microplastics that people consume when they take water from these sources? What's the level of plastic-related contaminants? And also we see waters being taken from wells at communal level and at individual home levels. So what's the plastic-related contaminants and microplastics in these water sources? And we still have few unfortunate cases in Africa where human beings still depend on water from unprotected sources like rivers and streams for some cultural, religious, and for reasons of accessibility or just sheer availability because that's what's available to them. So we looked at all these water sources and we determined their levels of microplastics and plastic additive chemicals. And this is what we found. So for instance, for the DEHP, I'll use that as an example. So what we expected was what we actually observed. We expected that the unprotected water sources like the rivers and streams will have very high levels of these plastic additive chemicals. And that's what we found in DHP, up to 512 milligrams per liter, intermediate levels in the well waters, and then very low levels in sachet waters. But when we looked at microplastics, we were a bit surprised about the result that we got because the well waters, for the majority of well waters, they even contain higher levels of microplastics than the river and stream waters. And we realized that was coming from those ropes or lines that were being used to draw the water out, and we found mainly polypropylene microplastics being released as a result of those materials. So this is really something that we didn't expect, that the well waters will have such high levels of microplastics in them. So the only exception where the river waters had higher levels than the stream waters were only in 2 cases, Mukuvisi River in Zimbabwe and Osun River in Nigeria. And we recently published our work on microplastics in Osun River, Nigeria. You can find this online and read more about our work on that. And we really observe excessive levels, very, very high levels of microplastics in that Osun River water in Nigeria. But the good news about this is that that publication has gotten the attention of the authorities in Nigeria, and they are doing something really serious about curbing plastic pollution in Nigeria at the moment. So we also looked at microplastics and plastic additive chemicals in fish species from various sources, from brackish water, from freshwater environment, because it's unregulated. People just go to these areas, they fish, and they sell to the public. So we were interested in seeing what's the level of microplastics, what's the level of additive chemicals in fish samples from these sources. So we detected plastic-related organic contaminants in all of the fish samples that we analyzed, and we found microplastic also in every single individual fish that we analyzed. And part of our key finding was the fact that we didn't see any correlations between the microplastics ingested by fish and plastic additive chemicals. So normally what you would expect is that the fish species that had more microplastics in them should have more plastic additive chemicals. But that wasn't what we saw. So we realized that there was no connection. So some species that had very low microplastic content in them had high content of plastic additive chemicals, which really imply that the additive chemicals that are present in the fish samples are not primarily coming from the microplastics that they ingest, but it's a measure of the pervasiveness of these additive chemicals in the environment. And that was why it was important that we demonstrated that under ambient environmental conditions, these plastic additive chemicals are released into the environment because that will have impact on biodiversity. And another thing that we observed was that there was clear evidence of bioaccumulation of these additive chemicals in the fish species, because we had higher concentrations of these additive chemicals in the fish compared to the water environment from where they were gotten. So I like to also highlight this result for DEHP, otherwise called BEHP. In all of the samples of the fish species that we analyzed, we got highest levels of BHP, being the highest compounds that we found in all of the fish species. So in our own studies, how do we know how much is too much? So we found microplastics and plastic-related chemicals in all of these water, drinking water sources, and fish species. How do we know how much of this is too? How do we know when to say this is too much for humans to consume? So, and that's why it's a bit challenging, because plastic pollution and contaminants that relate to plastics, we have only started to monitor them in recent years. So no one can say whether it's too much or it's too low compared to what I call legacy contaminants like pesticide residues, like dieldrin, aldrin, heptachlor, organochlorine pesticides that have been monitored for several years, and international organizations have established that their levels in drinking water, in food samples, should not exceed certain threshold. We can't say that yet for this plastic-related contaminant because the work is just developing. But one thing we are very sure of is that the work we are doing and the data that we are generating will definitely contribute towards developing the threshold to say this is what should be the level in samples of water or food that human beings should consume. This is my last slide to conclude. So while we do not have the permission to use human subjects in our own studies, I like to put these results in the light of very recent studies this year that are also looking at the issue of plastic pollution, and I will quickly highlight these 3 studies. So this first one, published in the New England Journal of Medicine this year, all of them published 2024, has established a link between microplastics and heart diseases and stroke. So individuals that consume substances that have high microplastics, they stand the risk of having heart diseases and stroke compared to individuals that are not really exposed to microplastics. Also, bisphenol A is a chemical that we have found released from plastic materials, and recent studies have shown that this is linked to autism in male children when the levels are high in women that consume, that give birth to those children. And lastly, the compound DHP, which we observed from plastic and which we also detected in the water and the fish samples has been linked to various forms of cancers, including cancers that affect human reproductive organs. So at this point, I'd like to conclude by saying that the ingestion of microplastics and plastic additive chemicals puts humans at greater risk of these diseases. And we have detected these substances in various things that humans consume inadvertently. I'd like to say a very big thank you to OGRC for funding our project. I'd like to thank all my collaborators in African countries, my research students, my partner institutions, and thank you very much for listening. Questions? Okay.
I think we have time for one question quickly. Does anyone have a question?
Thank you for that. That was really interesting. I just wanted to ask, in addition to plastics, things like cans, because they're also coated with chemicals, is there a threat of microplastics in things like canned tuna, for example, and even Coke cans and other things?
Yes. Well, as you saw in one of my slides, so plastic is almost like a pandemic. Microplastics are everywhere. But in the case of cans, so if you look at most canned foods, there's this material that is used to line the inside of cans. That material is made up of phenolic compounds, part of which we also analyze. So certain canned foods contain phenolic compounds, like 4-tertiary phenol and 4-nonylphenol, that are used to line the inside. So there are also sources of these materials in the environment, yes.
Thank you, Gideon. Can we all give him a round of applause?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Up next, we've got Shimane Makabu speaking about the African elephants in their newfound home, the Central Kalahari Game Reserve.
Greetings, everybody. As already said, my name is Shimane Makabu. I am from Botswana, at the University of Botswana, University of Agriculture and Natural Resources. So my topic is the African elephant in their newfound home, the Central Kalahari Game Reserve. So we are saying the newfound home because they used to be not in that area. So I'm not just alone in this work. I've got my colleagues from my university and the Department of Wildlife and National Parks, and their names are also shown there. So, like said the other day, the elephant population in Southern Africa is growing. And Botswana houses, I think, the largest population of elephant at around 130,000. And most of these elephants, they are found in the northern part of the country. That's in Chobe National Park, Moremi Game Reserve, and other areas in that region. And there's a small population in the Tuli block. So in the past, there were no elephants in Central Kalahari Game Reserve. But around 2010, there were now elephants in there. In the past, they used just to visit during the wet season and then go back to the northern part of the country. But since 2010, some resident elephants are now seen in Central Kalahari Game Reserve. So it is due to some water being available at artificial watering points. So we did set out the study. I'm going to present the results here, which we really wanted to look at the ecology of these African elephants in the semi-arid area. You know, Central Kalahari Game Reserve is in semi-arid area, which is the Kalahari Desert. So we just wanted to see what is happening there. So the questions we did ask ourselves, where did these elephants, which are now found in Central Kalahari Game Reserve, came from? We also wondered which species or woody species these elephants do browse. We also wanted to see the movement patterns of these elephants, both within Central Kharad Game Reserve and even out. And we also wanted to look at the interaction of the elephants and other wild animals found in the area. So when you look at this Central Kharad Game Reserve, is that the area shown there, you'll find that there are artificial watering points all over that place. These artificial watering points, they were not made for the elephants. They were made for animals which depend on water, which had their migratory route had been blocked by veterinary cordon fences. So the population of wildebeest and of elands, which do depend on water, was now going down. So as a mitigation way, these water holes were dug and now provided water. But that means when the elephant came into the area, they found water, so some of them no longer return back to the northern part of the country. They might just visit, then come back. So when you look at, this is just a map showing the study area. The Central Kharad Game Reserve is a very big area, some 52,800 square kilometers. So it's really a big area. And as you look in proportion of the whole country, it's really a big area. So what did we do in order to find the findings I'm going to talk about here? We did buy 10 collars, only 10 because of a limitation of funds. So those collars, they were fitted with GPS things, satellite collars. Initially, we had wanted to collar 10 cows, but when we went into the area, we found that most of the elephants, they are the bulls. So we ended up collaring 8 bulls and only 2 cows. The 2 cows were in the northern part of Central Kharad Game Reserve, for those who know the area, it's around Tsau. Then we also did spread the collars. We had some at Kadi, some at the Hupe mine, and some at Tuipen and other areas. I did talk about that, the artificial watering points, but there is also a mine called the Hupe, which I think they do pump water into some pond. And the elephants visited that area, and you know them, even if those things the ponds are fenced, they did break in, and they are now drinking that water. So that is what we did. The collars were sort of configured to take locations every 6 hours. So when we were doing this collaring, we were using a helicopter to get to dart those animals, but some were even darted at water points. We also wanted to look at the vegetation, because I did say that we wanted to see what do these elephants eat in that desert. So we looked at vegetation. So we sampled vegetation at our water points. We used the line transects. At each water point, we had 4 line transects going on each direction, north, south, east. Then the line transect was 2 kilometers. So every 500 meters, we did set a 20 by 50 meters plot. Within that plot, we looked at the species there, measured their heights, checked the damage done by the elephants, checked for signs of bushfires and all the like. We also looked at the herbaceous layer, whereby we used the wheel point method, just pushing the wheel point along the 2 diagonals of that thing. So when we look at the woody species, which I thought is very important to record, since the elephants are in the area for almost the first time, you need to know what is present, so that after 30 years, maybe after the population of elephants have gone up, you should ask yourself, did they affect any woody species? So here just shows the woody species which are present. The dominant one, which include the backyard, the Grevillea species, the Boschia albentrunca, the Lococarpus nelsai, the Terminalia ceresia, and others. But there are many others which are found in the area. Well, in that area, I did say that we did measure the height. So with the height, the area does have, I would just say, short, and on average, the average height of trees is just 2-point-something meters, which are compared to the area where they came from. You have some species maybe above 6 meters. Yes, there were some species which do have more than 5 meters, but on average, it was just like that. So, well, when we try to look at the maximum height for each of those species, there were some, very few, which their height was exceeding 6 meters. So overall, the woody species we find there, they are the short one. So for the elephants, you know, they need shade in the Kalahari is very hot. So if there are a few of those, it becomes a problem. So you can see an elephant while it is very far because it's really tall. Well, for the herbaceous layer, we also did note some of those. There are many of them. The dominant grass species include the Stipagrostis inuplumis, Chimidia parvovirus, and others. But there are lots of forbs. Like I said, this we're recording so that maybe after 30 years, if someone said the elephant have damaged, this should have at least a baseline saying, okay, when they came in, this is what we had. So, as for the movement of these animals, there were 10 of them collared. So some of them did move within Central Kalahari Game Reserve, but some did not. I'll just try to look at some of those. We do have one which is in blue. That one, it was collared, for those who know the area, at Tsao, but it, first of all, went to visit farms, the Hansi farms there. And you know, when an elephant visits a farm, it damages things, it drinks the water and all the like. Then after that, it decided, maybe the farmers were troubling it, it decided now I should move maybe to the delta. So it did move to the Okavango Delta and spend a lot of time at areas around Gumari. But that elephant came back. There is one which is shown in red. It was also at collared at Tsao. It moved all the way to Chobe National Park, then went to the east up to Hwange National Park. Then it went back to where it was collared. Then another one, this one was collared near Tsadi, for those who know the area. It also moved towards Hwange National Park, but not deep inside Zimbabwe, just on the boundary. And another one moved from that area, also going to the Okavango Delta, just above, to the north of Maung. So this just shows some of those things. When you look at those which did move, like I said, we had only 2 females. Only 1 female moved just that side of Maung. So most of the other female didn't move. So most of the movement, which was really big, was done by the bulls. Like I said, in that area, there are many bulls compared to females. But the others remained within the Central Kalahari Game Reserve. So earlier on, I did ask the question, where did this animal come from? Someone might say maybe they came from the Okavango Delta because they sometimes visit there. Maybe they came from Chobe National Park because some visit that area. Maybe they came towards the Zimbabwe at Hwange National Park there. So this just gives us an idea of what is happening. But what I can say is that this elephant also have an impact on the farms around the area. Well, another question which I did pose was, okay, still on the movement. We looked at the home ranges. The home ranges which we used were the one we estimated using the kennel density estimation. I know normally we use the minimum convex polygon, but for these ones, when you use the minimum, it was giving us a huge, huge area. But for the kernel density estimation, it was really giving us a realized one, which the animals went to. So we divided the time, the cool, dry, hot, dry, and we did find that they do cover a large home range during the hot wet. The hot wet is in December, January, February, March, and April, after the rains. So that's when most of the movement are made. So when you look at the annual movement, the bulls are the ones which move, cover a large home area there. If you look at the last one, it says 58,931 square kilometers. So really that it's a very huge area. But when you look at the female number 2 there, it's just 4,000, another female 1,800. So that is what we have. So the animals do browse. What we used to call acacia, the Senegalia and Vacherelia species, some Combretum species, and some albizia. So that is what they eat. So in the area, there is also fire. Fire does have an impact on what is happening there. But fire didn't make the animals move away. Last time there was fire, but they didn't move away. So that is that. As for the interaction, when we're looking at the animals, the elephants drinking, whenever there was elephants, other animals were not coming. So it did affect the area there. So even the bulls, they were, the big bulls, they were chasing the smaller ones. So that is that. So in terms of conclusion, because I do see one somewhere there, most of the elephants, bulls in that area, they do move to many areas. So maybe they came from the areas which I mentioned earlier on. And there is food supply in the area. And what we also noticed that we did come across some carcasses of elephants, but you don't know the cause of the death. But what we saw was that those elephants had a tusk, or the tusk had been collected by the wildlife people. So the presence of elephants in the area, I think they were attracted by water there. So if, as of now, they are not deep into the Kalahari, but if the population increases, they might even go there. So let me just take this opportunity to thank the organizers for having invited me to this thing. This work was funded by our government, so we still need more funding to cover the graduate students. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Shimane. We have time for one question. Oh, sorry, Max, you're going to have to corner him at lunch.
Thank you. Thank you for the lovely presentation. I just wanted to ask, do you think it's a positive thing that the elephants are now in this new area? Because, I mean, it then spreads the population around a bit more. And also, is it only artificial watering holes in the property, or are there natural sources as well?
Thank you. What we have in Central Kalahari Game Reserve is only artificial water points from borehole or from the mine. As whether it is a positive to have elephants there, I will say yes, because there is a high density of them in the northern, but some are coming in there, but we are not sure what will happen to the ecosystem when the elephants are there. Thank you.
Thank you. One more round of applause, please, for Shimane. Up next, we've got Zainab Usman, and she will be speaking on rethinking natural resources governance for a low-carbon future.
Good morning, everyone. Very nice to be here today. I have to confess, my presentation is going to be slightly different from what we've heard since yesterday. It's going to be more within the realm of policy, macro policy, global governance, and perhaps a different type of natural resources, more within the domain of climate change, environment, and sustainability. This is a brief outline of what I'll be talking about over the next couple of minutes. I'm going to give a background of the work we've been doing in this area. I will pose the research question that we are trying to address with this research. And then I'll go over prevailing approaches to natural resources governance. And then I will outline what we are identifying, because this is work that is ongoing, in terms of elements of new natural resources governance, and then next steps for this work. So this presentation and what I'm talking about here today is a component of a larger policy project on navigating the opportunities and risks of natural resources for low and middle income countries in the global clean energy transition. There are structural changes that are underway in the global economy, but specifically in global commodities markets. And there are a couple of things I'd like to highlight here. The first is that there is an imperative for a transition in the global economy to activities and systems that are low carbon, and this transition is causing permanent structural shifts to global commodities markets. We're already starting to see a decline and basically a change in demand from advanced economies for unprocessed hydrocarbons. We are seeing a rise in the global demand for minerals that are considered to be critical to clean energy and electric mobility technologies. We are also seeing an increased interest and perhaps a tendency to use both hydrocarbons resources and minerals for industrialization objectives and economic diversification strategies in both high-income countries, but also low and middle-income countries, particularly in Africa. And then finally, there's a notion of changing geopolitics, great power rivalry, as it is often called, trade wars among the major economies, the US and China, the war in Ukraine, tensions between Russia and the European Union, the phenomenon of deglobalization, which is all creating more regionalized trade blocs, including in commodities trading. In terms of the implications for African countries, where we know that this is already starting to affect countries that are rich in hydrocarbons. And if we think about the countries that are rich in hydrocarbons in Africa, there are a number of countries. They're all producers. There are also new producers, but there are at least 9 to 10 major oil-producing African countries that have been producing for export since at least the year 2000. And there are something in the region of 20 mineral producing countries, at least eight with significant deposits of what are termed critical minerals. With these two categories of countries, the hydrocarbons-rich countries and then the mineral-rich countries, we're already starting to see a divergence, at least in terms of forecasts for the global demand for the different types of resources. So according to projections by the International Energy Agency, we're likely to see a growth in demand for these critical minerals, for clean energy technologies, but also electric mobility technologies by the next decade or two. In the infographic on the left-hand side of the slide, it illustrates the projected growth in demand for these minerals, something in the region of a 40-fold increase in the demand for lithium, 25-fold increase in the demand for graphite, cobalt, nickel, you name it. For fossil fuels, hydrocarbons, the situation is going to be slightly different. as illustrated in the infographic on the right-hand side of the slide. For oil in particular, demand is expected to peak sometime within this decade, plateau, and then start to decline. For coal, the expectation is that we're going to see more of a rapid decline in the global demand. And then for natural gas, I think the situation is going to be slightly more different, where demand is also going to increase somewhat, and then it will plateau for a number of decades. So the key question we're trying to address with this particular paper, and there are a couple of papers that we are looking at here. So as you can see that there are two questions there on the slide. One is in grayscale, but the one that is relevant for this discussion today is around governance. And the key question is, how are governance arrangements evolving to maximize the benefits and mitigate the risks of changing global markets for Africa's natural resources? In addressing this question, we're doing two things. One is an extensive review of the literature, the state of play. And in that endeavor, we have identified three prevailing approaches to natural resources governance. First approach is around mitigating risks through a restrained role for the state, because the state, and this is really basically the Washington consensus approach, because the state is regarded as often inefficient, often corrupt, and often playing a very destabilizing role, so it needs to be restrained, as well as its corrosive and distortionary impacts in terms of the management of these natural resources. The second prevailing approach has to do with the notion of maximizing benefits through an expanded role for the state. Perhaps this is something that could be described as a new industrial policy. This envisions the role of state-owned enterprises participating across the entire value chain for these resources to maximize rent capture. There's an emphasis on indigenization for knowledge, skills, and technology transfer. And then there's a huge emphasis on linkage development through local content policies. I think local content is witnessing some kind of resurgence right now, particularly with the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act in the United States. And then the third prevailing approach is what I describe as advancing rights, inclusion, and redistribution, some kind of demand-side, bottom-up approach to governance. This entails the centralization of production and revenue management, resource dividend schemes, universal basic income. One region that experimented with a number of these initiatives is Alberta in Canada. And then also the notion of environmental justice and remediation. Now, I want to emphasize that these three prevailing approaches are not necessarily mutually exclusive. We've seen them overlap over the past couple of decades, but there's some kind of chronology, I would say. So the key argument that we are kind of developing in the course of this work is that in order to maximize the benefits and minimize risks of changing global commodities markets, African countries will need to consider new elements of natural resources governance beyond these prevailing approaches. And these new elements should have functions that focus on responding to a new set of challenges, because the global economy itself is shifting. The nature of global demand is changing. The geography of demand is also changing. So then the second element of the actual analysis is identifying these functions of new natural resources governance for hydrocarbons on one hand, and then for the critical minerals for the clean energy technologies. So far we've identified, I'm sorry, this is a bit of a messy slide, but we've identified about 6 of these elements. So the first is really around market access, securing market access, and this has to do with trade policy. In the case of fossil fuels, within the context of shrinking global markets, which perhaps are being replaced or will be replaced by domestic and regional consumers, and also the shifting geography of demand for these fossil fuels, with demand shifting from the west to the east, or maybe from global to more regional, then trade policy would need to respond accordingly. For critical minerals, we're likely to see an expansion of global markets, actually, but within specific trade blocks. I'm not going to go over everything, but I'd like to highlight maybe 2 or 3 other elements of these governance functions. Investment climate, so thinking about the investment policy, investment promotion policies. Again, within the context of hydrocarbons and fossil fuels, we're seeing a shrinking role of international oil companies being replaced by state-owned enterprises, state-owned companies, and also institutional investors actually on the African continent. It's Africa 50, the Africa Finance Corporation, sovereign oil funds, etc. And then within the context of minerals, it's a variety of new global investors, not just companies, the traditional mining companies, but vertically integrated tech companies, renewable energy companies, automobile companies that are getting involved in mineral supply chains. You know, you think about Tesla, Google, Meta, they are all getting involved. And this is really, really a new category of investors. The maybe third item I'd like to highlight as I conclude is around rent management and revenue management. And here the question is, what kinds of monetary and fiscal policies would governments have to think about? Should they be pro-cyclical? Should they be counter-cyclical? In the case of fossil fuels, if we're already seeing a steady decline in the volume of oil revenues that are flowing into domestic economies, which are affecting government revenues, and then perhaps less of the traditional macroeconomic volatilities associated with this particular industry, maybe there's less need for counter-cyclicality as opposed to what has been the norm in the past. Whereas it might be the opposite in the case of countries that are endowed with critical minerals. Maybe the final thing, since I still have a little bit of time, is I do want to talk about localization and value addition, because with the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act in the United States, local content has become such a big global thing right now. In the case of fossil fuel and hydrocarbon-rich countries, are we going to see some kind of transition from select local content policies that have emerged in the last 2 decades or so in employment, in procurement, in linkage development, towards something that is a little bit more holistic, that involves private sector development across the entire value chain? In the case of mineral-rich countries, are we going to see, a combination of both current approaches that are quite specific in addition to generic private sector development? So these are some of the questions. This is the final slide that just talks about the next steps in terms of our thinking for this line of work. We're distilling trends around continuities versus definitive changes. We are also doing more systematic identification and organization of the governance elements and functions. Do they need to be prioritized? Do they need to be sequenced? More empirical work also to test assumptions, to prove and disprove hypotheses. So I'm going to stop there with those 3 elements of our next steps, and happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Time for one quick question.
Oh, I have a question.
Hi there. Thanks so much. This might be a bit of an unfair question, or maybe just a thought. In this, the graph of the decreasing trend, of the oil and gas and the coal that's sort of going to peak and then phase out to 2050 and beyond. Is there anything around the the target of net zero carbon emissions by 2050 that comes into the policy description or anything that you do? Because that basically means like a full phase out of coal by 2050 and up to 90% of oil by 2050 to start getting into negative carbon from 2050 to avoid quite a lot of catastrophic and potentially cascading runaway changes in our biophysical and climate systems. So I don't know if that's a bit out of your scope or if it is potentially going to come in some way. So thank you so much.
Great. That's a very good question. The figure I have there is derived from the International Energy Agency, and the way they typically do their forecasts is they have scenarios. They have the status quo, right? If things were to continue as they are, this is what you would expect the demand for specific commodities to look like up to 2050. Then they have a second set of scenarios where they look at if governments or countries around the world were to implement all of their, net zero policies and national determined contributions and all of those things. This is what demand for these specific commodities would look like. And then I think they have a third set of scenarios. So this is kind of how they do it. And I just derived that infographic from the work that they did.
Great, thank you.
Okay, are we? Okay.
Yes, one more round of applause, please, for Zainab.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alrighty, up next, we've got The Future of Ethiopian Wolves by Claudio Silero. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It's a great opportunity to be here and share some of our work from the remote highlands of Ethiopia. And it's not only the linear distance between the Horn of Africa and Southern Africa, but culturally, in terms of our wildlife conservation approaches, we are also a world apart. We have a lot to learn from you, not only in terms of culture, but also in terms of your hands-on methodological approach. I want to acknowledge our teams on the ground. We've been working in Ethiopia, in the Ethiopian highlands, since the mid-80s, and some of those guys have been there from the very beginning. We work in remote corners of the country. It's often wet, it's always cold. And yet, the commitment and dedication to wolf conservation among these people is unsurpassed. Of course, the wolves are endemic to Ethiopia, are unique, and the Ethiopian people are very proud of that. When we think of wild canids, we tend to think of versatile, widespread species. Red foxes, for instance, are the most widespread terrestrial mammal in the world, next to humans. And we find in every continent similar examples. Phoenix span across the Sahara, Maine wolves across the grasslands of South America, funny-looking Tibetan foxes across the plateau. And we also tend to think of them as opportunistic, generalistic species. Our jackals that thrive as mesopredators across Africa. Coyotes in North America that they are very comfortable even in urban and peri-urban habitats. And I'm presenting this as a counterpart to the speciality and rarity of Ethiopian wolves, which happen to be Africa's rarest and most endangered carnivore. They're endemic to the Afro-Alpine, found only above 3,400 meters, that's about 11,000 feet, and as high as 4,700 meters. And they are the apex predator there. I like to think of this as the roof of Africa. Tuludemtu in southern Ethiopia, in the Bale Mountains. And for those of you that might not know, 90% of the land above 4,000 meters in the continent is found in Ethiopia. So that's truly the roof of Africa. And there, somewhere in the mist, live Ethiopian wolves. You can see on the topographic map there, those little islands on the darker hue of red are the remaining Afro-alpine habitat in the country. And only 12,000 years ago, those would have been glaciers, some of the few glaciers in the continent that gave way with a tree line 1,000 meters higher than it is today, that slowly gave way to the flourishing of these Afro-alpine meadows and heath that now provide a home for the wolves. But these are not endless wide ranges of habitat. They are constrained to these tiny pockets. And you could see at the top of that image the meadows properly, and that very hard edge where people's endeavor reach out. There are crops, barley, teff, potatoes that go up to 4,000 meters of altitude, and also eucalyptus groves. So that is the hard border, the hard edge that we have to build in our conservation work. Here is indicated, this is the Simien Mountains in northern Ethiopia, and at the top left, you could see Ras Dashen, that's the highest mountain in Ethiopia. And those very, very steep gorges that surround the main plateaus, and people living everywhere. The Aka living in some very, very tough, very, very steep hills. If you think of what the best real estate for Ethiopian wolves would look like, I will take you to the Webb Valley. Estrella and Nikki probably will remember the visit some 15 years ago when they had the opportunity to see the wolves there. Although you don't see any large prey above the surface, just below, as suggested by the mounds in the landscape, you have a staggering density of terrestrial, fossorial mammals. About 3,000 kilograms of biomass per square kilometer. That compares favorably with, say, the biomass of antelopes in a typical East Africa national park. And that explains why the wolves are there, many birds of prey are there, and some other mesopredators are also there. The density of Ethiopian wolves is about an order of magnitude higher than what you would predict for a carnivore that size, which is just short of 20 kilograms. And the wolves, although they rely on small packaged prey, they are extremely social. They are cooperative breeders. They live in packs up to 18 adults. And they occupy very small home ranges. And this high density and this intense sociality is relevant because it affects their susceptibility to disease. But when it comes to catching your dinner, you're better off on your own because of the need to go to stock prey. When it comes to prey, the favorite will be the giant mole rat, which technically is a root rat, and like many other species in Ethiopia, is also endemic to the Valley Mount, to the highlands. And in the case of Tachyoryctes macrocephalus, it's endemic only to the Valley Mountains, so it has a global range of only 1,000 square kilometers. So back to a projection of what the habitat would look like in this topographic map. And I want to spend a little bit of time talking about patch size and isolation, because that's relevant to our potential for wolf recovery. We have only a handful of populations, about 6, and adults number about 450 right across. So we're talking about very small numbers in very small populations and isolated from each other. And to the right, we can see some of the distribution of those habitat patches that the wolves can use, so on what would have been potential habitat before. And we have either single isolated patches, or we might have mainland island distributions that will determine their ability to disperse and occupy all the available habitat. In some cases, we find these small isolated patches, and I'm going to get back to this in a moment to explain why this might be relevant for future recovery. So if you look at all those patches and where the wolves persist today, we find that the patches currently occupied by the wolves tend to be the larger ones, and those ones where the wolves have since become extinct, either whole populations or subpopulations, tend to be the red bars there. So from north to south here, we have the 6 extant populations, started from Sime Mountains National Park in the north, all the way to the Valley Mountains in the south. Valley Mountains is particularly important. More than half of the Afro-alpine habitat is protected there, and over half of the world wolf population lives there. There are less than 3,000 square kilometers of Afro-alpine habitat remaining, so we're talking about very, very small areas here. About half of that is protected between the 2 national parks. And then there are also 2 community conservation areas and 2 other community conservation areas that protect Afro-alpine habitat where the wolves are no longer present. So overall, we have 86% of the land where the wolves live under some form of protection. And that's an excellent statistic, except that we are not able to deliver effective protection in those protected areas. But the legal framework is there, so it's just a matter of redirecting some of the focus to improve protection there. And unfortunately, the environment and wildlife conservation are not priorities for the Ethiopian authorities. There are many other things to focus on. So it will require a shift in policy. The policy, the actual formal policy is in place, but a shift in priorities and in capacity to get better. There is a list there of some of the contributing factors that would have led to the extinctions, and I just want to mention those briefly. We had Monchoke wolves disappearing early in the 19th century, early 20th century rather, followed by Ghosh Meda. In Ghosh Meda, I saw some of the last wolves in 1989, and they are since gone. Mount Guna became extinct much more recently. And then on the right, you can see some local extinctions. So there are patch extinctions within extant populations where we might be able to recover. And this gives us an overall target for eventual conservation translocations that will enable us to help the wolves back in there. But before I return to conservations with hard borders, I want to talk about our most immediate and present threat, because there is little point of planning for the future if we can sustain the safety of these populations now. And that unfortunately comes from domestic dogs that are ever present. They are technically domestic, they have owners, they live in the village, but they do go out during the day into wolf range, and that's when they come very close and personal with the wolves, resulting in competition for food, disease transmission, and occasionally hybridization. And that's just an example of a dog chasing the wolves. Interesting dynamics, the dogs don't always win. A large group of wolves will be able to chase off a dog, but unavoidably contact comes, and that's when transmission of rabies and canine distemper would take place. And a growing concern is competition with golden jackals, now referred to as African wolves. In some of the areas where the wolves are no longer present or that they were temporarily absent, the African wolves seem to have taken over, and they get increasingly, what's the word? Brave and dominant. So we have situations where if you go and look farther down the mountain on the overlap of the two species, Ethiopian wolves might chase African wolves off. But in these areas where they have become dominant in density, they are bulgier and they tend to hold. So back to our profile, looking at distribution of the main large and medium-sized carnivores in Ethiopia, we see that Ethiopian wolves increasingly compete with African wolves, less so with leopards, and increasingly so with domestic dogs in those areas above 3,000 meters, which are key for the protection of the wolves. And just to give you an idea how concerning this is a timeline of wolf densities in the Webb Valley of Valley Mountains since the 80s. And whenever you reach a high density of an adult per 1.6 adults per square kilometer, then they, because being social and living in small home ranges, they become susceptible to disease transmission, and they tend to succumb to episodics, mostly rabies. And on a single outbreak, you might lose 3 out of every 4 wolves. And then what we see is a very slow build up, because the key element for population numbers to recover is that you have enough breeding units. You need enough packs. It's not just about a numbers game. It's about those females, territorial females, that will be available to reproduce. And I'll give you an example later. So there is that latency in recovery. But once the numbers recover, then again they will be hit by rabies. And in the last 15 years or so, we have also observed that canine distemper has become more frequent and also more lethal. We used to think of a mortality of 40%, and now we're also observing mortalities of 50 and above. So an increasing concern, and not one that we fully understand. I think the dynamics of rabies and the way that we have of controlling rabies is much better understood than canine distemper. And this is central to the work we do. The Ethiopian Wolf Conservation Program has been in operation since the mid-80s and formally since '95. It's going to be our 30th anniversary next year. And one of the things that is central to our operations is our One Health approach that brings benefits not just to the wolves, but to people and to the livestock, and with financial benefits too. Central to that work are our dog vaccination campaigns. And this is misleading because it looks like these dogs are willingly coming to a center point vaccination place. But more often than not, we have to go to the villages, we have to use dog graspers and chase them to the hills and catch them one by one. So progress with vaccination is slow. We can do 4,000 to 5,000 dogs in a given year, but clearly that's just a drop in the ocean when it comes to reduce the outreach of rabies and eventually eradicate it. And to give acknowledgement to the Ethiopian government, there is a policy to eradicate rabies from Ethiopia, but we still don't have the means to implement the campaigns that will be required. So we catch the dogs, we vaccinate them, and when there is an outbreak in the population, we also intervene in a reactive way and vaccinate the wolves themselves and quickly release them. So with a combination of these two methods, we have managed to keep rabies at bay. And more recently, we have relied on oral vaccines, which the dogs come, and we use the camera traps to record those that are attracted to, and then they self-vaccinate, and this has proven to be a great success. However, it's not an approach available for canine distemper, just for rabies. And I want to come back to the issue of numbers and sociality, and which is central to the life of these wolves. And for me, every animal matters. So, because of the numbers are so small, but also because of their personalities and their place in our lives. And this just gives you an idea of the importance as a single animal. And she's a hero of mine. TAR2, the dominant female of Tarura pack. This is a pack that survived outbreaks and was vaccinated twice 10, 12 years ago. She produced 56 pups in 10 liters, and I think she had 1 more liter before she stopped breeding. So from TAR2 efforts, we not just had many surviving animals, but also additional packs that were formed and reproduced as well. So I keep this TAR2 example as a reminder of how important every animal is. And sometimes we get a bit removed of the realities on the ground and just think about population numbers. But let's keep those individuals in mind, because they're essential and central to Ethiopian wolf survival. Using this detailed demographic information and also the long-term empirical data on disease outbreaks, we have gone and run Asian-based models to try to understand better whether what we are doing makes a difference or not. And we simulated 3 scenarios. We look at business as usual, which basically means keeping up the preventive vaccination plus reactive vaccination of the wolves. And we also look at what will happen if we remove reactive vaccination or if we stop management at all. And there's some interesting results there, because we could see that extinction rate is much reduced with our current regime. There is only a small number of episodics that will be predicted to occur in the next 3 decades or so. And if we were to remove the vaccination of the wolves, then we'll double that risk, and that's a significant difference. And if we stop doing anything, then there is a 60% possibility of these populations becoming extinct. So that's a threefold difference there, which justify us continue to do our hands-on disease management approach. And now let's go to the long-term view. What's happening with those habitats and where we can really sustain the persistence of the Afro-Alpine ecosystem in parts of Ethiopia, and how that will affect the wolves. And you could see that there is high demand for agricultural land, and that gets closer and closer to the wolves and the protected areas. And one local practice that is incredibly relevant here is the use of estuca grass. It's called wasa for various purposes. It's used for thatching, for basket weaving, but it's also a cash crop. You can take it to the market and sell it as well. And we are using increasingly this local cultivation to produce a buffer. So you prevent other crops going in there, but this tends to be more in marginal land. Small rodents will prosper there, and habitat, although a small size, will become available to the wolves. And this brings benefits to local communities that include health benefits and financial benefits too. I mentioned community conservation areas, and those are increasingly important. And these are scouts recruited from local communities that are increasingly protecting these areas. So very important components. And just to start wrapping up, I want to talk about what we would like to do going forward, and that's where we're going to need support from our Southern African colleagues. We know some of the historical information from occasional visits by foreigners. This is a Louis Agassiz Fuertes watercolor of a droopy eye wolf from the RC Mountains, and this is one of the wolves that were hunted by British hunters and taken to museums in the UK, Powell Cotton, and also one of the Rothschilds. And for instance, Mount Choke, which will be a top target for an eventual conservation translocation. The last wolves that we knew existed in Mount Choke were the ones that Rothschild shot in the turn of last century. Just to put a bit of context there. Also, some genetic considerations. Technically, we have 2 subspecies described on hard tissue. But when you look at the genetics, there is no real differentiation on both sides of the Rift Valley. So that subspecific status doesn't hold. And what we found that the distance between these 3 main blocks is comparable. So I think there is a bit of flexibility there in terms of where founding animals should be coming from. And I just want to give you 2 examples of empirical evidence that would indicate that these animals would do well in conservation translocations, provided that we can secure the space. This is the lambda, and this is where the smallest wolf population was found until there were reports of rabies and we had to intervene and vaccinate a few years back. From 3 packs there, we went to the outbreak in 2016, and we lost them. But we protected them against rabies, the few we could catch. But then canine distemper stepped in, and that population became extinct. And you could see the lanta in the bottom of that map. And in 3 years later, we had some immigrants coming from Awaigara. They form a new pack. They produce 2 litters, and then they want to, from 2 to 11 wolves in 2 years. And the most recent information is that that pack, Addis Tesfa, has split, and now we have 2 packs there. So very small population. It can go extinct very quickly, but also can recover quite quickly from 2 founders alone. And the last example I have is that of Terefe. Terefe in Amharic means the lucky survivor. This animal was shot at the beginning of the pandemic in April 20. It had multiple fracture with shattered bones in the hind leg. From the UK, I was telling these guys just to humanely kill him, but they were adamant that they wanted to save him. So they kept him in a scout post. They brought a vet from the town, and then they mend him, they tend to him, and 56 days later, he was fit enough to consider releasing him. So we put a collar on, and off Terefe went. Initially, he went to his homeland nearby. Actually, the release took place in his homeland. And that, well, that's a village nearby I will come to in a moment. This is just an illustration of how he moved. He went back to, well, he stayed in his natal territory for a little while, and eventually started exploring other areas nearby. About 56 days later, he decided to settle in an area that wasn't currently occupied by any wolves, and right next to the village I show in the other picture, so Shane village. And we were very worried, so our guys went to the village and talked to the elders and so on, and told them the story of Terefe. And then some of the elders made Terefe their animal. So they were very active and very proud that Terefe had settled right next to them. And they afforded protection to him. He eventually met a female, and then he reproduced. So there is a newly established pack there with our Limpy Terefe and his young partner. And so that's a story of hope, which is very important for us to tell the story of the wolves and to promote conservation. But it's also very relevant in terms of how we're going to go about extending the existing range by moving some of these animals around. And I know in Southern Africa, that is your bread and butter. You do it with your eyes closed. For us, it will be a complete change in our culture. So it will take some convincing and a lot of work, particularly to ensure we have the support of the local communities where the wolves are going to be released. But I look forward to talking to some of my colleagues about the ways to go ahead and to ensure that Terefe and his ilk go on to rule over the highlands of Ethiopia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Claudio. We have time for a few questions.
I should explain that the Ethiopian Wolf Conservation Program is an interesting partnership between the government of Ethiopia, the Ethiopian Wildlife Conservation Authority, the regional governments, the University of Oxford, and a newly founded NGO called Dinkenesh Ethiopia. So it's a very solid partnership that provides stability to all the work we do.
Claudio, thanks very much for the talk. I got in my question before Harriet, so I'm pleased about that. Claudio, although the wolves live in very high, inhospitable places, what's the tourism potential for international tourists to come in and see them as some kind of funding model for the wolves? Is that something you've thought about?
Well, tourists predominantly come to Ethiopia to visit the historical sites up in the north, but there are opportunities for them to fit in a wildlife viewing experience. The exception to that are British and South African bird watchers that will come regardless, and they don't need comfort, so we can cater to them with very basic means. But if we want mainstream tourism, then the facilities for them to lodge and to feel comfortable are not quite there. So, but if you like to rough it up, great trekking. If you like horse riding, a perfect place to go.
So, Claudia, thank you. That's really great summary of a huge amount of work over many years. Just to talk about the One Health approach, which is, being increasingly recognized globally as a really important strategy in these systems where people and wildlife and livestock live. It's a good concept, but in practice, I'm interested to know how you've brought communities in the mountains into that. You speak of things like rabies and the effect on dogs and obviously on the wolves. I mean, do people get rabies? Are we being able to sort of make the case for human health in this whole system?
Well, rabies is a no-brainer. It's a very straightforward one because rabies kills. People have lost, relatives have lost friends to rabies, have lost children to rabies. They have lost livestock to rabies. We find out that the Keveles, that is the smallest political structure, a ward, that had no rabies vaccination will, on average, lose $70 US per household in terms of livestock losses. So there is a concrete financial cost and a human life cost. So the moment you offer to vaccinate the dogs, they buy in. And of course, there is an awareness and education component along that. So they know what the benefits are. So it's a matter of how you broker the relationship. And occasionally, you might have anti-vaccine people that they will come and say, oh, my dog died after it was vaccinated and so on. So you have to deal with some of that. But overall, I think it's a win-win situation. on the funding front, I think where we're still not quite there is that we should be able to get a larger share of human health budgets, because we are doing the work with wildlife money. It will be very good if we could generate some greater interest and get some of the human health budgets coming to help these rural approaches we encourage.
Thanks, and I think there's one that side.
Thank you so much for your talk.
Where am I looking?
Yeah. Hi, yeah, no, the wolves are definitely on my bucket list of things to see. And they have a incredibly small niche. I'm wondering, have you looked, and I'm actually too scared to ask, whether you've looked at the impacts of climate change and how that's going to influence their niche in the future?
So if I understood well, you're asking about how climate change will factor in and how we're dealing with that. And it's a clear preoccupation. Perhaps it hasn't featured in my presentation because I think the advance of the agriculture frontier is going a lot quicker than climate change. But equally so, climate change will eventually be promoting those changes. But it's the existence of new varieties of the humble potato, for instance, that is speeding this process, and also people's needs for land that will try to get that extra bit of barley crop perched on the side of the mountains. And those situations with climate change probably get worse. And because natural climate change has happened since the end of the Pleistocene. We have seen that tree line go up by 1,000 meters, so it's a real thing, whether it's anthropogenic in nature or not. As to what can we do to mitigate climate change when you have that gradual shrinking of your habitat patches, it's very little.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank
Claudia.
you.
Can we give, put our hands together. Thank you. Alrighty, up next we've got Zoe Jewell, whose talk is called A Transformative Tool for Monitoring Biodiversity Using a Combination of TEK and AI.
Good afternoon, everyone. As you can tell, I'm not Zoe. But mind you, these days, anything goes. It's very interesting. There was a wonderful talk on wolves, the Ethiopian wolf, and we will be talking about animals at the other end of the spectrum. We'll be talking about small mammals. My name is Sky Alabai. Together with Zoe Jewell, we are the co-founders of WildTrack. WildTrack's mission is the development of non-invasive wildlife monitoring techniques in conservation. And to that end, we have developed the footprint ID technology. We use footprints to identify at different levels. This is very much a joint presentation together with Nico Avenant over here, who will also be presenting from the National Museum and the University of the Free State, and somebody called Duncan McFadden. I think he's familiar to one or two of you people over here. What we're going to do is we're going to focus on small mammals, and that's why it says through the lens of small mammals. I'm just looking to make sure that I say everything I need to say. Yeah, okay. And the whole project in South Africa to do with small mammals and looking at how we do species classification using non-invasive methods is funded by JRS Biodiversity, to whom we are very, very grateful. Just one or two slides to, as by way of introduction. Here we go. Okay. WildTrack's footprint identification technology offers a transformative solution for classifying species, individuals, sex, and age class. Now you can imagine that these are fundamental units in trying to understand population dynamics of any species. We'll be focusing on just species as far as small mammals are concerned, but we use these other elements when we do our work with larger mammals. So why footprint identification technology? Okay, well, just a few pointers there. Footprints are ubiquitous, they're found everywhere. Footprint images are inexpensive to collect, very, very easy. You just take images, download them, job done. Collection is non-invasive, and we feel that that is a very important factor which plays into the whole system of developing conservation strategies. FIT engages local communities, and this is where we have a huge emphasis. We feel that TEK, traditional ecological knowledge, is out there to be used, to be tried to assimilate that in our understanding of how we do science. So we put a lot of emphasis on TEK. Okay, so these are projects around the globe. We work on different species. So we've got projects in places like China with the Amur tiger, and we've had a project on the giant panda, and all sorts of projects in Europe, including otters, and all the way into Brazil, where we have a project on the puma and jaguar, identifying the two species using the footprints. And of course, there's a huge work that goes on in South Africa, in Southern Africa. Okay, those dark spots highlight the places where we've got small mammal projects. And of course, South Africa is there. So why small mammals? Now, when Nico comes on to talk, he will explain, he'll elaborate on this. So these are just very, very basic pointers. They constitute up to 30% of all mammal species. They occupy many different ecological niches. They're central to most food chains. They reproduce fast. They're ubiquitous across most ecosystems. So they're playing a very, very important role in our ecosystems, and they can be very, very good measures of biodiversity change. If we can actually develop strategies to monitor the species that are coming and going, chopping and changing, we might be able to understand the impact of biodiversity change. So how do we gather footprints from small mammals? Okay, so here's a very short video showing an Oppenheimer species walking along sticky paper. On the edges, we've got fine charcoal, and it's picking up the charcoal. This is completely sterile stuff, doesn't affect the animal at all, but it leaves these wonderful footprints. Now, you would think these footprints, such tiny footprints, how can we get sort of detail out of these tiny footprints? Well, this is a typical track sheet, as we call it, with a whole bunch of small mammal footprints. I've blown that one up just to demonstrate the type of detail that we can pick up. Okay, the digits, the metapolial elements are completely clear. And we can identify front from back and left from right. Once you get used to it, once you get your eye in, you only have to spend a few minutes, and this is a very, very standard small mammal foot configuration. It's not entirely common to all species, but it's a general sort of guideline. But as you can see, hind and front can be identified quite easily. That, of course, is very, very important when you're looking at footprints, and we're going to derive metrics from those footprints. Okay, so how do we actually derive those metrics? Well, in JUMP software, we have our own software on add-in, which does automatic feature extraction. So we utilize this for other species as well. All we need to do is to pull in the image that I showed you earlier, put in these 7 landmark points, as we call them. Now, these are standardized points which are common. They have to be common to all small mammal species that we're looking at. And we just place these 7 points, and you can see how easy that is to do with the front and hind feet. And this will automatically generate a whole bunch of metrics, which is all scripted and sitting in the background. Okay, these are distances, angles, and areas. So we're basically deriving metrics from the footprints to do the analytics. This is a sort of data table that is generated when we do that. Nobody wants to look at that. Okay, so currently, we've got about 26 or 27 species of small mammals in South Africa from 3 sites. One was at Swalu, one was at Telperion, and more recently, we were at Wakefield, only last week, where we also collected images from small mammals. So this just gives you an idea of the range of footprint types you can get from small mammals. And as you can see, the sengis, the shrews, the gerbils, and the mice and rats, there is sort of a visual distinctiveness which you can actually pick up. So in some cases, it's quite easy to tell. Is this a sengi or is it an automus? No problem, quite easily to tell apart. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually make the system a little bit more complicated and look at 3 groups which are very, very similar. The gerbils, 2 species of gerbils, 3 species of flea rats, and 2 species of sengis. Now these mammals, these small mammals, are so alike that even experts, like this gentleman over here, a small mammal expert, can't tell them apart when you got them in your hands, all right? So it's very, very difficult to tell them apart. Now the question is, can our system that we've developed of deriving those metrics, doing the analytics, tell them apart, okay? So I'm going to go through each one in turn. The analysis is very, very simple. At the top is a pictorial representation of what happens when you do the analysis just based on 4 variables. So we've generated over 100 variables. But this is done in a stepwise fashion where our variables are selected according to their significance level. We don't need to go into all that. But if you look at the pictorial representation, those are the mean values and what we call confidence intervals. But overall, the accuracy of getting a single individual footprint from one of the 2 species correct is roughly 90%, over 90%. So that looks very encouraging. This is a database we're still building up. If you look at automus, the flea rats, we've got 3 species over here, and once again, they're beautifully separated. When you feed that into the system, they separate out up to 100%, which is quite remarkable. Once again, we're building up this database. We wouldn't want to jump to conclusions at this stage. What was interesting was we were recently at Wakefield, as I said, and we picked up images of automus in Wakefield, and look what happened. There's a complete overlap over here between those 2, which we believe to be Angoniensis, which hasn't been confirmed, and what we picked up at Wakefield. So chances are it was Angoniensis. And finally, 2 species of sengi. We've got a nice data set for this, and we are very confident that this actually is a true representation of how we can separate these 2 wonderful species, the Intufi and the Myurus. And we can actually test this even further. And if you're familiar with this, we're just partitioning the data into validation, training, validation, and test sets. And then you look at the accuracy of the test set. And as you can see over there, it's pretty accurate based on 32 individual footprints. We're also developing AI models so that it does away with me sitting there doing all this analysis, which I'm very looking forward to. Hopefully it'll happen soon. But at the moment, we've got AI models for large mammals, and we're getting these levels of accuracy, over 20,000 images, species modeled, up to 60 species. Species classification accuracy based on AI is amazing, almost 100%, and individual identification is about 87%. Now we're hoping to apply that to small mammals and basically extract the images for analysis using AI. And I'm going to stop over here and hand you over to this young gentleman here.
Thank you, Sky. Yeah, so how can this footprint identification technology benefit research and conservation? Sky already alluded to this, the role that small mammals play in the different sections of an ecosystem and where they are found, but very few people know that these 3 groups together contribute more than 300 individuals per hectare. and they contribute a biomass of between 5 and 10 kilogram of predators or prey per hectare. This is important. Small mammals also indicate disturbances that grass or insects do not react to. So everything taken into account, these are excellent indicators of habitat integrity, but also is also excellent tools of indicating habitat integrity. So what are the indicators that we consider here? We know that the number of species increase from a low ecological value up to climax condition, and similar that a number of diversity indices increase from very low ecological integrity to climax conditions. So it's understandable that species enter this curve before climax, and then also in the post-climax condition that species leave the specific system or the habitat. But it's also important to know that species leave this curve before before climax. For example, the white-tailed rat, which is associated with very low ecological integrity, is one of the species that leave long before climax is reached. So these are all termed indicator species because they are an indication of where you can find them in a specific area at what specific ecological integrity. Generally, also generalists dominate at the bottom of the curve at low ecological integrity value, while specialists increase in number and in species towards climax. So current methods using traps to sampling small mammals is laborious. You need a minimum of 4 nights. I'm just going very quickly. Large numbers of traps are needed. Specialists are needed in the field to identify specimens. It's relatively expensive, and seasons have a big effect. For instance, we found most success at the end of the breeding season, late autumn, early winter. Most species as well. If you trap during other seasons of the year, you do not get the same results. So if you want to do this kind of work, you have to trap at the right time of the year. So phase 2, we aim to collect small mammal tracks, spoor, in the veld using track tunnels. That is not how the track tunnel is going to look. This was just an experiment, and I think it's a nice picture as well. So, so we'll be experimenting and testing a lot with the shape, size, and number and layout of trap plates. Are successful in sampling, importantly, all the species in that habitat. Comparison with standard trap methods and the seasonal effect. What is the advantages over current approaches? Non-invasive. This is non-invasive sampling. It guarantees accurate species identifications. Specialists don't have to be involved in the veld all the time. It's inexpensive in comparison with trapping surveys. It's faster, possibly can be achieved throughout the year, and the possibility is there that local communities and expertise can be included. So just in short, if we are successful, if this method is successful, it may make more frequent monitoring possible. And of course, it will be can be regarded then as a valuable research and EIA tool. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sky and Nico. We can do one question, if anyone has.
Thank you very much for this great presentation. Do you think that this method could be used for some subterranean small mammals, like golden moles? Because I've been involved with some projects where there's an EIA on a piece of land and they're trying to find a golden mole, but it's incredibly labor intensive to try and find one of those species. And then they try and use other methods like eDNA, but of course it's extremely expensive. So do you think something like this could work in that instance?
Thank you for the question. I think it would have been much better if one of our wild track specialists answers that. But of course, golden moles are most of the time underground. So it will be difficult. Where do you put out the track plates and so on? We've had a look at golden moles and mole rats as well, and the spurs does not make as perfect imprints as the mice shoes or sengis do. So, but please speak to Zoe or Sky afterwards if it's something that you want to consider.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Nico. Okay, it's our time for our last speaker of the session, so please join me in welcoming Obakeng Pule, and his talk is called Managing Microclimates for Nesting Desert Hornbills. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can I kindly ask that everyone just like stands up and then we can shake off the nervous energy in the room, you know? It's close to lunch. Shake off the nervous energy. There we go. Thank you very much for your participation. All right, my name is Obakeng Pule, and I'll be presenting my master's project, which is titled Handling the Heat, Managing Microclimates for Nesting Desert Hornbills. So I'll talk about the effects of climate change on arid zone species using this charismatic species, the southern yellow-billed hornbills. So, as mentioned, my study species are the southern yellow-billed hornbills. So these species are considered the species that contribute to the soundscapes of the Kalahari and many other landscapes in South Africa. So they breed usually in cavities, either on tree hollows, natural cavities, or in artificial nest boxes, or, yeah, as I said, artificial cavities or nest boxes. So they've got a unique breeding system, whereby the female will confine herself in such cavity. She will then proceed to molt all of her flight feathers, therefore leaving her completely reliant on the male hornbill to provision food for her and for the nest. But my study species in the Kalahari is in trouble. The historic data that we have on this species suggests that the proportion of days that are above 35 degrees Celsius is strongly correlated with breeding success. Meaning, as we have more days that are above 35 degrees Celsius, breeding success declines. And summers at the study site have gotten substantial and rapidly hotter over the last decade, leading to a collapse in the proportion of nest boxes used and a collapse in the proportion of nest success at the study site for the past decade. So now, let us try and understand the mechanism behind all of this. The data that we have on this species suggests that the problems we have looked at are mediated by nestling mass gain. So 70% of air temperature effect on nest temperature influences nest success, while compared to 30% from provisioning rate. So therefore, it is quite clear that we need to do something about these nest temperatures. So my research questions were as follows. Does the insulated box design buffer against high temperatures? Are nests in insulated boxes more likely to succeed? And do chicks in these insulated boxes weigh more? So here's a slide explaining the different types of nest boxes we had. On the far left, we've got an uninsulated nest box, which is a normal conventional nest box. And then in the middle, we've got an insulated nest box, which is that normal nest box with sheets of plywood on all sides, the front and also the top. And then in the far right, we've got an insulated nest box with a seal. That means a hornbill is inside. All right. My fieldwork was based in the beautiful Kalahari Desert in the Kuruman River Reserve, 30 minutes from Tswalu, in the Northern Cape province of South Africa. So what I did for my fieldwork, firstly, I standardized all the nest boxes that were in the field to make them all insulated. And then, when the birds had begun breeding, I would do nest box monitoring and manipulate the nest to either insulated or uninsulated, depending if the hornbills were in there or not. I proceeded to take morphometric measurements of the female, her eggs, and the chicks if they were present in the box. I went a further step by installing eye-button data loggers, which are small temperature loggers, in the nest to also monitor the nest temperatures. All right, I also worked with two big data sets, a historic data set and an experimental data set, of which the historic data set was mainly comprised of two PhDs, firstly from 2012 to 2017 by Dr. Tanya van der Ven, of which in her PhD she just had all uninsulated nest boxes. And then the second PhD from 2018 to 2021 by Dr. Nicholas Pattinson, of which in his PhD he just had all insulated boxes. Therefore, we found that we had problems of confining factor of season, as the data was collected between different seasons and also from different box types. Now, to try and untangle this, we designed an experiment whereby in 2022, Benjamin Murphy went to the field and collected data on both box type. And to try and increase our sample size, I went to the field as well, basically repeated what Benjamin Murphy did in 2022. So for the sake of this presentation, I'll present my results on nest success, chick mass, and nest temperature, both on the historic and experimental data sets. All right, so for the historic data set, we found that we had strong effects of season, we had strong effects of box type, and we had strong effects of air temperature on nest success. Now on the y-axis, we've got probability of nest success, 1 representing that the nest has successfully fledged or the nest was successful, and 0 meaning that the nest had failed. So we can see from the season diagram that the season effect was really variable between seasons. And just to remind you, we only had insulated boxes in the last 2 seasons. And these 2 seasons, unfortunately for us, were very wet and cool, especially the 2020-2021 season, further meaning that we've got a confound between box type and air temperature as well. We therefore cannot tell what these patterns are driven by, which is why my master's project was very important, to get a much clearer picture. All right, moving on with the experimental nest success results. With the experimental nest success result, we can see that insulated boxes have a higher chance of fledging or being successful as compared to uninsulated boxes, meaning that chicks in these insulated boxes are more likely to fledge as compared to chicks in uninsulated boxes. We also found a temperature effect with a negative trend, a marginal temperature effect with a negative trend as well. With the chick historic mass results, we also found strong effects of season, strong effects of box type, and strong effects of air temperature on chick mass. Again, on the y-axis, we've got mass, and then on the x-axis, we've got season, box type, and air temperature. So it was quite interesting to note that these effects started to fall off when the chicks were at ages day 35 to ages day 45, basically when they were ready to fledge. And one thing to note again is that when we ran our models, we did not find any significant interaction. But then when I checked the various inflation factors of these models, it suggested that we had confounds between these variables. Now, moving on with the experimental chick mass results, I was able to fit an interaction in the model, and the interaction was significant. We can see that chicks in uninsulated boxes are severely impacted by air temperature. Again, we've got air temperature on the x-axis and mass on the y-axis. The red line represents chicks in uninsulated boxes, and the blue line represents chicks in insulated boxes. We see that as air temperature increases, these chicks in uninsulated boxes seem to drop their mass rather quite substantially as compared to chicks in insulated boxes. So we can see that these insulated boxes are able to buffer these chicks against the negative effects of air temperature. So how can we then investigate how these insulated boxes might buffer these effects of air temperature? What we did is that we put iButton data loggers to monitor nest temperatures. And then for nest boxes that were occupied or occupied nest boxes, we had an interaction in the model. And we can see from the diagram that insulated boxes represented by the blue line are keeping their nest temperatures closer to air temperatures. So the black dotted line represents the relationship where air temperature is equal to nest temperature. And we can see that chicks or birds that are inside these insulated boxes are managing to keep their nest temperatures closer to that one-to-one relationship or closer to air temperatures, while birds in these uninsulated boxes are not. Temperatures rising faster than air temperature. This is also true for birds for nests that do not have any birds. We can see that these insulated boxes seems to be keeping their temperatures rather quite cool or cooler than these boxes that had no insulation. Again, it is important to note that from both occupied and unoccupied nests, uninsulated boxes often exceeded the 50.6 degrees Celsius line over there, which is the thermal tolerance limit or the physiological limit, if you will, that hornbills can tolerate. Above this, female hornbills usually die, which is why we see such high failure rates in these uninsulated boxes. This can explain why we see such high failure rates. So, what can we take from all of this? We know that in the in the historic data set, we saw strong effects of season, box type, and air temperature, but we also had confounds between season, box type, and air temperature as well. And we saw that in the experimental data set, these insulated boxes or box type was able to buffer chicks and birds from the negative effects of air temperature, which led to these insulated boxes having higher nesting success and also having bigger chicks. So I suppose the biggest take-home message that we need or that we can take from all of this is that we need to deploy these insulated boxes, particularly in areas such as the Kalahari, to help the population breed much more effectively and try and mitigate that decadal decline in breeding success that we saw at the study site. I would like to add that these boxes are not only applicable to birds or just hornbills in this case, but they can also be applied to other cavity using fauna, especially in the ages that we live with threats such as climate change and habitat degradation. I would like to thank all my supervisors for being patient with me and for helping me with my project. I'd also like to thank the founders, WWF, and the partner organization that we worked with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Obakeng. Anyone with a question?
Thank you very much. Did you look at any of the natural nests in trees and see how the temperature differences compare to your nest boxes? Thanks.
Yeah, there is data that we looked at, and the temperature profile of natural hollows is similar to temperature profile of the insulated boxes.
It was the same question, sorry.
I think, is there one? Oh, thank you.
Sorry, this probably goes back to Camilla Parmesan's talk yesterday, but is there evidence for adaptation? Is there any suggestion that over time we're getting more heat-tolerant birds evolving?
All right, for the case of hornbills, especially in the Kalahari, we know we've got quite rapid temperature extremes. For example, in the last season, we had an El Nino that swept through the Kalahari and the country. And we've seen that at a certain temperature, hornbills can skip breeding altogether. So there is more work that can be done to look at adaptations for these birds, especially in the Kalahari. But presently, we know that like at a certain temperature, these birds will breed, will skip breeding, which is why we try to like kind of like implement these insulated nest boxes, because we know that, again, uninsulated nest boxes can act as ecological traps. So we're hoping that like these insulated boxes can mitigate that breeding decline, So, yeah, more work needs to be done on looking at adaptation. But currently, what we have, it's this system whereby like birds will skip an entire breeding season if temperatures exceed a certain threshold.
Great. Thank you, Obakeng. And I think we can give one more round of applause to all of our speakers this session. All right, so it is time for lunch, but before everyone goes, I've just got a message, and it's anyone that was not planning on coming to the cocktail function to please change your mind and join us. It's a great, great party. It's a really great opportunity to network. We've got Mikasa, we've got Prince KB performing tonight, so anyone that was planning on going home, please stick around. Okay, everyone, please enjoy lunch, and we'll see you back at 2 o'clock. And just a reminder for the speakers to get mic'd up about 10 minutes before. Thank you.
Trophy hunting. The practice of paying to hunt and keeping part of the wild animal after is a controversial issue around the world. But while media portrays a strongly polarized landscape, a new study suggests that opinions on trophy hunting are, in reality, less straightforward. This finding, researchers say, could affect how trophy hunting is regulated. Throughout the world, a wide range of species are hunted for trophies. This practice seems to be especially controversial when tourists from countries in Europe and North America hunt in sub-Saharan Africa. Hunts like these, however, can offer many overlooked benefits to people who live in or near hunting areas. For example, meat from hunts can provide food, while revenue from hunts can help pay for wildlife conservation, roads, schools, and healthcare. But perception is powerful. Consider, for example, what would happen if legislators in North America and Europe, the largest markets for trophy hunting worldwide, decided to restrict the import of trophies. Influences like these, however distant, can affect the lives of people and wildlife in sub-Saharan Africa. To understand external public perceptions, an international team, led by researchers from Oxford University's Wildlife Conservation Research Unit, surveyed adults from the United States, the United Kingdom, and South Africa, zeroing in on urban areas where political power and decision-making are most concentrated. Overall, responses indicated that regarding the question of, is trophy hunting acceptable? The answer is, it depends. There are factors that make the issue of acceptability more complicated than media coverage and social media might make it seem. These factors include the wild animal being hunted, who would receive the meat after a hunt, and how revenues from hunting would be used. To illustrate these factors at play, take a look at the hunting scenarios considered the least acceptable and the most acceptable by participants. The least acceptable scenario involved the hunting of an elephant, with meat left for wildlife and revenue supporting hunting enterprises. The most acceptable scenario involved the hunting of a zebra, with meat going to local people and revenue supporting conservation. But those are just the extremes. A closer look reveals a complex interplay between factors. For instance, although hunting elephants was generally perceived as less acceptable than hunting zebras, elephant hunting became more acceptable in the eyes of participants if the resulting meat were to go to people and the revenue to conservation. Acceptability also depended on participants' demographics. Participants from the UK, for example, indicated lower acceptability of trophy hunting overall than those from the USA and South Africa. In addition, participants who self-identified as hunters were generally more likely to perceive trophy hunting as more acceptable, while participants who self-identified as animal protectionists were generally more likely to perceive trophy hunting as less acceptable. This study uncovers some of the factors that shape public perceptions of trophy hunting, but many more factors are also likely to matter. For now, revealing this diversity of opinions on trophy hunting from around the world is an important first step. But more work is needed to understand the perspectives of people who live in rural areas of sub-Saharan Africa. People who live in rural areas of sub-Saharan Africa have often been overlooked in decisions affecting wildlife where they live. Understanding how the opinions of people who live alongside wildlife compare with the perceptions of people who live farther away could help guide difficult decisions on how to manage trophy hunting.
Ore enarata oong'uesi pee emiri irubat oseseni ning'uari likae sesen pookin tiang'ata mitaa iltung'anak endaa ashu ing'uikini ng'uesin. Naa ena embaye nagirai aishakenoo teseuseu nalulung'a. Kake ore enaa enaitodolu nkajijik oolomon nchere keeta nchot pookin naipirita kuna baa enkitashoto nadede tialo kuna baa kake mee ine nabo o nabo. Nejo iwalat enjurrore nchere kiidim emirata ekuna rubat oong'uesin nejurri enaa enajo nkitanapat olosho. Ore teseuseu, kumok nkajijik oong'uesin naaritae pee emiri irubat oseseni enaa enkias naponita dukuya ilomon oing'ua inkwapi olosho lolaya tenebo olosho le Amerika tenkop olosho le Sahara tolosho lorkila orok. Ore ena baye namiri irubat oseseni loong'uesin neidim ayau dupoto tooltung'anak lenkop e Sahara tolosho lorkila orok. Nijo ing'uari inkiri mitaa endaa. Ore iropiyiani naatumieki neasishoreki aashetie irbaribarani, isipitalini, isukuulini tenebo eramatieki ormanyara. Kake ore iyieunot neeta engolon naleng. Oosa naai kanyoo naasa tenemiti nkitanapat olosho lolaya tenebo olosho lolamerikani laa ninche etumieki osokoni sapuk lemirare ekuna rubat tenemit eponi dukuya ereutae ena kias. Kiidim ena aitadoi enkishui ooltung'anak lolosho le Sahara tenebo ong'uesin. Ore pee iyiolou iyieunot ooltung'anak leboo, kiaki olturrur lenjurrore oing'ua University e Oxford tenebo olaramatak loong'uesin sapukin lenkop e United, Olaya tenebo onkanat sapukin olosho lorkila orok naa ninche eitobirieki inkitanapat naaramatieki olosho naa ninche etumieki isiasani kituak. Ore telulung'ata, kitodolu iwalat enjurrore nchere ekepon dukuya enaa iloikilikuanishoreki eneba enyorraroto eanyata. Ore iwalat naa ketii imbaa naitagol enyorraroto naleng. Nijo ore kuna baa naitagol enyorraroto naa kang'ae ing'uikini inkiri, kalo ang'amu iropiyiani naatumieki kuna rubat naamira. Ore pee intadedeyie ena baye, tang'asa ng'ura enarata eng'ues kake eneba enyorraroto eanyata toolelo oikilikuanishoreki. Ore enyorraroto eabori katukul naa enarata orkanjaoi aa oltome. Ning'uari inkiri aing'uiki ng'uesi oosero. Ore iropiyiani neasishoreki biashara. Ore enyorraroto eshumata oleng naa enarata oloitiko. Ore iropiyiani neasishoreki aaramatie ormanyara. Ore inkiri ning'uikini iloopeny ilo osho. Kake ore nena naa ninche naatii shumata aisul. Ore enjurrore nitodolu ajo ketii kuna baa inkineneng'at. Nijo enarata oltome orkanjaoi kepon dukuya enyorrari tenaa ore inkiri naa king'okini iloopeny olosho ore iropiyiani naatumieki neramatieki ormanyara. Ore oloitiko sapuk enyorraroto enarata enye pooki kata kake tenaa ore iropiyiani neramatieki ormanyara ore inkiri ning'okini iloopeny olosho. Ore enyorraroto nereu enaa esiana oloikilikuanishoreki nijo nai lolosho lenkop e UK nitodolu ajo kiti enyorraroto enye katukul kake epon dukuya enyorraroto tooltung'anak lenkop e US tenebo ololosho lorkila orok. Ore toompanarot, ore lelo oodol ate enaa ilaarak loong'uesin sapuk enyorraroto kake kiti enyorraroto telelo aara laramatak loong'uesin. Nitodolu enjurrore ajo eeta imbaa kumok naanare nejurri tiatua kuna baa naaponitai dukuya enaa loikilikuanishoreki. Kake ore esiai sapuk nayieuni neyiolouni naa kebaa enyorraroto ooltung'anak lolosho le Sahara oomanya boo intaoni otelelo oomanya atua nkanas. Ore iltung'anak oomanya boo nkanas tenkop olosho le Sahara neeta induat napaasha alang lelo oomanya atua ng'uesin tolosho le Sahara. Ore pee iyiolou induat ooltung'anak oomanya atua intaoni tenebo oltung'anak oomanya boo nkanas naa nakata itumoki aitobira incheriani naaramatieki ing'uesin nemitoki ayau engoloto teramatata oong'uesin tenebo emirata oorubat ooseseni loong'uesin.
Ukuzingela kwenyamazana okusemthethweni injongo eyikugcina isikhumba noma impondo kulakho ukudala ukungazwani kahle lokuphikisana umhlaba wonke jikelele. Udaba lolu nxa luhlaziywe ngabomsakazo balubeka sengathi indaba elula nje kanti sekulophenyo olutsha oluveza sobala ukuthi imbono yabantu mayelana ngokuzingela kwenyamazana akusonto emgceke. Lolu lwazi olutsha oluveza kulelo phenyo lulakho ukuntshintsha indlela ekuzingelwa ngayo inyamazana ngokusemthethweni. Emhlabeni wonke jikelele ziningi inyamazana zeganga ezizingazingelwa ngokusemthethweni kodwa ukukhonona okukhulu kuba khona nxa izethekeli ezivelela eEurope lakwelemelika zibuya zizozingela lapha eAfrika. Ukuzingelwa kwenyamazana ngabantu bemzini kulakho kuletha inzuzo ebantwini abahlala eduzane lezindawo zokuzingelwa. Njengokuthi inyama engavela ekuzingelweni ingaba isitshebo sabantu kuthi imali evelela ekuzingeleni incedise ukulondoloza inyamazana zeganga, ukulungisa imigwaqo, izikolo lezibhedlela. Imbono yabantu ilamandla. Asithi amazwe ase-Europe leMelika abayibo abazingela kakhulu umhlaba wonke beme ukuzingela kuyini kambe okungenzakala. Imbono kanye lezinqumo ezinje zilakho ukuphazamisa impilo zabantu lenyamazana yeAfrika. Ukuze bezwisise imbono kaZulu, iqembu elithokhelwa ngabe Wildlife Conservation Research Unit kugatsha kumbe ku-University yase-Oxford lacubungula imbono yabantu abahlala emadolobheni abeleminyaka ngu-18 kusiya phezulu abahlala kwele-United States, e-Europe lase-South Africa emazweni alamandla amaningi kakhulu kwezepolitiki. Impendulo kumbuzo othi ukuzingela inyamazana okusemthethweni kwamukelekile na? Abantu abaningi bathi kuyachiyana ngezizathu. Zikhona izizathu ezenza ukwamukeleka kokuzingela kwenyamazana kube nzima ukuzisiseka kulalokhu kukhulunywa kuma-social media. Lezi izizathu ezenza kube nzima ukuzisiseka zigoqela ukuthi yiphi inyamazana ezingelwayo, lokuthi ngubani ozathola inyama, lokuthi imali evela ekuzingelweni izasetshenziswa njani. Ukutshengisa lezi zizathu, khangela ukuthi yikuphi ukuzingela okungamukelekile kakhulu lokwamukeleke kakhulu. Ukuzingela okungamukelekanga kakhulu yilokhu: ukuzingela indlovu, inyama iphiwe inyamazana, kuthi imali evelela ekuzingeleni incedise inhlanganiso ezezingelayo. Ukuzingela okwamukeleke kakhulu yikuzingela idube, inyama iphiwe abantu ingaphiwa inyamazana, kuthi imali evelela ekuzingeleni incedise kulondoloza ezemvelo. Kodwa lapha ngikhulume kuphela ngokwamukeleke kakhulu lokungamukelekanga kakhulu. Nxa sicubulungula siya phambili, zikhona njalo ezinye izizathu ezimbalwa eziqhakathekileyo. Lanxa kuzingelwa kwendlovu sethe akwamukelekanga kulokuzingela idube, nxa singantshintsha sithi inyama yendlovu yebantwini ingasayi enyamazaneni, le mali evelela ekuzingeleni intshintshe ingasayi kunhlanganiso ezizingelayo kodwa iye kulondolozeni ezemvelo, abantu bayantshintsha imicabango bethi nxa sekungalolo hlobo kuyamukeleka. Ukwamukeleka njalo kuyachiyana ngokuthi lo obuzwa umbuzo ovelela kuliphi ilizwe. Njengokuthi abantu be-UK abaphendula limbuzo baphendule besithi ukuzingela inyamazana akwamukelekanga kakhulu. Nxa siqathanisa labantu abe-South Africa labemelika ababuzwa umbuzo efanayo. Phezu kwalokho, abazithi bangabazingeli baphendule besithi ukuzingela okusemthethweni kwamukelekile kakhulu, kodwa laba abathi bona bangabavikeli benyamazana bathi ukuzingelwa kwenyamazana lanxa kusemthethweni akwamukelekanga kakhulu. Uphenyo lolu luveza ezinye zezizathu ezidala umehluko kumbono yabantu mayelana ngokuzingelwa kwenyamazana okusemthethweni. Yebo, kambe zingabe zikhona ezinye izizathu okwakhathesi ukuveza umehluko lo kuqhakathekile. Lanxa kunjalo, kusasekhona isidingo sokubana kuqhubekwe kuphenywa lemibono yabantu abahlala emaphandleni e-Afrika. Abantu abasemaphandleni ase-Afrika bakhangelelwa phansi ekubunjweni kwemithetho ephathelane lezinyamazana abaphila lazo. Ukuzwisisa imbono yabantu abahlala emaphandleni aqamelane lendawo zezinyamazana, siyilinganisa leyo mbono le yabantu abahlala kude lezinyamazana, kuzanceda ukubeka imithetho elondoloza ukuzingelwa kwezinyamazana zeganga ngokusemthethweni.
Mutambo wekuvhimwa kwemhuka dzemusango zviri pamutemo, vavhimi vachizotora nhengo kana mapatsi emhuka yacho, inyaya ine miono inopokana munyika dzose. Kunyange zvazvo vemapepanhau nekushambadzwa kwemashoko vachiratidza kuti pane mukaha pamaonero enyaya iyi, tsvakurudzo itsva iri kuratidza kuti miono panyaya iyi pachokwadi haina kunyatsojeka. Vatsvakurudzi vari kuti umboo uhu hunokwanisa kushandura mitemo yekuvhimwa kwemhuka dzemusango. Pasi rose panovhimwa mhuka dzakasiyana-siyana. Mutambo uyu unoita seunounza kupokana kana vashanyi vanobva kunyika dzekuEurope neNorth America vauya kuzovhima munyika dzemuAfrica. Zvisinei, kuvhimwa kwemhuka uku kunokwanisa kubatsira vanhu vanogara pedyo nemasango anovhimwa. Semuenzaniso, nyama inobva kumhuka dzavhimwa inopa chikafu, uye mari inobva mukuvhimwa inokwanisa kubatsira kuchengetedza masango, migwagwa, zvikoro nezvipatara. Asi maonero ane simba. Semuenzaniso, imbofungai kuti chii chingaitika kana vakuru vezvemitemo vekuNorth America nekuEurope, vanova ivo vatengi vakuru vezvinobuda kubva mukuvhimwa pasi rose, vakaramba kuzvipinza munyika dzavo. Maonero akadai, chero ari ekure, anokwanisa kukanganisa upenyu hwevanhu nemhuka dzemusango muSub-Saharan Africa. Senzira yekuedza kunzwisisa mafungiro nezviri mumwoyo yeveruzhinji, Chikwata chevatsvakuridzi vanobva kunyika dzakasiyana-siyana vachitungamirirwa neOxford University Wildlife Conservation Research Unit vakaita tsvakurudzo nekubvunzawo vanhu vemunyika dzinoti United States, United Kingdom neSouth Africa. Vakanga vakanyanonangana nemaguta sezvo murimo munowanikwa mahofisi makuru enyika nevatongi vacho. Zvakawanikwa patsvakurudzo pamubvunzo wekuti mutambo wekuvhimwa kwemhuka pachibhadharwa mari unotambirwa kana kugutsa veruzhinji here? Mhinduro yakabuda ipapo yaiti zvinongoenderana nezviripo. Pane zvinhu zvinoita kuti kutambirika kwenyaya iyi kusave nyore pane mabuditsirwo azvingaitwa nevanonyora nekushambadza nhau. Zvimwe zvezvinhu izvi zvinoti mhuka ichaurayiwa, ndiani achapiwa nyama kana mhuka yaurayiwa, uyezve mari inowanikwa kubva pakuvhimwa kwemhuka ichashandiswa sei. Kuti tinyatsonzwisisa zvinhu izvi, nyatsoongororai zviratidzo zvinoonekwa sezvisingatambirike nezvinotambirika kuvanhu vakabvunzwa mutsvakurudzo iyi. Zvaisatambirika zvaisanganisira kuvhimwa kwenzou, nyama yacho ichisiyirwa mhuka dzemusango, uye mari ichienda kunobatsira mabhizimusi anoita nezvekuvhima. Zvainyanyotambirika zvaisanganisira kuvhimwa kwembizi, nyama yacho ichipiwa vagari vemunzvimbo, uye mari ichienda kunobatsira kuchengetedza masango. Asi aya ndiwo maonero akanyanyisa acho. Takanyatsotarisisa tinoona kuti kupindana kwenyaya idzi hakuna kujeka. Semuenzaniso, kunyange zvazvo kuvhimwa kwenzou kwakaonekwa sekusingatambirike pane kuvhimwa kwembizi, kuvhimwa kwenzou kwaita kuchitambirika mumaziso evakabvunzwa mutsvakurudzo iyi, kana nyama yacho yaizopiwa vanhu uye mari ichienda kunochengetedza masango. Kutambirika kwenyaya iyi kwaienderana nekuti vaibvunzwa ava vaibva kupi. Zvakaonekwa kuti vekuUnited Kingdom vaisanyanyo kutambira mutambo wekuvhimwa uyu pane vekuUnited States nevekuSouth Africa. Mukuwedzera, pavanhu vakabvunzwa vaizviti ivo vavhimi ndivo vainyanya kuona kutambirika kwemutambo wekuvhima mhuka zviri pamutemo. Pane vanhu vakabvunzwa vaizviti vanokurudzira kuchengetedzwa kwemhuka vaiona mutambo wekuvhima mhuka zviri pamutemo seusingatambirike. Tsvakurudzo iyi inobuditsa zvimwe zvezvinhu zvinoumba maonero everuzhinji panyaya yemutambo wekuvhimwa kwemhuka zviri pamutemo. Asi panogona paine zvimwe zvakawanda zvinokosha. Pari zvino kubuditsa miono yakasiyana-siyana yemutambo wekuvhima mhuka dzemusango zviri pamutemo kubva kuvanhu venyika dzakasiyana inhano yekutanga yakakosha. Asi pachine basa rakawanda kuti tinzwisise miono yevagari vemumaruva esub-Saharan Africa. Vanhu vanogara kumaruva esub-Saharan Africa vanosisiwa musarudzo dzinobata mhuka dzemusango munzvimbo dzavanogara. Kunzwisisa maonero evanhu vanogara pedyo nemhuka dzemusango neavo vanogara kure nadzo kunobatsira kuti mutambo wekuvhimwa kwemhuka dzemusango zviri pamutemo kungafambiswa sei.
Uwindaji wa nyara ni shughuli ya kulipia kwa ajili ya kuwinda na kuchukua sehemu ya mnyamapori. Imekuwa swala linaloibua utata duniani kote. Wakati vyombo vya habari vinaonyesha taswira yenye mgawanyiko mkubwa, utafiti unapendekeza kwamba maoni dhidi ya uwindaji wa nyara hayana uhalisia wa moja kwa moja. Kwa ugunduzi huu, watafiti wanabainisha kuwa hali hii inaweza kuathiri jinsi uwindaji wa nyara unathibitiwa. Ulimwenguni kote, aina mbalimbali za wanyamapori huwindwa kwa ajili ya nyara. Kitendo hiki kinaonekana kuwa na utata pale watalii kutoka nchi za Ulaya na Amerika Kaskazini wanapowinda Afrika kusini mwa jangwa la Sahara. Uwindaji kama huu, hata hivyo, unaweza kutoa faida nyingi kwa jamii ambazo haziongelewi, hasa kwa watu wanaoishi ndani au jirani na maeneo ya uwindaji. Kwa mfano, nyama iliyotokana na uwindaji inaweza kutumika kama chakula, na mapato yatokanayo na uwindaji yanaweza kusaidia uhifadhi wa wanyamapori, kutengeneza barabara, kujenga shule na huduma za afya. Lakini mtazamo una nguvu. Hebu fikiria, kwa mfano, nini kitatokea ikiwa wabunge wa Amerika Kaskazini na Ulaya, ambako ndiko kwenye masoko makubwa zaidi ya uwindaji wa kitalii duniani, wakiamua kuzuia uingizaji wa nyara kutoka nje? Ushawishi kama huu, ingawa unatokea mbali, unaweza kuathiri maisha ya watu na wanyamapori katika Afrika kusini mwa jangwa la Sahara. Ili kuelewa mitazamo ya umma wa nje, timu ya kimataifa iliyoongozwa na watafiti kutoka kitengo cha utafiti wa uhifadhi wa wanyamapori cha Chuo Kikuu cha Oxford walifanya utafiti Marekani, Ulaya na Afrika Kusini kwa kuwadodosa watu wazima waishio mijini, maeneo ambayo nguvu za kisiasa na kufanya maamuzi zimejikita zaidi. Kwa ujumla, katika swali la je, uwindaji wa nyara unakubalika? Jibu lilikuwa inategemea. Kuna sababu zinazofanya swala la kukubalika kwa uwindaji wa nyara kuwa tata zaidi kuliko vyombo vya habari na mitandao ya kijamii inavyoweza kufanya lionekane. Sababu hizi ni pamoja na aina ya mnyamapori anayewindwa, nani anachukua nyamapori baada ya uwindaji, na jinsi mapato ya uwindaji yanavyotumika. Ili kufafanua sababu hizi, fikiria hali ya uwindaji unaodhaniwa kuwa unakubalika kidogo zaidi na unaokubalika zaidi na watu waliohojiwa. Hali iliyokubalika kidogo zaidi ilihusu uwindaji wa tembo. Nyama ikaachwa porini na mapato yakanufaisha kampuni za uwindaji. Hali iliyokubalika zaidi ilihusu uwindaji wa pundamilia. Nyama ikagawiwa kwa wananchi na mapato kusaidia uhifadhi. Lakini hizo ni hali zilizopita kiasi. Uchunguzi zaidi unaonyesha maoni yenye mchanganyiko tata wa mitazamo. Kwa mfano, ingawa uwindaji wa tembo kwa ujumla ulionekana kuwa haukubaliki kuliko uwindaji wa pundamilia, hata hivyo, uwindaji wa tembo ulikubalika zaidi machoni pa washiriki ikiwa nyama iliyopatikana wangepewa wananchi na mapato yakatumika kwenye uhifadhi. Kukubalika kwa uwindaji wa nyara pia kulitegemea asili ya washiriki. Kwa mfano, kwa ujumla, washiriki kutoka Uingereza walionyesha kukubalika kwa kiwango kidogo zaidi kuliko wale watokao Marekani na Afrika Kusini. Aidha, washiriki waliojitambulisha kama wawindaji kwa ujumla walionyesha zaidi kuwa uwindaji wa nyara ni jambo linalokubalika, wakati washiriki waliojitambulisha kama watetezi wa haki za wanyama kwa ujumla walionyesha zaidi kwamba uwindaji wa nyara kama jambo lisilokubalika. Utafiti huu unafichua baadhi ya mambo yanayojenga mitazamo ya umma kuhusu uwindaji wa nyara, lakini sababu nyinginezo pia zinaweza kuwa za muhimu. Kwa sasa, kufichua utofauti huu wa maoni juu ya uwindaji wa nyara kutoka ulimwenguni kote ni hatua muhimu ya kwanza. Lakini kazi zaidi inahitajika ili kuelewa mitazamo ya watu wanaoishi maeneo ya vijijini katika Afrika ya kusini mwa jangwa la Sahara. Watu wanaoishi maeneo ya vijijini katika Afrika kusini mwa jangwa la Sahara mara nyingi wamepuuzwa katika maamuzi yanayohusu wanyamapori waliopo kwenye maeneo yao. Kuelewa tofauti ya maoni kati ya watu wanaoishi karibu na wanyamapori na wale wanaoishi mbali na wanyamapori kunaweza kusaidia kufanya maamuzi magumu ya jinsi ya kusimamia uwindaji wa nyara.
Trophy hunting, the practice of paying to hunt and keeping part of the wild animal after, is a controversial issue around the world. But while media portrays a strongly polarized landscape, a new study suggests that opinions on trophy hunting are, in reality, less straightforward. This finding, researchers say, could affect how trophy hunting is regulated. Throughout the world, a wide range of species are hunted for trophies. This practice seems to be especially controversial when tourists from countries in Europe and North America hunt in sub-Saharan Africa. Hunts like these, however, can offer many overlooked benefits to people who live in or near hunting areas. For example, meat from hunts can provide food, while revenue from hunts can help pay for wildlife conservation, roads, schools, and healthcare. But perception is powerful. Consider, for example, what would happen if legislators in North America and Europe, the largest markets for trophy hunting worldwide, decided to restrict the import of trophies. Influences like these, however distant, can affect the lives of people and wildlife in sub-Saharan Africa. To understand external public perceptions, an international team, led by researchers from Oxford University's Wildlife Conservation Research Unit, surveyed adults from the United States, the United Kingdom, and South Africa, zeroing in on urban areas where political power and decision-making are most concentrated. Overall, responses indicated that regarding the question of, is trophy hunting acceptable? The answer is, it depends. There are factors that make the issue of acceptability more complicated than media coverage and social media might make it seem. These factors include the wild animal being hunted, who would receive the meat after a hunt, and how revenues from hunting would be used. To illustrate these factors at play, take a look at the hunting scenarios considered the least acceptable and the most acceptable by participants. The least acceptable scenario involved the hunting of an elephant, with meat left for wildlife and revenue supporting hunting enterprises. The most acceptable scenario involved the hunting of a zebra, with meat going to local people and revenue supporting conservation. But those are just the extremes. A closer look reveals a complex interplay between factors. For instance, although hunting elephants was generally perceived as less acceptable than hunting zebras, elephant hunting became more acceptable in the eyes of participants if the resulting meat were to go to people and the revenue to conservation. Acceptability also depended on participants' demographics. Participants from the UK, for example, indicated lower acceptability of trophy hunting overall than those from the USA and South Africa. In addition, participants who self-identified as hunters were generally more likely to perceive trophy hunting as more acceptable, while participants who self-identified as animal protectionists were generally more likely to perceive trophy hunting as less acceptable. This study uncovers some of the factors that shape public perceptions of trophy hunting, but many more factors are also likely to matter. For now, revealing this diversity of opinions on trophy hunting from around the world is an important first step. But more work is needed to understand the perspectives of people who live in rural areas of sub-Saharan Africa. People who live in rural areas of sub-Saharan Africa have often been overlooked in decisions affecting wildlife where they live. Understanding how the opinions of people who live alongside wildlife compare with the perceptions of people who live farther away could help guide difficult decisions on how to manage trophy hunting.
Good afternoon. Hi, if everyone can please make the seats. We're about to start the next session, please. Thank you very much. Brilliant. We have a busy schedule for today, including an evening function, so we must start on time to make sure that, the police doesn't come to close the party like they did last year. So we want to really make sure we can also have a good time. So without further delays, please join me in welcoming Berhanu Abagas, who will speak on intra-African collaboration in natural product sciences through NABISA. Thank you very much.
Oh, so green is forward. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I was going to pay my respect to members of the high table, but there is one lady. I'm happy to be here. My former minister is not here, but he promised he would come. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic of my presentation is challenges and opportunities for intra-African collaboration. My own personal background, did a PhD in the US, then I came and did a postdoc in Ibadan, way back 53 years ago. I realized at that time I had been to other continents, but had not been to any other country in my own continent. So what has struck me over time is the need for scientists to work together in this continent. You may recall, well, some of you may not, 1963, when Kwame Nkrumah made his famous speech at the Organization of African Unity meeting. Kwame Nkrumah was for the immediate establishment of the Organization of African Unity under one political system. And of course, this was not accepted by all. He said 2 or 3 things. One, he said, how do we do commerce with people in another country, an adjoining country, when we do not recognize each other's currency? And therefore, he said, we have to find a crook at the border who is going to change money for us and use that money to buy, commodities from the next country. Nearly 50 years later, the African Union has passed the Inter-Africa Free Trade, but still the currency issue is a big question. An African going to another African country is also a big issue. With my Ethiopian passport, there are 2 or 3 countries that I can easily go and visit. Coming to South Africa required me to make 5 trips, the same distance as Pretoria to Johannesburg, to get the visa. Of the 5 trips, 1 was my own fault. During the 3rd trip, I was told to provide the visa of all countries that I have been to. I told the lady I have been to about 86 countries and I have finished 30 passports. She said, just the last passport only. That's going to have an effect. So the visa would be ready in 1 week. When I went to collect the visa, I took the wrong passport, the one that I had to take out. So they said, this is not the passport you gave us. Come one more time. So the fifth one is my own mistake. I want to, yes. In 1992, I received a letter from a donor in the Swedish government and said, I want to come and talk to you. And so I felt that person would want me to set up a meeting with the president of the university, the vice chancellor. I was at the time working in Botswana. And he wrote back and he said, I didn't ask you to set any appointment with anybody. I want to talk to you. So he came, he talked to me, and what he said was, we're supporting quite a number of groups in Africa, and a lot of them quarrel with each other. And you have such nice facilities here in Botswana. Can you help some of them, invite them to come and do some work with you, and I will pay the expenses. That's how it began, my interest in intra-African collaboration. So if you see the first name, I led the network until 2011, and I was kind of headhunted to go to a position with the African Academy of Sciences in Nairobi. So someone took over 2011 to 2018, and then another one until 2020. By about 2019, the instruments that we were very much relying upon broke down, so there was a discontinuity. But again now, Rena Meditswe Mapitse and Werner Majinda are actually leading the network. So I'm happy to report that the network I started, even after I left it, is fully operational now. I want to show this slide because, to me, it's really a dramatic information that it has. This is population projection till the end of the century. So if you see the green one on top, that is actually Asia. The Asian population may just increase a little bit, but it's not going to be. It's going to be the same. At the bottom, the red one is Latin America. The yellow one is North America. You can see that many of the continents, they are not going to change until the year 2100. The only dramatic change is Africa, which is a little over 1 million, is going to quadruple. This is really very spectacular. The biggest change of our time is Africa's increase from 1 to 4 billion. 4 billion. So they're saying that at that time, the global workforce will be Africans. And Africa is the youngest, in terms of its population, one of the youngest, and therefore this has a dramatic impact, and we need to build the competence, work on the education, mentoring of Africans so that they occupy these responsible positions. A question, what is Africa's scientific output? And I want to emphasize that outputs are always related to inputs. You can't get something out of nothing. You must have input instead in order to get good output. Authors who write about publications about Africa fall, in my opinion, into three categories. The first, those who see Africa, especially sub-Saharan Africa, with an Eurocentric lens. And what they write, they express doom and gloom views. I want to bring to your attention here all those young people, mostly in South African, is going to destabilize them if you talk too much doom and gloom about that part of the world. The second are those who recognize the current weaknesses, but also see the prehistoric past, and they glorify that. I will give an example of this by this Persian writer who lived around 280. I have it. So this is mostly in the middle. And then there are those who are distinctively optimistic about Africa. And my comment about that is we must be only cautiously optimistic about this, because nothing comes for free. Recognition and excellence, it doesn't come by sitting. You have to work hard and earn it. So here is an example where there is doom and gloom. I'm not going to read all of this. It says, for example, it says the best 10 African countries published fewer papers than what China alone published. Africa has only 20 health researchers per million compared to 239 or 40 in Europe. So these are sort of the doom and gloom views. Optimistic, consider cautiously. Right, which means I got to run, yeah. So the optimistic, that is obvious. Then here is a lady I really have very, she's a professor in one of the US universities, and she begins by saying that the nerve of the world has been deadened by centuries to the vibrations of African genius. Here is science production, my own work. There are many countries in the world. In the first top 50, there are only 2 African countries that appear, Egypt and South Africa. Between 51 and 100, 13 African countries, etc. You can see further down. The top 10 are South Africa, Egypt, Nigeria, Tunisia, Morocco, Algeria, Kenya, Ethiopia, Tanzania, and Cameroon. Now, here is work I published in Nature, and here it shows a number of publications based on Scopus, and the 2 giants are again Egypt and South Africa, the dark green ones, then followed by Algeria, Morocco, Tunisia, Kenya, and Nigeria, and then if you include Ethiopia, Tanzania, and Cameroon, then that is the top 10. I want to bring to your attention some of the oldest universities. The year 859, a university in Morocco, by the way, established by a woman, is considered as the first university. I think this is so even in the Guinness Book of Records, etc. Al-Azhar University, 970, Furabe College, etc. So in the interest of time, I will skip that. But between 1896 and 1960, Africa had only 27 universities. Some of the famous ones, Khartoum was established in 1904, etc. You see the list. From 1960 to present, we have nearly over 2,000 universities. African scientists and institutions collaborate with scientists in the north, but intra-Africa collaboration is weak. Here is a spectacular paper by a multi-authored paper in health research in Africa. And let me go to the next slide here. If there is a circle in a country, it means, because there are none in Angola, none in Namibia, to appear on the map, you should publish at least, as a country, 30 papers. If you don't pay 30 papers, you don't appear on this map. Look at South Africa, big, more than a tennis ball, but there are about 10 institutions only. And look at Nigeria. There are 20 institutions. There is a story I know about this. I did a postdoc in Ibadan, 1973. That was the time Nigeria established many universities, almost in every state. So it takes 30, 40 years for these universities to mature and actually produce results. And the papers, 31,000 papers were published where Africans are collaborating, and you will see there is not a single line connecting 2 African cities. So it is all with Europe, all with East Coast and West Coast. So I ask a question now. In these papers, are the Africans the leaders or the followers? You can make your own decision, but to me, international collaboration is good while it lasts, but unless African leadership is developed, then it's going to be a problem. Now, so we made a study of how many research-grade machines are in Africa, and you can see that South Africa has 16, Botswana has 2, but the one in Botswana were really sometimes even better than the one in South Africa. Here is a fully automated NMR taking 60 samples and running 24/7. Here is a 600 ultrashield, and then mass spectrometers as well. So the way it works is, you see NABSA beneficiaries in green, they send samples to NABSA, they are run, and at the bottom you have either experimental data printed and sent to the beneficiaries, or it is put on an FTP server, and then it can be remote accessed from different African countries. So what we did is, we put up, when we bought the machine, we bought workstations, and we put one in Tanzania and one in Cameroon. So, is it up, eh? Yes. So let me just rush quickly. These are the number of spectra that were printed and given to the students, to the source countries, and you can compare that with this. What I'm showing here, this is intra-alpha, and all the lines connect a place in Africa with another place in Africa. Actually, I am an author in all of them, so I have made some advantage here. But initially, my collaborators were not the senior authors, but towards the end, it was almost 50-50. So I think this is the one. Long-term partnerships are important, but really it must be something that leads to the emergence of leaders from the African continent. I would like to thank the Uppsala University International Science Programs, who gave us over $5 million over several years. And thank you, but I want to close by thanking the organizers for supporting me with travel and accommodation, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Bernahu, and I'm sorry I had to cut your session short. Very interesting. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay, for our second presenter, please join me in welcoming Mulaku Kabisa, and she will be talking about biodiversity and climate seeds of Zambia, how bottom-up initiatives contribute to global and national biodiversity and climate commitments. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Mulako, and I'm a PhD candidate at the Global Change Institute at the University of the Witwatersrand. And as introduced, I'll be talking about biodiversity and climate seeds. So just to give a little bit of a warning, I'm going to begin with the doom and gloom stories. We know the climate stories, biodiversity loss crisis, but this is ultimately a story about hope. What inspires us to change? How can we learn from things that are happening on the continent that can help us tailor our interventions in a way that makes sense for us as a continent? And so this work I'm doing with Prof. Laura Pereira, and so I urge you to think differently. Think about different ways of doing, different ways of acting, as we think about these biodiversity and climate challenges. So to begin, biodiversity loss and climate change, they're two sides of the same coin, in that they're inextricably linked, and changes in our biodiversity, thus our habitats, our ecosystems, has an impact on our climate system. But unfortunately for us, typically, these are addressed as two separate problems. when they're linked, and especially when you think about human development, sustainable development, people's livelihoods, all of these are tied into how our climate system works and our habitat integrity. And so in the case of Zambia, this is very similar to what is happening everywhere around the world. We have a big climate crisis. And when you look at the modeling from 1960s all the way to 1990, you see that there's been a lot of rainfall variability, very extreme weather events happening more frequently. And when you look at the current models now, up to 2050 all the way to 2100, it does show that these events are going to be more intense, they're going to be more frequent. Just recently, in this last season, we had a very bad El Nino event, to the extent that 90% of our power, over 90%, comes from hydropower. But now we're having these massive outages because most of our river systems have dried. And this is just one of the many El Nino events that we've experienced in the last 10 years. And knowing very well that this is the kind of future that we're looking to, we're going to have more extreme events, more frequent, more intense, with very serious implications for our biodiversity. How do we plan for such a future? How can we have hope going through these very extreme events, which have very serious implications for people's livelihoods? So how do we think about making commitments, reaching those commitments, without experiencing, from the last conference that was here, the conference last year, environmental melancholy? How do you feel some encouragement that actually, despite everything that's going on, there is some hope that we can actually do something about what's going on? And so we have these national and global biodiversity and climate commitments, very forward-looking, calling for innovation. But how do we think about innovation? And I liked the presentation earlier in the morning, which was talking about, from I think it was Dr. Kiru. She was mentioning local context, designing interventions and programs that are appropriate for the different places. And so the project that I am part of through the Future Ecosystems for Africa project is thinking about what is the African way of thinking and doing that works and makes sense. And so we have these commitments that are telling us, think about the future, think about innovations, plan and have actions that will be able to meet what is required locally. And so the key issue here is, how do we understand the different knowledges that exist that will help us to think about innovation in a way that's practical? What are the current capacities that exist that we can build upon to appropriately scale our interventions, our programming, and our policy process? And this is the question that we're asking with this work, is what are the biodiversity and climate initiatives that exist in the country? What can we learn from them? How can they inform our policy process? And thinking about different ways of doing and thinking, how can they inspire hope that in spite of everything that's going on, we can actually do something. There are things that are happening on the ground, and telling a very different narrative about what it means for African adaptation or mitigation outside of the usual doom and gloom stories. And so the main method that we used for this is using the Seeds of Good Anthroposm project. It's this really exciting project that is showcasing innovation in various socio-ecological systems across the world. There's very limited evidence, especially on the African continent, on what innovation looks like. And so what this project aims to do is to identify and characterize these transformative initiatives. And they're typically bottom-up because we're thinking about the local context in order to appropriately scale. They inspire hope in addressing biodiversity and climate challenges. And so using a web search, and because I've worked in the area for a very long time, some of them I knew about these innovations that are going on that may not necessarily have online presence, collected 50 seeds, which were analyzed to see what activities are they engaged in and how do they contribute to biodiversity and climate commitments. And at the national level, this was the 8th National Development Plan, which runs until 2026, which in the Zambian case is about environmental sustainability, the 2nd National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan, and at the global level, the SDGs and the Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. So what are the results? The first is that of these 50 seeds, this was the distribution of how they are in Zambia. So this is not a comprehensive list. It is just the beginning to say that this is where innovation is happening. This is who is doing it, how they're doing it, and some lessons that we can learn. So one of the key features of identifying these seeds is outlining their main activities, having conversations where we could with some of the challenges that they face, but also drawing some inspiration about what interventions can look like, because these are working in the context that they exist in. So some examples are such innovations such as Marlborough Mongoose. This is a business venture that uses snares from poaching activities to make jewelry. And this jewelry is made by local women in these conservation areas, and it's sold, and the women have alternative livelihoods, and they also fund some conservation efforts. Then you have the Komboni Sisters. It's a Catholic innovation where they use religion to urge people and inspire people to take part in earth stewardship as part of their fundamental purpose is that we and the earth are connected, and it's called Mother Earth. And you have Little Ndaba, where they crochet little dolls that they sell to children to help children learn early on that nature is to be conserved. It is important for us to be cognizant of its importance outside of just the economic benefits we get from it. Looking at how these seed initiatives contribute to the national strategies. So you have the 8th National Development Plan. It has a comprehensive list of all sorts of activities that the government plans to engage in order to meet both biodiversity and climate goals. So from an analysis of what these seed initiatives do, we could see that all the strategies of the 8th National Development Plan are covered by these initiatives. And you find that a lot of the activities are around climate change adaptation, which is not surprising, considering the impacts that the country is experiencing from these extreme climate events, and also enhanced natural resources management. Zambia is agrarian. A lot of people are dependent on natural resources for their livelihoods, and so it's unsurprising that these activities are some of the main features from the seed initiatives that we're able to identify. Looking at the National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan goals, all of them are addressed as well by these seed initiatives. And so I find that enhancing participatory planning, knowledge, and capacity building were some of the key activities. So there were lots of education programs targeted towards children to help with issues of mindset change, and also reducing the pressures on biodiversity. And this mostly took place in providing alternative livelihoods, but also making livelihoods more viable, that they make economic sense for people to not want to go and overuse these natural resources because they do not view them as something that they're excluded from, but that this is part of how they live, how they make their livelihood. So it's important to conserve these spaces. Looking at the Global Biodiversity Framework targets, about 17 of the 22 were being addressed by these seed initiatives, with the majority, about 40%, being about meeting people's needs and benefit sharing, which is a very interesting finding because for many interventions which are very mainstream, the focus is on the economic aspects of biodiversity or climate action. But this is giving a glimpse in that we need to think about the ecological and social aspects of what our interventions actually target for there to be sustainability in the long term. Looking at the Sustainable Development Goals, very similar. A lot of these seed initiatives were focused on both the ecological and the social aspects of how our biodiversity is conserved and climate action is done. And so again, some more insight into thinking very seriously. When we're tailoring these interventions for the different local contexts, are we thinking beyond economic gains? Because people's relationship with nature, its contributions to people, go beyond monetary value. So could this be a question around how do we tailor our interventions in a way that's going to be sustainable and a way that connects with people's values? And so this was a very interesting finding from this work. So we know that it's contributing to all these targets and strategies, but what does that really mean? Systems transformations requires actions that are going to change the way that the system is designed, the thinking behind how we design the different systems. And from here, we use Donella Meadows and Abson's leverage points framework to think more seriously that we have this list of, it was 90 activities condensed into 24. What does that actually mean about which aspects of the socio-ecological system within Zambia do these interventions interact with or impact? The majority, about 59%, are dealing with the shallow leverage points. So we're thinking about easier to do activities that are focused, especially for the policymaker, that are easy wins. For example, rewilding, afforestation, using climate-smart agricultural practices. Those you can see there and then that we planted this number of trees, we rewilded this area, or we're using this sort of alternative energy, and this is where the majority of the activities were happening. And then you find that about 31% were focused on the much deeper, more difficult to implement activities, such as thinking about system design and change. How do we change people's mindsets about the different ways that we can produce, about sustainable consumption, thinking about mental models. How do we lobby and advocate for differences in how we do things outside of the business as usual? As long as thinking about sustainable purchasing, even as a business, you find some businesses were saying that about 40% of everything that we acquire has to be from a sustainable source. That's a difficult move to make when it's much easier to just do things in a business as usual way. And also thinking about earth stewardship, linking religion to us behaving as if earth is our home. And so, in conclusion, having these seed initiatives, understanding where they are and how they work, they provide an opportunity for us to integrate bottom-up approaches. A lot of the conversations around biodiversity conservation, climate action, we need local context, we need participation. So understanding where things are happening is a great way to start to think about how we can tailor our innovations appropriately. So even when it comes to the tracking of these different goals and strategies, it helps to understand what people are actually doing so we don't give blanket statements like nothing happens here, nobody's doing anything, we're desolate, there's nothing that can be done, we need an outside person to come and rescue us. People are actually doing something. And so seeds, understanding where they are and how they work is an opportunity for us to actually know what is happening and how we can appropriately scale to have sustainable long-term interventions that are aligned with people's goals, people's values. So also a response to the social, ecological, and economic needs of people, looking beyond money. Money is important, but it's also important to acknowledge the different aspects with which people value nature. And understanding how these seed initiatives work, considering that this civil society and businesses can tell us and give us a little bit of information and the head start on what can work within the continent. So even though the seed initiatives contribute to the shallow leverage points, which are very important for policymakers, they can't lead to these deeper shifts in mindset change. People see a change in their environment, they start to think differently about how they should treat it because it goes beyond just them being separated, but is seen as an extension of themselves. And so I'd like to close by thanking my funders, OGRC, through the Future Ecosystems for Africa project, as well as Prince Albert II of Monaco Foundation through the IPCC for enabling me to do this work. And I think that it's important that having funders who give you flexibility to tell the African story in a way that is truthful, not just doom and gloom, that's a reality, but there is also hope and inspiration. And I think that that's something that I'm grateful for, and for many others who seek funding, is a true privilege to be able to have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mulako, for a message of hope after lunch is always a great opportunity to share. Unfortunately, there are no time for questions, but if there are any questions for Mulako, please see her at the tea break. So now I would like to welcome Sally Archibald, and she'll be speaking about getting Africa's grasslands on the map. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here. Can I just check you'll give me a 5-minute warning before I have to end? Because I need to make sure I get to the last few slides. Great. It's wonderful to be able to talk about some work that we've been pulling together with a large team of people across Africa. It's like an inter-Africa collaboration, this one, so I hope that it will fulfill your requirements of ensuring that African scientists work together to achieve some interesting science and some useful science. I'd like to start, I suppose, by highlighting that for decades now, there's been a lot of research by many people in this room, by many people globally, about the processes that exclude grass. There's a lot of research that's been formalized about alternative states where you have these mixed tree grass ecosystems and the processes that result in the grass being excluded and it converting to a closed canopy forest ecosystem. There's been less formal thought about the processes that exclude trees. We know that there are many ecosystems, I'm going to have to wave my hands, that it is possible, even in a climate where trees can be supported, for trees not to exist at all. So an ecosystem like the one on the left-hand side there, your right-hand side, has no above-ground woody biomass at all, although often there are still woody species in this system, but they just have moved below ground, so there's often a lot of woody biomass below ground. And so there's been a lot less formal thinking about how and where these grasslands occur and why. If you just look at photos of grasslands across the world, grassy ecosystems, some of them have trees, scattered trees. Some of them have clumps of trees interspersed with pure grasslands, and some of them are pure grasslands. And they are all very beautiful. So let's think of some definitions here. It's always very hard to put categories on a huge range of ecosystems. But if we think of a tree as a woody perennial plant, typically having a single stem or a trunk above ground and bearing lateral branches high off the ground, and then we can define grassy ecosystems as ecosystems that are characterized by a continuous grassy understory with or without a tree component. So in that case, then we can define grasslands as grassy ecosystems where trees can't grow. So permanent woody structures above ground are not selected for in these ecosystems. So let's just think a little bit about the distinction between a grassy ecosystem, such as you have on your left, and a grassland, such as there are on the right. Often you find that tropical grasslands co-occur alongside other fire-prone ecosystems that also have grasses in them. Often you find them as habitat mosaics within other vegetation formations, which means that their extent and their biogeography are not very well understood. It's important to realize that these grasslands that I'm talking about do have a lot of woody plants in them. They just don't have trees in them. Up to 30% of the soil organic carbon in these pure grasslands can come from non-grass plants. I said there hasn't been a lot of formal thought about these systems, but there has been a lot of thinking and writing about this, and people have come up with a lot of reasons about why these pure grass ecosystems are treeless. There's the idea that if it's too dry for trees, then you will end up with a grassland. There could be edaphic controls on trees, where the soil mineralogy or some hard pans and shallow soils prevent the ability of trees with deep roots to grow. Waterlogging is a very difficult constraint for a tree with a woody root system to handle, because they basically get suffocated every time it gets waterlogged. Then disturbances such as fire and frost have been thought to be able to exclude trees entirely from an ecosystem. But there's also been some very interesting work arguing that it's probably a combination of these factors. So Julia Wakeling and William Bond did a really interesting experiment where they transplanted trees above and below the tree line here on the Highveld. And they concluded that on the Highveld it was too cold or too much grass competition to grow through the disturbance trap. So the trees were growing slowly because there was a lot of grass competition and it was really cold, and that meant that they couldn't escape the fire trap. So it's a combination of top-down controls and bottom-up controls. And then Ricardo Holder has done some great work showing that soil texture then alters both the waterlogging and the drought conditions for trees. That also makes it antagonistic for them to grow in the Serengeti. So what would I like to discuss today? I'd like to think a little bit about mapping these grasslands and estimating their extent. I want to talk about different grassland archetypes and how we how all these different grasslands are determined and whether we can get some more clarity on that. And the ecological value of grasslands and where they are going in the future. And it's great to be able to come and talk after William gave us a really good talk yesterday about grassy ecosystems in the Anthropocene. And so now we can think about some particular aspects of grasslands that put them at risk. And then make a really good case for grassland conservation, I hope. Let's start by thinking what the global thinking about grasslands is. If you look at the IUCN ecosystem typology, which is a really thoughtful way of organizing vegetation globally, they identify 3 different grassland biomes. They identify temperate subhumid grasslands, which are generally in temperate environments, but you can see our Highveld, where we are here today, is also classified as a temperate subhumid grassland. They identify tropical alpine grasslands and herb fields, and you can see there's a little bit of Africa where they identify these more high-altitude grasslands, which are the ones we saw this morning, where the Ethiopian wolves tend to flourish. But actually, they extend further into Africa than this map shows. And then they also identify seasonal floodplain marshes. And this orange, the red color means it's the dominant vegetation, and the yellow color means it's a mosaic with other things. And so you can see when it comes to these floodplain grasslands, they are pretty extensive in Africa, according to this IUCN typology. When it comes to African scientists and vegetation ecologists, if we go back to White and his colleagues in 1983, who produced a map, we all just keep reclassifying White's map, and now I'm going to reclassify White's map again. But if you pore through his work from 1983, he identifies a grassland biome that stretches across about 900,000 kilometers squared in Africa and covers about 3 or 4% of Africa. He gives these grasslands different names, but he says they are grasslands. He has edaphic grasslands. He has the Highveld grasslands, which we are in today, and he identifies a whole lot of things he calls secondary grassland. So there's a lot of very different ecosystems across Africa that he identifies as part of a grassland biome. But he also identified a mosaic grassland biome, and this stretches across a much larger area, over 4 million kilometers squared. But in this mosaic grassland biome, not all of it is grassland. So if you add up the proportion that we estimate is grassland, we come up to about 9.4% of Africa being covered by these mosaic grasslands. And again, they can be rainforest grasslands, coastal mosaic grasslands, Afro-montane grasslands. Very different ecosystems in very different parts of Africa are all called mosaic grasslands. And you can see from these pictures some of the beautiful coastal mosaic grasslands in Maputo. And then finally, although he doesn't call it a grassland biome, if you read, he does highlight that in Africa, pure grassland can often be intimately associated in mosaic with other vegetation types. And so one of these biomes where grasslands are really very dominant habitat types is the Miombo biome, or the Miombo ecoregion, which covers over 2 million kilometers squared, but usually up to 25% of this ecoregion can be a pure grassland. So if you do the numbers, that ends up with another 1.2% of Africa being a grassland. And these grasslands are habitat patches within a continuous, high rainfall savanna system, but they can be very extensive, as you can see from the pictures below. So if we do the numbers and we add it all up, on the understanding that some of these systems, a certain proportion of them are grassland, not everything, we have it like a thumbsuck of about 14% of Africa is covered by these pure grassland vegetation types. So we know that 70% of Africa is grassy ecosystems, but about 14% of Africa is this grassland where trees are severely limited. So now we have to reflect a little bit about the difference between a biome versus a mosaic versus a habitat. And I think the forest people have done a lot of thinking about that, and I'm suggesting that we as grassland ecologists should challenge ourselves to think about that. There's been lots of good work showing about if you have forest fragments, how the biogeography of forests work when you have continuous forests versus fragmented forests versus small patches of forest in other ecosystems. But we haven't done that same sort of thinking when it comes to grasslands. So do all of these very varied grasslands have anything in common ecologically or biogeographically? And how can we highlight these fascinating ecosystems to the globe? I sort of need to mention the elephant in the room here, which is White's secondary grassland classification, because he defined many of these grasslands as secondary, arguing that human activities had caused grassland to replace forest in these parts of Africa. But he also did identify true grasslands that were maintained by fire. He recognized there was a concept of a fire climax grassland. So to quote White, the former extent of such edaphic and natural fire climax grasslands is a matter of controversy. And unfortunately, more than 40 years later, it's still a matter of controversy. There's been some great studies done over the last 40 years showing that many of these secondary grasslands identified by White are actually ancient grassy ecosystems. People use anything from like delta 13 carbon values to plotting the phylogeny of the endemic species that are there and showing that these species evolved many, many millions of years before people. But this knowledge is not always picked up by the literature, so still you have papers published talking about artificial savannas in these grasslands that other people would argue are beautiful natural vegetation types. So what I would like to discuss today, when we moved on from talking about their extent and the controversies around their extent, is to start thinking about grassland archetypes. What types of grasslands do we have, and what determines them? So I'd like to highlight that Norman Owen Smith was the first person who brought this idea to my attention. He came back from one of his wild ramblings around Africa. And then in the tea room, he was like, Sally, I don't know why you vegetation ecologists haven't worked out why some parts of Africa have trees in the valleys and other parts of Africa have grasslands in the valleys. And I was like, you know, Norman, you're right. This is a fundamentally important question for us to answer, and we haven't answered it satisfactorily. So the photo on the right-hand side is a photo where you have a woody savanna, and every single time there's a valley, it transitions to a grassland ecosystem. On your left-hand side, not very far away, in the same sort of high rainfall ecosystem, just in the north of Angola, you have a system where the grasses are on the crests, and every time it transitions to the valleys, you've got forest. It's not only in those parts of the world. Here in the Drakensberg, we have grassland, we have forests in the valleys and grasslands on the crests, and there are many other ecosystems where grasslands are in the valleys. So he has challenged me to solve this problem, and I suppose the first part of solving that problem is to try to work out which parts of Africa have which type of grassland archetype. This is work in progress, so I'm afraid I can't report on it yet in too much extent, but just to say we've been having a lot of fun trying to find these ecosystems, classify how much of them are forest versus grassland, and look at what determines it. So this slide on the right-hand side is in Swaziland, a classic high-altitude grassland with forests in the valleys. If you plot the density of pixels with forests or pixels with trees against the height above the drainage line, you very clearly see that in Swaziland, the trees are all close to the drainage line and the grasslands are all on the crests. This is another beautiful ecosystem in southern Angola where we work. In that case, if you map it out, you'll find the grasslands are all in the valleys. If you plot it against height above the drainage line, exactly opposite. The grasses are all in the valleys and the trees are all on the crests. So we're starting to be able to quantify this in some way that would allow us to map these different grassland archetypes across Africa. But we haven't done it yet, I'm afraid, so you're going to have to come back next year to have a look at that. But we have identified that there are these two very important different habitats, one with grass in the crests and trees in the valleys, and these tend to be called grassland mosaics or secondary grasslands by White. And then we have one with trees on the crests and grass in the valleys, and these are often called dumbos or flooded grasslands, but also grassland mosaics. So we'd like to understand the drivers of these two grassland types and what keeps trees out in each circumstance. And ultimately, we'd want to know whether these ecosystems have any similarity in terms of their biogeography and their floristics. So let's go back to all these hypotheses about why an ecosystem could be totally devoid of trees. If we think about that at a more landscape scale, there's been a lot of great work and thinking done about fire refugia and how in a fire-prone ecosystem, just because the shape of the topography, there are patches which are fire refugia where forests can flourish and grow, while the grasslands, the flammable fire climax grasslands, surround it. And this is work sort of originated by Geldenhuys, but picked up by William Bond and Heath Beckett, where they've got these really good models, where now they're able to basically model the probability of a patch of land being a forest based only on its topography and their understanding of fire spread, which is pretty exciting. The challenge now is to try to understand this across very many of our different fire climax grasslands. And there's been some great work happening with Caroline Lehman and some of her colleagues in Madagascar, where often some of those forests in the valleys in Madagascar do seem to have become permeable to fire, and you have fire spreading through them. And if we can understand how protected these systems ought to be from fire and whether humans are altering the fire-forest interaction, we can start to maybe provide good management ideas in these ecosystems. The classic explanation for savanna grassland mosaics, so grasslands in the valleys, has been waterlogging. And the hydrologists have done a lot of thinking about exactly how these sorts of seasonally inundated or permanently inundated areas persist in an ecosystem and where you find them. And as I've mentioned, they can often be a very large proportion of the landscape. 10% of the landscape, up to 25% of the landscape can be seasonally waterlogged, containing grasses. And that's the sorts of vegetation patterns you see in these ecosystems, where the grasslands are contained in waterlogged ecosystems. And here are some beautiful maps done by Andy Bullock, showing the proportion. The hydrologists are they're really fussy about what you call a dumbo and what you call a flooded grassland. And they've divided these seasonally inundated things that to me just all look like grasslands into three sort of very different hydrological schemes. But you can see they cut across the whole of southern Africa, and they can be up to 25 to 30% of the region. But it's also true that sometimes in these ecosystems, the grasslands extend beyond the waterlogging. So this is a map showing a permanently waterlogged floodplain in Angola, but the grassland, the area that doesn't have trees, extends for many, many hundreds of meters away from the waterlogging before you hit the savanna Miombo ecosystem with the trees. So some people have argued that perhaps there's other things we need to think about here. Frost is something most people have ignored in tropical ecosystems, but there's been a lot of papers recently around how frost might be a very important driver in ecosystems in the tropics in certain circumstances. The thing about frost is that if you map frost just using a climate data set, it doesn't look like any of Africa is frosty. There's just basically frost in the Drakensberg, and once you hit Zimbabwe, there's no frost. But we know, those of us who wander around Africa, we know that it can get really cold and frosty, and that the grass freezes, and that frost happens across many parts of tropical Africa. Even if you recalibrate those data sets to do temperature at ground level, it still doesn't appear that frost is an important driver in Africa. But if you think at a landscape level and consider the concept of cold air pooling, where in every little valley, depending on the topography, the cold air can pool and you can end up with a frosty pocket at the bottom, then we might think that perhaps these frost-prone ecosystems could be quite extensive over large parts of Africa. And Manfred Fink proposed that in 2021. In order to do that, we have to get really fancy because we need to move beyond these climate models and these regional climate data sets and do complicated microclimatic modeling to be able to work out where we think the frost happens in these ecosystems that we're studying. And then the final explanation for grassland mosaics are nasty soils. We have quite a lot of nasty soils in Africa. They create amazing, beautiful, interesting plant communities. Ultramafic soils are quite common in southern Africa. In East Africa, you get these kind of the shortgrass plains in the Serengeti as an example of a place where the soils are so antagonistic to grass growth that you have no trees. So if we summarize, like once you think at a landscape level, you've got these landscape patterns of the drivers of grasslands, where fire exposure increases with your distance from the drainage line. The higher up you go, the more exposed you are to fire. But waterlogging and frost decrease with distance from the drainage line. And then soil depth and texture also vary with distance from the drainage line. So all of these proposed hypothesized causes of grasslands all vary a lot at sort of landscape and topographic levels. So what do we still need to answer? We still need to know, well, can we identify which combination of agents is driving the grassland in different contexts? And then, do they select for flora with different attributes? So I'm going to leave the first question hanging because we're not able to answer it yet. So let's move on to thinking and comparing these flora in these different grasslands. So we'd really like to know how diverse the different grasslands are, and we particularly want to know whether there's any evidence that the grasslands that I've just defined are unique in terms of their communities compared with the savannas, if we're thinking about the grassy understory. And which types of plants make up the diversity of these grasslands? So for that, we are using a protocol for collecting data on grasslands and for rolling out these sorts of studies collected under standardized protocols that's been developed by the Global Grassy Group. At the moment, we have over 600 data sets from over 500 plots, and we're hoping to sample topographic gradients, gradients of fire, gradients of tree cover, and gradients of disturbance as well. So we did a really big campaign in Bikwa National Park, where we collected according to this protocol. The nice thing about this protocol is that you're collecting data at the scale at which grassland plants occur, so 1 meter plots. But we do 21 of those 1 meter plots in a 50 by 50 meter area, and then we replicate those. So we get a good sense of how the species accumulate in space in these landscapes. And then ideally, if we really have a lot of funding and energy, we do it every month, because as most people know who walk around in grasslands, the types of flowers you see change from week to week and from day to day. So to fully characterize the diversity, you need to sample every single month. We didn't do that in Bikwa, but we did have a wonderfully large field campaign in February this year in these beautiful ecosystems where the grasslands are in the valleys, where we collected about 12 different plots. So Bikwa is interesting. This is a map from the 1960s. We have grassland in the valleys, but the grassland extends above the seasonal waterlogging line. And so we sampled the waterlogged grasslands, the grasslands next to the waterlogged grasslands, and we compared it with the Miombo woodland. So we had 3 different vegetation types we were comparing. And what did we find? Well, we found that the species richness in a small little plot, like just a 1 meter diameter plot, was pretty high. You could get between 5 and 15 species in a small area. But that the Suffratex grassland, the grassland just above the waterlogging, had slightly higher diversity at that scale. When we accumulated all of our little plots to see what the landscape level diversity was, you could see that the waterlogged grassland had slightly lower diversity, which makes sense. It's a really hard place to be. But the Suffratex and Miombo had similar diversity, up to like nearly 120 species found in that small area. Notably, most of those species were not grass. Grass only accounts for about 30 of the species. So most of the diversity came from all the other plants in that system. Interestingly, when we looked at the proportion of plants that had woody roots below ground, so what we call underground trees, they were found in every single ecosystem. Even the waterlogged grassland had 15% of its flora being an underground tree, which was really interesting. But our real question was whether these grasslands were different from the savanna. Were they just an extension of the savanna that had lost the trees, or were they their own unique type of flora? So we found if we compared these vegetation types, there was very little overlap in the species composition between these 3 ecosystems. They shared about 17 of their species. Most of those were grass. They shared a lot less of their non-grass flora. So these 3 grassy ecosystem types separated out a lot and had very much, and these are some pictures of some of the unique species we found in the different grasslands. So we could conclude that there was some really interesting stuff going on and that we need to think of these grasslands as separately from the savannas, but we need to do some more regional analyses to get some good answers. We also need to think about carbon in grasslands. And in South Africa, we know that our grasslands have a lot of carbon in them. Thank you. We've done an analysis showing that in grasslands below ground have about 100 tons of carbon per hectare, equivalent to about 110 that we have in forests, which compares with savannas having only about 54 tons per hectare. But that's not all the carbon in these grasslands. If you look at the biomass carbon, and there's been some great papers by William Bond and other people recently, and we've been collecting some data, the actual living below ground carbon with living structures adds another about 20 tons of carbon per hectare to that. And 20 tons of carbon, that's way higher than I measure in my Kruger site in Skukuza. That's way higher than we get above ground in most savannas. So there's a lot of carbon there. So I've only got 5 minutes left, so it's a good thing we're getting towards the end. I want to talk about grasslands and how much we need to worry about them. I'm going to focus just on one thing to worry about, because I really can only worry about one thing at a time. And I'm going to think about agriculture. Grasslands have generally been considered pretty disposable and pretty resilient when it comes to agriculture. The Department of Environmental Affairs tend to think that if you've stopped plowing for 10 years, then your grassland is back to being virgin land. But there's mounting evidence that that's not true, and that once you plow a grassland, it's crossed this like hard-to-reverse threshold. Which makes it a bit scary when you think about the projections of where we think agricultural production is going to happen in Africa in the future. If you look at projections to 2050, up to 20%, 30% of our grasslands and mosaic grasslands are going to be transformed. Those savanna woodlands that have Dumbo habitat will also be transformed up to 30%. Actually, the projection for tropical forest conversion to agriculture is much lower than these grasslands. Of course, this really varies. Here in South Africa, we've basically plowed up practically every bit of grassland we have. We have less than 10% left. Whereas other places where I work, there's hardly any agriculture happening in the grasslands yet. So we were like, well, can we help the rest of Africa to learn from South Africa's mistakes? Let's see what happened to our grasslands after we plowed them up. So we had a very large field campaign across 2 different grassland ecosystems in South Africa, really asking the question, can our grasslands recover from plowing? We had 2 landscapes, 2 treatments, plowed and unplowed for the last, unplowed and plowed and abandoned fallow for 20 years. We had 40 sites, 840 plots, and a lot of soil samples. And the conclusion was really that even after more than 20 years, only 65 to 75% of the floristic diversity came back. In the high rainfall site, we had higher diversity overall, but we lost an equivalent amount in the lower rainfall site that we did in the high rainfall site. So all of our grasslands are vulnerable to plowing. Again, the plowed sites were a depauperate version of the unplowed communities. It wasn't something different. And so these are all some of the beautiful species that we lost in our plowed grasslands. So now I've told you how exciting these things are. I've told you how at risk they are. They're being plowed up as we speak. So what can we do? How can we make the case for grassland conservation? I think there is growing recognition of the value of the biodiversity in our grasslands. But how can we turn that into practice? And this time last year, I ran into Matthew Child, and I was moaning to him that there was only money for REDD+ projects and deforestation. What about land transformation? And he was like, but Sally, there are plenty of mechanisms to fund avoided land transformation. It doesn't have to be a forest. You know, people will pay for conserving grasslands. So we started this nice project where we were looking into whether we could use this methodology for avoided ecosystem conversion to protect some of our high-veld grasslands. But unfortunately, just as the project was getting going, there was that big hoo-ha about how people have been conserving tropical forests and pretending like tropical forests are at risk when they're not, and it all exploded in The Guardian. And the Vera project removed this mechanism. So at the moment, there is no mechanism that I know of for funding conservation of grasslands with carbon credits, which is a bit worrying. But we've been doing other things. All is not doom and gloom. How you practice agriculture really matters when it comes to grasslands and when it comes to biodiversity. So we're working with Conservation International and other people to look at whether we could optimize agricultural production, biodiversity, and carbon, find some way to minimize losses and maximize benefits. And this is a very hard to read screen, but it's some work that we did with the World Bank kind of showing that as you get more intense in your agricultural production, there's a point at which you can have really quite good landscape intactness and resilience and recovery and biodiversity without really losing much agricultural production. And so we're trying to work to see whether we can find some happy medium there. My time is up, so I'm going to have to not talk about the cool stuff we're doing on fire and agriculture in peatlands. But I suppose I just want to say there's probably other ways to conserve grasslands. Biodiversity credits, tourism. William was the first one to point out to me that there's piles of tourists coming to the Drakensberg every year, pouring money into KwaZulu-Natal, and no one goes to the beautiful grasslands of Madagascar and gives them any money at all. So we can do something. Just to end, I want to say that we can't protect or manage what we don't understand. So let's do some fun research in these beautiful grasslands. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sally. An apology, there's no time for questions,
okay.
But if anyone has got a question as well for Sally, please see her at the tea break. Now, please, let's welcome Chanel Rumpelad, and she is talking about how small the Uno mammal copes with heat and cold in the Kalahari. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone, and I'm so glad that we've been seeing a picture of meerkats in between these sessions because we finally get to talk about them today. I'm Chanel, I'm a PhD candidate, and I'm looking at how small diurnal mammals like the meerkat and some other cool ones cope with the heat and the cold of the Kalahari. So, as we heard so far, there's widespread negative impacts that climate change has on several species of wildlife. And there's some growing evidence that meerkats are in the same boat. For example, this study showed that as the daily maximum air temperature increases on the x-axis above 25 degrees, the meerkats start gaining less mass each day. And this has implications for their growth, their development, overall fitness, and so on. And what is concerning is that the daily maximum temperature in the Kalahari has been increasing by almost 2 degrees over the last few years, and it's predicted to continue increasing. So we know that the meerkats are in trouble with climate change, but we don't know the mechanisms behind it. For example, it could be a combination of factors like dehydration, fewer foraging opportunities, or not being able to forage simply because it's too hot. So we took a deeper dive into the lives of meerkats, as well as other small diurnal mammals, the yellow mongoose and the Cape ground squirrel, to see how these environmental temperatures affect them in terms of their behavior and their body temperatures. And these three populations coexisted in time and space in the Kalahari, so we studied them at the Kalahari Research Center over 1 year. Now, the animals in the Kalahari experience a high heat load due to high solar radiation and reflected solar radiation from their environment, and that contributes to the amount of heat that they gain from their environment. And so we measured this heat using heat globes, which is a very accurate and practical way to measure an animal's microclimate, much more so than just using air temperature on its own. We also collected a suite of environmental variables using our weather station. And these animals also use their thermally buffered microclimates to protect themselves from the elements outside. So we measured these burrow temperatures as well. So let's look at what these environmental temperatures are like. One more point is that on a clear night sky, the sky actually acts like a heat sink, and it draws heat away from the Earth's surface. So those same burrows act as protection from radiative heat loss. So on a typical summer's day, black globe temperature can range from about less than 20 degrees in the morning and go all the way up to over 50 on the same day. And at their peak, black globe temperature is about 10 degrees higher than air temperature because of the high levels of solar radiation. Burrows are nicely thermally buffered, around 27 degrees. And we see a very similar pattern in the winter, just shifted to lower temperatures and narrower to account for the shorter day length. So we have these environmental temperatures, and we want to know how does it affect the animals.
We fitted each of the animals with a data logger that records their core body temperature and their activity using an accelerometer, and then I followed around the animals to record their behaviors. And I was very lucky to work with well-habituated animals, which meant they could perform their natural behaviors around me and not be disturbed by my presence. And this was very useful to me because it meant that I could record the exact times and durations of the behaviors of specific individuals. So very fine-scale data that I got out of this. So for today, I'm just going to focus on these behaviors because these are the ones that I think affect the rate of heat transfer between the animal and its environment and ultimately likely to affect its core body temperature management. So we're going to look at some densities of these behaviors on a typical winter's day and a typical summer's day. And from here on, all the graphs are color-coded according to those images on the right. And first up, we're going to look at sun basking. And we can see here that the mongooses are basking for much longer in the winter than the other two species. And in the summer, they're not really basking at all. And that's because we realized they're not basking at the times that we think they're basking. Foraging in winter happens gradually throughout the day, peaking around the late afternoon. And in the summertime, we start to see this bimodal shift in activity. And that's because the animals are now avoiding the heat of the summer's day and becoming less active. And we see that same pattern when it comes to guarding, because the animals are guarding while they're foraging intermittently. When we look at resting behaviors, in the wintertime, the animals will rest just before they go into the burrows for the night, but mongooses also use their burrows throughout the day. In the summertime, we can see that resting is a bit more widespread. Pancaking is a very cool behavior. The animals kind of splay out with their ventral surface in the cool sand, and that helps them to conduct body heat from their core to their surface and into the cooler substrate. And we see that the animals are pancaking in winter because the winter afternoons do still get quite warm, and it's an effective way to conduct body heat away from them. It occurs a bit more spread out towards the summer days. And going into the burrow is not only useful for turning in for the night, but the animals are also going into the burrow to escape from the heat and the cold. And so we can see that all of the animals are using these burrows throughout winter and summer. And we see that the squirrels actually make use of those burrows more frequently than the other two species. Now I'm going to show you some core body temperature data from these data loggers. And I'm going to start off with individual level data so we can see how much a single animal's temperature can vary over a single day. And first up, we have the meerkat. And we can see that their body temperature ranges from about 36 to about 39, regardless of the season, which means they're fairly good at thermoregulating. And just to familiarize you with this data, we're looking at 5-minute interval data points taken throughout the year, and the width of that band is indicative of how much variation there is in that animal's body temperature in the day. When we look at mongooses, we see that there are these dramatic drops in body temperature in the winter, and that's happening to them on winter mornings. But their body temperature stabilizes in the summer. Finally, we have the squirrels. They also have drops in their body temperature, but not nearly as dramatic nor as frequently as the mongooses. And what's really interesting about this data as a whole is that these are 3 species that coexist. They're experiencing the same environment. They all use burrow microclimates. They have a similar body size, similar body mass, similar habits, and yet we see this variation in body temperature. So then we wanted to take a look at the activity patterns and see if that is what drives core body temperature. So we have activity and core body temperature on the y-axis across the hour of the day, and we're going to take a look at the winter data first. You see that the meerkats are waking up around, just after sunrise, and they bask in the sun for a little bit, and they start foraging, and then they continue foraging and doing their other behaviors, and then they go back to their burrows just before sunset. When it comes to the mongooses, we see that in the morning, they are very cold. They have got very low body temperatures. And so to compensate for that, they spend several hours at a time basking in the sun to warm themselves up before they can actively forage for the rest of the day. So compared to the meerkats, mongooses have a shorter period in which they can forage due to this very long sun basking period in the morning. And finally, the squirrels, we see that they've got a lower activity peak than the other two species, and that's because they are herbivores that feed off vegetation that is around their burrows. So compared to the other two species, they've got lower energetic costs and activity levels. Now, onto the summer, we start to see this bimodal pattern, and that's because the animals are resting for several hours at a time in the middle of the day to avoid the heat. And they do that by resting in the shade or by resting in their burrows. And for the mongooses, we see this very dramatic shift. From winter to summer, they've now become crepuscular. And in fact, for all of our individuals, we see that there are spikes of nocturnal activity throughout all hours of the night. And finally, with the squirrels, instead of seeing a bimodal pattern, we're seeing a sort of tapering off of activity. And that's because unlike the meerkats and the mongooses that have to take a distinct break in the middle of the day, what the squirrels are doing is shuttling in and out of shade, shuttling in and out of their burrows, and foraging in between. And that's why we see it tapering off there. So this is where we are with our early data analysis, and what do we think is going on so far? Well, with the squirrels, we think that they might be doing relatively well because of their shuttling behavior. They have lower energetic costs. So as long as the vegetation is intact, they should be okay. But as we've seen from many of the talks so far, the species phenology and composition of vegetation is changing. So that might not be the case for these squirrels for very long. When it comes to the meerkats, it's not great news because they are strictly diurnal and they've got high energy costs because they've got large territories to defend. They have to actively hunt and forage for their food. So the hotter it gets, the longer they have to rest in the day. The longer they have to rest in the day, the less time they have to forage. And the less time they have to forage, well, that leads us back to our initial problem statement, which says that the warmer it gets, the less mass these animals are gaining each day. Finally, for the mongooses, well, we thought it would be an easy life for them because they have this ability to switch from being diurnal in the winter to being crepuscular and nocturnal in the summer. But what we can see from their body temperature data is that their ability to thermoregulate becomes quite compromised at either temperature extreme. And the behavioral strategies that they employ to compensate for that, so sunbasking for several hours if it's cold or resting for several hours if it's hot, takes away very valuable foraging time from these animals. So it's not great news, and it's not easy to say that simply switching from being diurnal to nocturnal is going to solve all the problems of climate change, especially because we're seeing that as these diurnal mammals become nocturnal in the summer, they get taken out by nocturnal predators. So there are many hidden costs that we need to consider. That's where we are with this early analysis. I just want to thank all of my supervisors and collaborators for all of their funding and expertise, and thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Chanel. There's actually time for questions, so if there are a couple of questions from the audience, we can take it.
Thank you. Did you notice any differences in the prey items' behavior that would also then affect the growth of the meerkats, for example? So are there snakes that they eat, are they going to be affected by temperature as well, and therefore obviously affect the behavior and their growth rates? Thanks.
Thank you for the question. So there's actually someone in the audience, Walter Jabba, who's studying the behavior and the diet of the meerkats, so you should definitely talk to him. But from what I know, there's definitely a seasonal shift in the dietary component of these animals, and so the way that the animals are foraging changes seasonally as well. In terms of how the behavior of the prey items change, I'm not really sure about that. It's not very often that we see them take out snakes and small vertebrates like that. Mostly they're feeding off invertebrates, and it happens in a half a second, so there's not even any time to look at the behavior of the prey. But certainly there are seasonal shifts in the way that the animals forage and what prey items they're going for in that time. It could be dependent on the food availability, or it could be preference. I think it's a mix of both.
Are there any more questions from the audience?
As a non-zoologist, I was wondering if this is perhaps a silly question, but does digging burrows deeper cool things more? And if so, is there any sense that they're trying to dig their burrows deeper?
Where's the question coming from?
The back, as usual.
Thank you. Yeah, actually, if you look at the depth of samples of soil temperatures, we see that basically once you go down about 20 centimeters, the temperature becomes stable. So the deeper you go, it doesn't bring you any more benefit. I've not studied the structure of the burrow systems, but other people have, and from what I can see, basically their animals have a series or a landscape of burrows that exist. They're not frequently digging up new ones, but they are maintaining old ones, and it's not very clear if they're planning to go deeper. But because these burrows are so well thermally buffered from the outside, I don't think it brings them any more benefit to put in that energy and dig a deeper tunnel when they can just simply be in a burrow that is a very comfortable 27 or 20 degrees compared to the outside. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chanel.
Cool.
And just before our next speaker, if you're staying on room number 116 at the Protea, you need to come and see me, otherwise you're not getting into your room tonight. Yoki. So please, next welcome Susie Vita, and she'll be talking about impact of rainfall variation and fire on acacia demographics in the Tswalu-Kalahari Reserve. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much for this opportunity to stand between you and your afternoon tea to share some of our early results from what we anticipate will be a long-term project at Tswalu-Kalahari Reserve that we started in 2022. Lest red flags are going up that this is airy-fairy academic research. This is work that we're doing to try and understand how climate change is likely to affect the vegetation of the southern Kalahari. Fire isn't the first thing that springs to mind when we think of arid savannas, because fires tend to be rare and not a major driver of the open woody vegetation. But when they occur, they can be extensive and they can be quite severe and have quite big impacts. In arid savannas in particular, the occurrence of fire is strongly dependent on there being rain, which is responsible for producing the biomass that can carry and spread the fire. At the same time, the tree species in arid savannas are also dependent on these episodes of high rainfall for their seedling recruitment. And so episodes of high rainfall, especially when they span more than 1 year, can both stimulate tree recruitment and potentially reduce tree cover through causing tree mortality and top kill. And so the net effect of this depends on whether the fires actually occur, but also their timing and their impact. So in our arid savannas, and we are focusing on the southern Kalahari, we've already seen lots of talks that have shown us the temperatures are increasing as we speak. All over South Africa, an interesting effect of climate change has also been stronger and more wind. And so that will result in more days with a high fire danger index, so days where fires are probable and it's good conditions for them to spread. Now, the rainfall change, how it exactly will unfold is uncertain, but there's lots of evidence that the Kalahari is getting drier, but also that extreme events, both wet and dry, will be more common. And so the outcome of this is that the probability of extensive or severe wildfire is very likely to increase. But we have also seen in many areas an increase in tree cover, especially of encroacher species like Senegalia mellifera, which is exacerbated by elevated CO2 and overgrazing. To understand how fire and changing rainfall patterns will affect tree cover, which is of big interest to us from an ecosystem service point of view, will depend on the population responses of the different tree species. And so we need to know how variation in rainfall and the effects of fire affect the demographic transitions of the different trees. The seedling recruitment, the growth into the adult size classes, the reproduction. And this is likely to differ between species with different life histories. So at Tswalu, our dominant trees are Acacia areoloba, which the camel thorn, which is slow growing and very long lived. But there's also Senegalia mellifera, which is faster growing, shorter lived, and the well-known encroachers in some parts of the arid savannas. At Tswalu, we were kind of asked to contribute some fire ecology to the management in the wake of 2 really wet summers. 2020 to 21 was twice the average annual rainfall, and the following year an extra 50%. And there was a big concern that this massive grass biomass that resulted from this would lead to extensive fires with unknown impacts on the grasses and the forage availability, as well as the different tree species. Now, Tswalu, as you've seen from some of the pictures, is beautiful, classic, open Kalahari savanna, but there are some areas where tree cover has dramatically increased. And this is mostly Acacia mellifera, and this effect seems to be the result both of new trees establishing, but also small trees getting bigger and the canopies closing up. So we're busy since 2022 monitoring the population dynamics of these 3 key species. And I'm going to focus on Acacia mellifera, but we are also monitoring areoloba and hematoxylon. And we've set up a number of 25 by 25 meter plots where we are following each individual from the tiniest seedlings to the biggest adults. So we've tagged them, GPSed them, we've measured them, and then we find them again the following year with metal detector and GPS and eagle eyes and student assistance. And with my very hands, I have tagged some 1,200 of these individuals, and we keep finding more. So we've done this, we set this up in 22 and have resampled our plots twice. And one of the things we've been able to do is take advantage of this recent wet period to look at the establishment and the survival of tree seedlings, which is a really rare opportunity because so many of these species reproduce quite rarely. And then to look at the effect of fire, we have looked at some trees on where fires had naturally occurred, but we did also burn 2 of our plots in October last year, which allows us to see what actually happens to our marked individuals of all different species and size classes. So it was a bit of a job to reconstruct what happened to Acacia mellifera, given that we only arrived on the scene after the 2 really wet years. Previous work, Dave Joubert did a PhD study in Namibia where Acacia mellifera is a major encroacher, and he showed that it only really flowers en masse after a wet summer. I mean, it will flower in other years as well, but what he found in Namibia is that one really wet year didn't result in seedlings because it first stimulated flowering the following spring. And then the seeds actually germinate the following summer, and that requires another quite wet summer so that the seedlings will germinate and survive. The seed dispersal, unlike the camel thorn, which we saw gets dispersed by rhinos and other mammals, Acacia mellifera just has passive seed dispersal, and the seeds don't persist very long in the seed bank. So from this, and from seeing in 22, which was the first time we set up our plots, we found hundreds and hundreds of really tiny guys, which we assume would have mostly established in 2021-22. So they would have been less than a year old at the time. So this is what went down. There was that really, really wet summer. It would have been a mass flowering and seed production the following spring. And then the following summer, when there was 224 millimeters of rain in a 22-day period, that's when all those babies got their head start. We also found quite a few camel thorn seedlings, none of the gray camel thorn, but we're still on the lookout. And we then monitored the survival of all these hundreds of seedlings in our plot over the next 2 years. So the blue line is our unburnt plots. The difference in 22 is just differences in seedling densities between plots, because the adults were also at different densities and the composition was different in the plots. And we'd planted plots intentionally that had a lot of mellifera. But in all our plots, over the first year, there was about a 50% survival rate. And these little guys basically just stick around being really tiny guys. They get chomped by spring hares. They die back in the dry season. And then in the following year, in the unburnt plot, 20% of those survived for another year. So that gave us a 10% survival, which I think is pretty impressive for this kind of environment, because the 2 summers when we were there were actually below average. But in the burnt plots, not a single one survived. And this echoes Dave Joubert's finding that where there is a concern about an increase in acacia mellifera, a fire in the period after heavy rain is what it takes to nip this in the bud. And our next years of data will show what happens to the unburnt seedlings and how many of those make it into the bigger size classes. So this is the life cycle that we sort of constructed, and this is early days because we did this after this year's data collection. We identified seedlings, but they kind of stick around in that same size class for a good 2 years, but they do then get bigger, bigger, and bigger. But they can also, from being browsed or from anything from a spring hare to a black rhino or fire, go back into the smaller size classes, and then the biggest size class produces seeds and seedlings. So from our individuals that we tracked, we worked out the probabilities of each size class getting bigger, staying the same, getting smaller, or dying altogether. So we worked these out on actual data for 22-23 for unburnt, and then for 23-24 for unburnt and burnt. And then we had to sort of MacGyver a transition matrix for the year before we came, using the observed seedling recruitment, which happened back then, but we had to make assumptions about all the other transitions which we weren't there to observe. And so anybody who works with matrix models will roll their eyes, because these are very simple models that are sort of our first stab using those different transitions that we derived. So on the left, we basically modeled a very simple scenario of a high rainfall episode every 10 years and a sequence of a fire in the 3rd year. And under those circumstances, given the transitions we found, the population actually stays pretty stable. But with some tinkering with the model, we can also see what changes, and with extra data, would result in more survival and the population growing, or what would result in the population going down. Fire has quite a devastating effect. The adults and the saplings survive it. Anything bigger than those little guys survives the fire, but our next years of data will show how fast they grow back, how long it takes for the adults to get reproductive again, and what the implications will be of different scenarios for the population dynamics. So there's still plenty more that we plan to do. This is part of a project that will also look at grasses and all sorts of other aspects of fire ecology. We're still busy working on the models for areoloba and hematoxylon, and we will need more data over time and in space to look at more detailed effects of how rainfall variability affects growth rates, survival, and so on. Also, fire season, density dependence. So some areas are already quite thick, and we found less seedling recruitment in those because there's probably very strong competition. And obviously, over the years, we're going to be getting more data, and we'll also be doing more realistic stochastic models and analyzing what the effects would be of different scenarios on the long-term dynamic. We also want to reconstruct past woody cover change in relation to rainfall and see if that agrees with our dynamics that we're getting. And so while matrix models are pretty dicey for predicting what will happen in the future, they're really useful for exploring the likely effects of different scenarios, but they also give us a real-time outcome of all the different biological processes, what actually happens to the population. And real detailed demographic data on arid savanna trees is extremely rare. And this was also a springboard for us to supplement with other field data on the biology of these, and also experimental data. We've got the elevated CO2 facility at Rhodes, so we can see what elevated CO2 does to the growth rates and seedling survivals, thresholds of what size seedlings need to reach to survive a dry season, and so on. So we look forward to many more years of building this knowledge at SWALU. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Susie.
Question.
Unfortunately, there's no time for questions, but please join in thanking me, Susie, and all other speakers of this session. So, folks, we have now a tea break, and we'll be coming back at 4 o'clock for the panel. Thank you very much.